Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to begin the program. Before we begin proceedings for the day, we have a few announcements. Please keep your phones on silent mode. In case you wish to tweet about the event, please use the hashtag Sportstar Conclave. Namaste and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diksha Navani, your host for the day, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Hindu group to the Sportstar Sports Conclave, Focus Telangana. This is a series of events where we athletes, administrators, and other stakeholders come together under one roof to discuss key issues pertaining to the sports ecosystem in that particular region. Sportstar had a successful round of events where we held these conversations in places like Chennai, Lucknow, Guwahati, Ahmedabad, and Trivandrum. We begin the second edition here in Hyderabad with the Focus Telangana Sportstar Conclave. I now request Mr. Ayon Sen Gupta, Editor Sportstar, to welcome the gathering and deliver the opening address for this conclave.
A champion is afraid of losing. Everyone else is afraid of winning. The tennis legend Billie Jean King had once said, and today's India, in every sphere of life, is proving to the world that we are not afraid of anyone. We are not afraid of winning. Our scientists have lighted up the dark side of the moon by landing a rover on the moon. Our athletes too continue to shine at the world stage, beating the best. In the last few days itself, we had Neeraj Chopra soaring to a world championship gold, while a very young Pragyananda took the chess world by storm, reaching the final of the Chess World Cup. Hyderabad's very own H.S. Prannoy defied the odds to claim bronze medal at the Badminton World Championships. India is sending a record contingent of 634 athletes to the Asian Games in September and will surely return with its best ever medals tally. After a record haul of 7 medals at the Tokyo Olympics and 17 at the Paralympics, the country is now dreaming of doubling that number in the fashionable French capital in 2024. Sportstar too has been dreaming the same dream since 1978, and we have been fortunate to have witnessed many of the epochal moments of Indian sports. But our dreams, much like today's India, are even bigger, and we want to see our athletes at the top of the podium in every sport. As we celebrate our 45th year, we have carefully curated with our friends in the sporting circle the Sportstar Conclave series that looks at the current sporting ecosystem in the country and endeavors to find ways to further accelerate India's sports growth story. In our second season, we begin our journey here in Telangana, which for long has been a sporting powerhouse and continues to produce champions across multiple sporting disciplines with the able support of the state government. We at Sportstar and the Hindu group of publications are proud to present these important conversations about sports among key stakeholders, the government, the corporate sector, the sporting fraternity, and of course ourselves in the media. We are thrilled to have the Sports Minister, Shri V. Srinivas Gaud, among us to deliver the inaugural address. Sharing with us his and his government's visions for sports development. We will also hear from many sporting champions like Mithali Raj, Gagan Narang, P. Gopichand, Prannoy, Shivlal Yadav, and many more throughout the day. The objective of organizing this conversation is to help the widely expressed national goal to make India into a front-ranking sporting nation by improving the existing sports infrastructure, intensifying opportunities for training and building key skills that enable grassroots sports to flourish in our streets and fields. We hope our conversations today will act as a catalyst to propagate sports in the region by creating frameworks for participation, potential pathways, and performance. Sportstar, the only multi-sports magazine in the country, is the second largest read English magazine with 3.8 million readers. With more than 60 dedicated sports journalists, we have been capturing true stories of grit, passion, and athletic success worldwide for the last 45 years. Our iconic brand has been a favorite of sports fans. A striking feature that has endeared Sportstar as a magazine to millions is its center spread. We have always kept our readers at the forefront, and keeping pace with the changing taste of today's generation, we have a few months back unveiled a newer, bolder Sportstar that has appealed to every sports fan in the country while still holding on to the ethos of honest journalism that we have always practiced. As Sportstar seeks to entertain and enthrall our audience with sharp and incisive narrating of major games and sports as they unfold, we also see it as our mission to raise consciousness in our country of the need to become a major sporting nation. We want to reach out to the youth to participate in this national endeavor, to build skills in grassroots, and to identify new talent that will be an asset to our country. I'm looking forward to a fruitful day of dialogues with all of you, and I'm confident together we can play a role in making India a sporting nation to be reckoned with. I also take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in the editorial, events, circulation and advertising team in Sportstar and The Hindu, and our knowledge partner KPMG. Also a thank you to our partners. You have been long patrons of sports, and I hope we will continue to work together for the betterment of Indian sports. I now invite the Honorable Sports Minister of Telangana, Shri Srinivas Gaud, to deliver the inaugural address, sir.
Mr. Ansen Gupta, editor Sportstar, LV Navneet, CEO, The Hindu Group, Mr. Ravi Reddy Garu, resident editor. A very good morning to you all. It is an honor and happy to be here on the occasion. I am glad to learn that Sportstar Telangana Conclave is being organized in Hyderabad, a sports hub and hometown of big achievers, which is the great efforts of our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu. Telangana being a youngest state in India, a vision to make a premier destination and to give all sports a new direction with world-class infrastructure, where the results are there for all to see. The emergence of Women's World Boxing Championship in Jarina and Isha Singh shooter and G. Soumya, youngest football, making it big to a Indian women's football team. Nishambad. That these are three only examples. So many sports stars in Telangana. I am happy to say that we are supporting by extending financial assistance and house sites, lands, jobs to establish academies for land, to train the youngest personalities which reflect the state government commitment towards sports, where Pulala Gopichand Academy and Gutta Jwala and PV Sindhu, Isha Singh, Sonia Sehwal, etc. Or some of these examples only. As a part of vision, our Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, the government have allotted 2% reservation in jobs and 0.5% reservation in professional courses for encouragement of students, employment and education. In fact, the promoting the sports across the state and motivating the young talent to come forward. Under the guidance of our young dynamic, our IT industry Municipal Minister K.T. Ramarao Garu, or our Honorable CM, the government has brought forward a new sports policy covering all areas of sports and soon be reality. The government is focusing in promoting sports by way of the creating infrastructure and giving scientific coaches, especially we are affecting rural areas, bringing out of gems in the right time. We are planning every village, one ground, sports ground. And we are encouraging village sportsmen. If the ground is available, the sportsmen also coming to ground. That's why we are planning to every village. We are already completed 17,800 villages. We are allotted to grounds, land for land, and we are started to ground also, infrastructure also. To be a part of sports schools with special attention on both sports and academies in all districts. Setting up sports academies, sports villages in the states were established by the providing KCR sports kit in each village. Already we have supplied near about 17,000 sports kits. All mandals, all villages where completed the sports grounds. We are erected all football, volleyball, kabaddi, gymnastics, and where the ground is available, there is, and cricket, small ground also, net ground also we are planning to villages. I am happy to share with you all, and CM Cup is being introduced every year. Just last 3 months back, we are completed 18 games, village-wise, mandal-wise, district-wise, and after that we are 6,800 players conducted in Hyderabad final championship CM Cup. We are completed 18 games, and another we are planning to Cricket Cup also. Shortly we are planning to CM Cup also. This is going on every year. Every year CM Cup is going on. We are conducted like this mandal, village, mandal, district. After that statewide. The Hindu group previously also a reality show. After reality show, the Hyderabad, what is the Hyderabad growth in your Hindu paper is creating, introducing and encouraging the realtors and Hyderabad capacity, future Hyderabad. And now separate page, the Hindu is one of the most biggest, highest readers in India, more of India, not India, worldwide also. Now, Sports Conclave we are conducting here for encouragement of sportsmen. Our government is 100% in future we are producing, we are Indian 140 crores population India, but every Olympian games there is single or single digit medal is coming. That's why we are planning in Telangana, each constituency one stadium. Already we are sanctioned 100 stadiums. Already completed 62 stadiums are completed. Each constituency one stadium. Shortly we are completed another total complete. And village level grounds also we are already allotted to village wise. Now in future our honorable CM sir is our sports policy also shortly coming. We are taken your views also, and I included our sports policy if any lapses is there. I am very happy to see in this occasion. I conclude hoping the Sportstar Telangana Conclave would be a part to make a realize. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I am happy. मैं आप लोगों को एक बात बोल रहा हूँ, आप इंडिया में बिगेस्ट न्यूज़पेपर, मोस्ट ऑफ द इंटेलिजेंस, हाईएस्ट प्रोफेशनल्स आपके इंग्लिश पेपर नहीं देखे तो उन लोग चाय भी नहीं पीते, टिफिन भी नहीं खाते. इस दिन में वो पेपर देखना, उतना कैपेसिटी है, उतना नॉलेजेबल है, उतना रियलिटी है. इंडिया में क्या हो रहा, क्या करना है, वो एडिटोरियल है, अच्छा है. अब तेलंगाना हर एक चीज़ में आप देखो, घर घर का पानी किधर है, परसेंटेज बोल तो तेलंगाना है. प्रोटेक्टेड पानी कौन दे रहा बोल तो, फ्री पावर एग्रीकल्चर का कौन दे रहा, तेलंगाना है. फार्मर्स को एवरी ईयर 2 times कौन पैसे दे रहे, तेलंगाना. हाईएस्ट पैडी प्रोक्योरमेंट किधर है इंडिया में. 65% पॉपुलेशन कितना खाना खाते, उतना खाना यहाँ से जाते. हाईएस्ट कल्टीवेशन पैडी इधर है. आप देखो तो बहुत चीज में ग्राउंड वाटर ज़्यादा ऊपर 10 years में किधर है बोल तो तेलंगाना है. ग्रीनरी कौन किधर है, हाईएस्ट ग्रीनरी कौन डेवलप कर रहे बोल तो तेलंगाना है. वैसे साउथ चीज़ में हमारा तेलंगाना है. हम फ्यूचर में भी हम क्या है, इतना देश में 140 crores पॉपुलेशन है देश में, एक मेडल वो भी गोल्ड मेडल भी नहीं आता, वो ब्रांज मेडल आया तो देश खुश हो रहा है. मगर छोटे छोटे पॉपुलेशन से देश में 10-20 ऐसा आ रहा, क्यों तेलंगाना हैदराबाद को इंडिया में नहीं आ रहा. उसमें आप लोगों को सोचना, आप लोग गाइडेंस देना, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या करना, कैसा करे तो ये मेडल्स आता, देश का नाम आता. आप लोगों के हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट, हर एक स्टेट में अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्स है, एडिटोरियल न्यूज़ और आपके जर्नलिस्ट है, बहुत सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट है. उसमें स्टेट वाइड क्या करना, इंडिया वाइड क्या करना. स्टेट में क्या करे तो स्पोर्ट्समैन डेवलपमेंट होता. आप लोग एक मेडल आने के बाद पेपर में आता, अरे ऐसा गोल्ड मेडल आया, सिल्वर मेडल आया, मगर वो मेडल आना बोलते क्या करना भी आप लोग सजेस्ट देना, उसके ऊपर सेमिनार करना, कैसा करना, गवर्नमेंट का क्या है, पब्लिक का क्या है, पेरेंट्स का क्या है उसमें, और बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स है, बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज है, उसका क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. एक गवर्नमेंट करे तो नहीं होता, हो एक ही गवर्नमेंट करना बोल तो ऐसे नहीं होता. हर एक चीज का उसमें हाथ रहे तो अच्छा हो जाता. उसीलिए आप लोग, मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं, आप लोगों का बहुत इंटेलेक्चुअलिटी टीम है, आपका बिगेस्ट क्रीम, इंटरनेशनल क्रीम आप लोगों का है. अगर देश में इतना बड़े देश में स्पोर्ट्स में आगे जाना पड़े तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बजट क्या है, पॉलिसी कैसे रहना, छोटा देश में क्या पॉलिसी है, क्यों उतना इंटरेस्ट से उन लोग आ रहे, क्या है उसका पॉलिसी, क्या है एंकरेजमेंट, क्या है पेरेंट्स का एंकरेजमेंट है, स्कूल्स का एंकरेजमेंट है, कॉलेज का एंकरेजमेंट है, और गवर्नमेंट का है क्या है, उसमें एग्जाम्पल्स ले लेके अपना देश में क्या करना हम तैयार हैं। हमारा गवर्नमेंट, हमारा सीएम साहब देश का नाम आ रहा तेलंगाना में, ऐसा करे तो ऐसा होता बोलता, हम लोग इंप्लीमेंट करने का कोई नहीं है। अच्छा सजेशन कोई दिए तो वो लेना, वो काम करना, बोल के हमारा गवर्नमेंट का है। हम कोशिश कर रहे गांव गांव में मैदान हम लोग बना रहे, मंडल हेडक्वार्टर में बना रहे, जिला हेडक्वार्टर में बना रहे। अब लोग देखो, हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अब लोग देखो, बिफोर 2014, बिफोर फॉर्मेशन ऑफ तेलंगाना, आफ्टर फॉर्मेशन ऑफ तेलंगाना क्या है, क्या डिफरेंसेस है, आप देखो हम क्या कर रहे। हम कोशिश कर रहे अभी अभी उसी लिए परसों कॉमनवेल्थ में इंडिया में जैसा छोटा स्टेट है और न्यूली फॉर्मेशन ऑफ तेलंगाना, यू नो, बट ऑल इंडिया सेकंड, इंडिया में सेकंड आया तेलंगाना। मैं गया, हम लंदन में बर्मिंघम में आए तो मैं गया इंकरेज करने के लिए, गुजरात गया, देश विदेश में हम लोग जाके इंकरेज कर रहे। बच्चों तैयार है, मगर हर एक स्कूल एजुकेशन में हम लोग पीईटी है, हर एक स्कूल में पीईटी है। विदाउट पीईटी देयर इज नो स्कूल, गवर्नमेंट में है, प्राइवेट में भी है। फिर स्कूल में टीचर है, फिजिकल डायरेक्टर है, कॉलेज में भी है, फिर क्यों मेडल्स नहीं आ रहा, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, व्हाट इज द डिफेक्ट। आप वो इसी में स्पोर्ट्स में एक पेज है, स्पोर्ट्स में एक जर्नलिस्ट है, वो भी लाइक रवि रेड्डी सर, सो मेनी पर्सन्स, सो मेनी इंटेलेक्चुअल्स, सो मेनी स्पोर्ट्समैन आप लोगों का है, वो भी एक बार सोचना। आप लोगों ने नहीं सोचा, देश में कोई भी नहीं सोचते, रूटीन है, रूटीन पेपर नहीं होना आप लोगों का। रूटीन एक पेपर रहता, कोई मेडल आता वह पेपर आता, एक मेडल आता पेपर आता। हमारे जैसे लोग एक बात दिए तो वो बात, वैसे नहीं। कंस्ट्रक्टिवली ये बढ़ाने के लिए, ये देश का नाम आने के लिए क्या करना, स्पोर्ट्स का क्या रहता, दूसरा चीज अलग रहता। दूसरा क्या भी है तो नाम नहीं आता, मगर एक ओलंपियन इंडिया से 20 आया, एक बोलो वर्ल्ड वाइड ऐसे देखते क्या है इंडिया बोल के, इंडिया का नाम अच्छा आता। और आजकल बच्चे लोगों को भी इंकरेजमेंट करना, अब अच्छा पढ़ रहे मगर उधर इधर फिर रहे, हेल्थ अच्छे नहीं रहता। और हेल्थ अच्छे नहीं तो क्या कुछ भी तो भी फॉर ये नहीं है। आप लोग हम देखिए कोविड में कितना लोग मर गया, बिकॉज ऑफ ओनली हेल्थ, इम्यूनिटी, देयर इज नो इम्यूनिटी, देयर इज नो फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज। आप स्पोर्ट्समैन बोलते हो, मेडल आए तो स्पोर्ट्समैन नहीं, एक फुटबॉल आए तो स्पोर्ट्समैन नहीं, वॉकिंग करे तो भी स्पोर्ट्समैन। एक हेल्थ अवेयरनेस भी क्या करना इसमें, इसके एज नहीं है, 6 साल से लेके 100 साल तक कोई जिंदा है, उन्हें डेली क्या करना, उस पेज में रहना। सुबह घर में तो भी क्या करना है, 10 बाय 20 घर रहता एक ही घर में, उसमें भी कर सकते, बड़ा भी कर सकते, आजू बाजू में ग्राउंड है तो भी कर सकते। हर एक आदमी भी उसके लिए वो 10 मिनट ऐसा करना बोल के कोर्स, एज वाइज, गेम वाइज, गवर्नमेंट वाइज, स्कूल वाइज, कॉलेज वाइज। प्राइवेट स्कूल क्या करना, प्राइवेट स्कूल में ग्राउंड कितना रहना, प्राइवेट स्कूल वाला क्या खाली एजुकेशन नहीं, ऐसा एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे दे के श्री चैतन्य ना रहना, ऐसा रैंक आया बोल तो अरे इसमें पढ़े तो रैंक आता बोल के भिजा देते। क्या पढ़ रहे, उसका माइंड क्या है नहीं मालूम हो रहा, पढ़ने के बाद कैसा जीना बिल्कुल भी उसको नहीं आ रहा। उसीलिए बचपन से स्पोर्ट्समैन का क्या डिसिप्लिन रहता, वो एक डिसिप्लिन रहता स्पोर्ट्समैन को, हम जीतना विन होना बोल के जिल रहता, वो अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट रहता। वो इतना नौजवान आ रहे, इतना करोड़ के पब्लिक इंडिया में, वर्ल्ड में, थोड़े दिन के बाद चाइना के बाद अपने नाम आ जा रहा है थोड़े दिन में। वर्ल्ड में बिगेस्ट पॉपुलेशन किधर है बोलते, इंडिया बोल के बोलते। सर इतना बिगेस्ट पॉपुलेशन जीना बोलते क्या करना? कोरोना का जैसे आए तो बॉडी इम्यूनिटी कैसे बढ़ना, देश का नाम कैसा आना, देश का डिसिप्लिन कैसा रहना, वो ये स्पोर्ट्स को लिंक रहता। उसलिए वो कोई भी नहीं करता, आप लोग सिर्फ आप लोग करता। आप लोगों का उतना टीम है, बड़ा टीम है, कॉन्सेप्ट है, अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसके ऊपर भी ध्यान रखना। आप लोग एक हिंदू से ऐसा करो, गवर्नमेंट ऐसा कर तो अच्छा आता और अच्छा नाम आता, ये कर रहे और ऐसा ऐड कर तो और अच्छा है तो बोल तो हम लोग भी डेफिनेट वो सुनते। आपके हिंदू से एक स्टेडियम लेते, एक स्टेडियम लेके हम लोग मेंटेन करें तो हम लोग आपको देते। आप करने के लिए आप लोग बहुत लोग इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट आते, एक आप लोग मिलके एक एलबी स्टेडियम हम लोग ले लेते, नहीं तो गच्चीबोली स्टेडियम ले लेके एक अकाडमी ले लेते, अकाडमी ले लेके हम ग्रुप हिंदू ग्रुप से एक अकाडमी मेंटेन करते। आप लोगों का पैसे देने का जरूरत नहीं रहता। आप लोगों का ने 10 लोग पूछे तो जॉइंट वेंचर हिंदू एंड गूगल कंपनी एंड महिंद्रा, so any company, there are CSR funds is there, so many funds is there, इनकम टैक्स एग्जेम्पशन रहता, CSR किधर तो भी यूज करना। आप इनिशिएट करके एक बॉक्सिंग अकाडमी नहीं तो एक अपने का जरिया है, उन्होंने बॉक्सिंग अकाडमी खोलने के कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आप लोग एंगेजमेंट तो एक अकाडमी आया था, नहीं तो बैडमिंटन का, एक कबड्डी का, हैदराबाद एक स्टेडियम। आप हमारा हिंदू ग्रुप इतना बड़ा स्टेडियम ऐसा मेंटेन कर रहे को ऑन महिंद्रा ग्रुप, एनी समवन ग्रुप, आई विल हेल्प यू, आई विल हेल्प यू। अब मैं फ़ोन करके बोलता हूँ, नहीं तो एक लेटर दे तुम वो कंपनी से ऐड कर तुम। आपके ऐसे एक लोग आए तो कंपटीशन में दूसरा भी आया था, अरे हम भी ऐसा करना। बहुत स्टेडियम के ऊपर आपका नाम आता था, हिंदू मेंटेन्ड बाय द हिंदू एंड महिंद्रा जॉइंट वेंचर दिस स्टेडियम। दैट इज द एंकरेजमेंट। मैं एक सजेशन दे रहा हूँ, आप लोगों का इतना अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव इधर लगाया, बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Shri V. Srinivas Gaud, the Minister for Excise and Prohibition, Sports and Youth Services, Archaeology, Government of Telangana, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning. I now request Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO, The Hindu Group, to present our guest of honor with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. We will now have a short morning tea break before we begin our panels for the day.
little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. A little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा देने, महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों के हुनर को निखारने और हॉकी खेल के जरिए उन्हें विश्व चैंपियन बनाने के लिए इंडियन ऑयल की एक अनुकरणीय पहल। हॉकी में नया इतिहास रचने की तैयारी। अब नारी की बारी।
किचन में स्नेहा चिकन। जब पेट करे टिंग टिंग तो खाए चिकन विंग विंग और करे सिंग सिंग सिंग। माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग, माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग। किचन में स्नेहा चिकन किचन में स्नेहा चिकन
Thank you very much to Great Sports Tech and the entire team for giving us this beautiful running track.
Pain physician Dr. Sudhir Dara, who has changed the lives of many people suffering from chronic joint and knee pain and brought joy to their lives. Mr. Dara was born in 1971 in Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh and grew up in Telangana. He studied medical education with interest and he has graduated in anesthesia. But his empathy for chronic pain patients diverted him from anesthesia to research on pain by using innovative techniques such as platelet-rich plasma therapy. He has successfully treated over 20,000 patients and trained over 5,000 clinicians, providing them with the skills necessary to address the diverse challenges posed by chronic pain. He has innovated non-surgical techniques and regenerative therapies to treat various sports injuries, bringing back them to their full capacity sport activities. Dr. Sudhir Dara's notable works have earned him wide recognition and prestigious awards. Introduction to Regenerative Therapy in India is one of the remarkable works of Dr. Sudhir Dara. Dr. Dara bagged many awards like the Best Pain Physician Award, the India Book of Records, the Rashtriya Gaurav Award, the Indian Ratna Award, the Humanitarian Excellence Award, the National Achievers Award, etc.
South India is a vibrant region with diverse landscapes and rich cultural heritage. Amidst all these, NTPC made its powerful presence with a series of power plants both in thermal and renewable energy. Besides powering nation's growth, NTPC played a critical role in balancing development and environment. Kurgi Super Thermal Power Station in Karnataka showcases NTPC's focus on advanced technology. Besides having supercritical technology-based 3 units of 800 megawatt at Kurgi, a hybrid power plant with both wind and solar renewable sources has also been set up as a pilot project. Simhadri Super Thermal Power Station in Andhra Pradesh is the first coastal coal-fired plant in NTPC and known for its water conservation initiative by sourcing over 85% of its water needs from the sea. The station's efforts in afforestation and support of conservation of olive ridley turtles are really noteworthy. NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company Limited, well known as NTECL Vallur, was incorporated as a joint venture in 2003. Besides sourcing its water needs from the sea, the JV plant features 4.2 km long pipe conveyor ensuring dust-free coal transportation and environmental protection over Ennore Creek. Broadening its portfolio, NTPC started its first coastal, fully liquid fuel-fired Rajiv Gandhi combined cycle power station in 2000 at Kayamkulam. With 100% allocation to Kerala, the 360 megawatt plant is capable of multi-fuel firing. Known as the beacon of South India, Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station in Telangana sets numerous benchmarks, including commissioning of all its 7 units ahead of the schedule. Its efforts in R&M, 100% ash utilization and increasing green presence in and around the plant are really praiseworthy. Further, Ramagundam is emerging as an energy hub with coming up of Telangana project, which is based on supercritical technology and inbuilt FGD system. While thermal power is soaring, renewable energy is taking momentum for a perfect environmental balance. Ground-mounted solar plants in southern region strengthened NTPC's renewable energy portfolio with running of 5 megawatt solar PV in Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar, 10 megawatt Ramagundam solar PV in Telangana, 250 megawatt Anantapuramu solar power project in Andhra Pradesh, and 230 megawatt Ettayapuram solar PV in Tamil Nadu. Further, moving ahead as an innovative company, NTPC has made a significant stride in floating solar with running of 100 megawatt Ramagundam floating solar PV in Telangana, 92 megawatt Kayamkulam floating solar PV in Kerala, and 25 megawatt Simhadri floating solar PV in Andhra Pradesh. With all these proactive initiatives, NTPC is not only committed to environment-friendly power generation, but also promises a bright and sustainable future for generations to come.
A little step that makes children more aware.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly settle down as we get started with our first panel for the day. Again, requesting everybody to kindly be seated. So let's get started with our very first panel for the day, Cricket at Crossroads. Hyderabad has a rich cricketing legacy and a history filled with great success stories and remarkable talent. In this panel, our speakers will look back at the journey so far and what lies ahead for the sport in the city and the state. To moderate this discussion and introduce our speakers, I invite veteran sports journalist and author, Mr. Vijay Lokpalli. Well, yes, can we all put our hands together for Mr. Vijay Lokpalli? Over to you, sir.
Welcome, friends. I'll just invite my colleagues on the stage. The subject is Cricket at Crossroads. Mr. Arshad Ayub is a former India cricketer, former president of the Hyderabad Cricket Association. Please welcome Arshad. Mr. Shivlal Yadav is a former India cricketer, former BCCI president. He will be here and he's part of us, but he won't be able to come to the stage. He's got some knee problem. Mr. Vijay Mohan Raj was part of the 1987 Ranji Trophy winning Hyderabad team. Please welcome Vijay. Mr. P. Hari Mohan is the current chairman of Hyderabad Selection Committee. Hari Mohan has written some books on cricket, so he is part of us again. I'll begin with Arshad. Arshad, you've been part of Hyderabad when the team was doing exceptionally well, gave the team so many India players. Times have changed, of course, but can you just reflect on those good old times?
Well, not only when we were playing, I think, earlier than that, if you look at it, a lot of players have played for India from Hyderabad. Right from Mr. M.L. Jaisima, Ghulam Ahmad Saab, and Abid Ali, Abbas Ali Beg. There were so many players who have played for the country during that time. And after that we came in, Shivlal, myself, then Narasimha Rao, and then Venkatpati Raju, all these players have come in. I would say that, the main, the glory, whatever we had, it is all because of the process what we had at that time. The process was really good. We had a process where, right from the beginning, if you look at it, that, we were playing probably 25, 30 matches every year to prepare ourselves for a first-class game, Ranji trophies and all that. And nobody got a chance just like that. See, all of us had to score so many runs. I don't remember a year where we have not scored more than 500 or 600s. And I don't remember a year where we have not taken more than 100 wickets when you are called for a Ranji trophy then. Today, the process is slightly different. But then again, during that time, the players, although, I would like to say that, the talent has, there has never been a dearth of talent. The talent is always there. But if you have the right process to nurture that talent, I think, it will make a huge difference. And during that time, if you look at 1987 Ranji Trophy win, that is the only Ranji Trophy win we have from Hyderabad, post-independence, if you look at it. Before that, there was one, I believe, in 1938. But this particular victory was so sweet that, after so many years, almost 49 years, we have won the Ranji Trophy. Until now, we have done nothing after that. Although we have been featuring in, if you look at it, that, lots of time, Hyderabad has featured in semi-finals of Ranji Trophy. But unfortunately, after that, we have not won any Ranji Trophy. I think, as I said, that, players have, although there was enough talent during that time, I also feel that there is enough talent now. Only the process is not the right thing. And things what happened during that 1987, throughout the year, if you look at all the matches, Hyderabad played brilliantly. Hyderabad played brilliantly and everyone contributed. Everyone. Each one of the players have contributed during that time and it made it happen.
I remember, I was just looking at the scores of the final. You had 174. I mean, that was a very match-saving innings in the first innings. And then Vijay Mohan Raj sealed it with the double 100. And I had friends in the Hyderabad team and Delhi team also. I was feeling bad for the Delhi team, the way Vijay Mohan Raj went about his knock. So your memories of those good old times when Hyderabad was doing really well?
Mine is a little different take on this. I've been born and brought up in Bombay. So my foundations and of cricket have happened in, the nurturing in school, college has happened in another city. It's common knowledge that in those days, Bombay used to win the Ranji Trophy. They won it 42 times. Bombay has been the Ranji champions. So the way Bombay cricket was played was different from the way it's played at that time in different parts of the country. And therefore, there was so much domination over there. Now, I agree with what Arshad says is about process, because if the process is right, then you will produce results. Okay? Now, my take on that is that had the process been right, then from 1938 till now, we would have won the Ranji Trophy many more times. Now, coming to the 1987 victory, we have two of my colleagues over here, Shivlal and Arshad. I have a take on that was probably, in my opinion, administratively, the worst ever year in Hyderabad. But because of the tenacity of the players who played at that time, I would say we won the Ranji Trophy in spite of the system, not because of it. So that is my take on my memory of that particular time. Now, coming to if you're going to the past, Hyderabad has produced some very fine cricketers. They have, I can recollect that when I was playing for Bombay, we played a match against Hyderabad, and I think there were 7 test players playing in the 11, including Mansoor Ali Khan, Pataudi, etc. So Hyderabad has had some very fine cricketers who played for Hyderabad, and also later, we have Lakshman, we have Shiv, we have Arshad, we have so many others who have given excellent service to the country. But as a team, the team wins when from the roots, that is from the schools, colleges, university, and then the senior team, the systems that nurture talent have to be right. If you go by statistics, we have to introspect whether we were right, we did some good things or we did not do good things. But statistically, I don't think we had the fortune of having the best cricketing systems existing in the state to produce players as like a machine, year after year. It didn't happen. Today, I mean, I thought the topic was cricket at the crossroads. I think the crossroad was in 1987. When we won the Ranji Trophy, we won the Irani Trophy. And that was the time to gear up and work on taking the next step. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Because if we had taken the next step from there and learned on what we can do better than what we have done, probably we would have won the Ranji Trophy many more times after 1987. It did not happen. So I feel that today's scenario is unfortunately, cricket in Hyderabad is in the pits. It's very bad. And now the advantage of this situation is that from now on we can build a system which is the correct system to produce, to nurture younger players and bring them to an international level. We have an excellent opportunity that from now on all of us get together, we introspect, and especially those cricketers who have played for the country, who have the cricketing acumen, who have the experience, should get together today and start working on a system, create a system that will nurture the game, the players in coming forward. I think this is, you could say, in adversity there is an advantage. And the advantage today is that there's no excess baggage now. We have to build from here. And I think that's what's, I've been involved from the last 4 to 5 months in that process. And I'm very positive that we will come good in the next, very soon, maybe in the next 2-3 years. We will definitely come good.
Hari, you were part of that legacy. I mean, you knew Mr. Jaisimha and Beg and all very personally, and then being part of the team in '87, that was your debut year. So, how much of it can you bring forward?
So it's interesting when Vijay talks about adversity, right? And that being possibly one of the worst years administratively. So I'm no one to comment on the administration at that time. But it was interesting because there was a players panel formed on that year. There were a lot of senior cricketers who felt they had a point to prove. So either you're driven by passion or you're driven by wanting to prove a point. So there were a lot of senior cricketers who really wanted to prove a point. They got together. It was a good mix of people, seniors, youngsters, a lot of experience coming into it. So you realize that a lot of factors had come in and there was seriously one purpose, and which drove the entire team. Of course, we had good leadership, and Shiv was there, Arshad, Tony, all of these people, Azim, all of them guiding us. But then the question always remains, why haven't we not been able to replicate it? And I was having a chat with Bobby Narasimha Rao, who was the captain then, and I asked him the same question, several years later, of course, because in retrospect, a lot of wisdom comes to us. So Bobby said something very interesting, and he said what I think both Arshad and Vijay have said, that whatever we had got together, all the elements that we got together that year, we kind of let loose. So several of the youngsters fell off, maybe some of the seniors also fell off, because whatever came together was not nurtured. And if it had been nurtured, if the process had been brought in then certainly we could have won the Ranji Trophy because there's absolutely no doubt on this that we have enough talent. Never has been doubt. It's just that are we getting the right elements together, right? So I believe process is about getting the right leadership, and the right leadership is very important because they continuously guide us. The right people in all the right places, right? Setting the right processes. And I think the moment everybody is accountable, pretty much everything falls into place. And accountability is about results. Results haven't been great, so when the results aren't so good, we have to look back and figure out what to fix in the process. So currently there is fixing of the process going on, and hopefully we will obviously be judged by the results that follow.
Arshad, how much of fixing of the process has to be done? Because you have seen it happening from inside and from outside, where Hyderabad became almost a laughing stock, losing to unknown teams and struggling to stay in that league. At one point, a couple of seasons ago, the team was all out for 27. So how do you look at it?
Vijay, here, let me go back to, when last I was the president, 14 to 16, we had a process, and I asked Narasimha Rao to come in from Ireland, and I asked him to take over the academy. And we set up a process then. And we were not figuring it out in the knockout itself. We were absolutely, second or from the last or third from the last. We were doing that. And then when we started our academy, I think Narasimha Rao actually set it up really well. And what happened was that at that particular time, then we started our process of, taking those 30 cricketers who have been doing well for Hyderabad, and we put them through the process. And we had long camps, and we had long runs and physical fitness and everything. The result was that we also hired a coach from outside. Bharat Arun was a coach at the time. And what happened was that we went to quarterfinals. And that was a great process. We played so many matches. I think we played 5,500 matches during that time. And that particular year, everything, we had our under 19, our under 16, our 22, every team did really well. Then, the changeover of the thing. Then I had to step down after the Lodha thing, and then other people took over, and they abandoned the academy. There was no academy then. So I think, these things, if somebody is coming because, somebody established something, somebody is putting down something, that actually, affects the whole issue. And the process has to be right. As I said that, there are no bad intentions here from anyone. I feel that everybody has got some good intention. There are only bad ideas. If you implement bad idea, then, you get to the end result will be bad. So I think, the idea should be really good, practical, and it should be processed properly. And if it is there, then I'm sure that, the future is very bright for Hyderabad. Because as I said that there is no dearth of talent as such. Talent, there is tremendous talent. Only thing is that, how you nurture it properly. If you're going to have a, academy of 100 people, then you can hardly find anybody, getting the right attention. You need to have selective people, selective boys who have done really well for Hyderabad and has got real talent. You can nurture them properly. So that is something which we need to identify, we need to put in place, and we need to work towards that. See, if you look at it, that I will give an example of last year. Last year, every team had so many players playing. Every match, there was a change of 4 or 5 players. And how is that, it's going to be possible for us to sustain that? So now all those players who have played during that time are in the camps. And that camps are of those people who are not good enough. So I think, we needed to, I'm not saying anyone has taken a bad decision here, but the point is that the process was bad earlier, and because of that, those people are finding themselves in these, academies and all that. So I felt that, right people, right jobs, right selections and all that will make a huge difference.
Vijay, you have a very important role now in the academy, and so what do you have in mind? I mean, what kind of changes do you look at in terms of infrastructure, providing the facilities to young players?
Like Arshad has just said, the process has to be right, and the right people have to be at the right place. So if you want to win, then the best people should play for you. The best people will play for you only if the right people select you. And the right people who are selectors have to have the backing of the administration. So that means the thought process has to be towards winning a competition. It should not be of only giving an opportunity for certain people to represent the state. I know it sounds very cheap for me to say this, but a lot of our energy is spent on making people play for the state. I personally feel that if we are honest with ourselves and we are making the right, and we have to make the right decision, then the direction has to be only one way. The best people have to be involved with the sport. In sport, the margin of error is very less. And today, with the evolution of the game, in all the 32 states that represent BCCI, today Saurashtra, which was the last state in the West Zone, wins the Ranji Trophy a couple of times. So it's all changed now. The equations have changed. So they are all working towards success, towards making the best people come and represent the state. If the best people represent the state, then obviously the country, the best team will also come and represent the country. So in short, what I'm trying to get across is that in the academy that I have now I've taken charge since the last 4 months, I am striving to make the system conducive to the fact that the best people come in and play. And I totally agree with Arshad that you can only nurture talent if you have able to give them quality. And you can only give quality if you have a limited number of people with whom you focus on. At one time, you cannot focus on a large number, hoping, especially when you're going in for a competition, hoping that somebody will come good from here. You have to be decisive. You have to pick those, in your opinion, honest opinion, that these are the best people I think are going to be playing for the state this year. And I think you got to focus on that and then go for a competition. If we follow this method across the board, I'm sure that we will come out with a system that will keep on nurturing talent, keep on producing winners time and time. Now please remember, individual sportsmen, especially people like Shivlal, Arshad, and many people who played for the country, let me tell you that they were so talented that they could play for the country in spite of the fact that they did not get the best inputs. I can tell you that. Because I, being a coach, I personally feel that when I played my cricket, I did not know anything what I know today. And I'm sure all these people who were so talented, had they been given the same inputs that today's cricketers are getting, I'm telling you, they would have been far, far better than what they were at that time. So I will compliment the people of the yesteryears, the people who played for the country, the talent that we have been able to produce in the past, that they came in and played in spite of the system, not having the best solutions to sportsmen which we have today.
Selections, because 87 good selection, they won the Ranji Trophy. You were a selector earlier also, and now you are back as a chairman. So how are you going to tackle this? Last season we were told 28 players represented Hyderabad at different...
it's 37.
During the whole season, what, 28, 26, whatever?
No, it's 37. So 37 players represented.
Yeah, so how are you going to tackle
formats.
this? Because this is a very major issue, and that's why they've probably given the assignment to you. They expect you to deliver. So how are you? Is it a very, very difficult job you're going to face, or tougher than your fast bowling role in the Hyderabad team?
Yeah, definitely tougher than fast bowling. Yeah, we are transitioning, right? I'm no one to comment on the processes that happened earlier, but definitely what we figured out is consistency in the selection process. Consistency, staying with the kind of people we pick, having a clear vision, all of these help. There's no point being inconsistent in the selection process. Right now, we are looking at a largest pool. If you look at it, I mean, we can't suddenly transition from and go very hard at the whole process, because there are players who played, who performed in the earlier parts. We also have a large pool which has not been covered yet, where I think there's a large talent pool, which is the districts part. So now, thanks to the new administration, we now also have a districts team. We have several districts teams in the B division. We're trying to bring in people. We'll look at more ways to actually see whether there's a lot more talent coming out of those. So there's an interesting story of one boy I've met in the B division. He bowls a very short run up, bowling in one selection match, and he bowls well. And you're asking him, how come you bowl from this short run up? He says, he has a small farm, and he says, in my farm, we bowl in the farm. And this is the only space I have to bowl. This is my run up. I mean, my run up is limited because my area is that much, right? So you have several such stories, and there are 5 or 6 of them who are looking good to go into the under 23s. So now what we are looking at is bringing in more consistency, bringing in more rigor in the selection practice itself. This whole idea of giving a chance, let's give him a chance, should go out, and only those who are very elite performers consistently over a period of time have to play. And this has been communicated to the players as well. The idea is to be compassionate to all players and their goals, because everybody is putting in their efforts. And to me, compassion is not making it soft for them. Compassion is making it hard for them so they become stronger. So that has also been conveyed to them. If results are not there, you're not scoring, you're not taking wickets, you have to go back to process. And you all have a longest shelf life today. And you can come back next year. But don't expect us to make it easy. Don't expect us to carry us on your shoulder. So this is the vision. This is what we are communicating also. And there is enough rigor in the selection process. So we'll hopefully get there. And I always admire Bombay and Bombay selection because when I see Arjun Tendulkar playing for Goa, you know that Bombay selectors are not going to be influenced by anything, not by pedigree, not by legacy, not by anything. And I'd love to get there.
Arshad, final round of questions. How do you look at things ahead? I mean, what do you expect Hyderabad to do this season or maybe the next one? What kind of changes do you visualize or you would want to happen?
The foremost is that, as I earlier said, that, let us start the right process first. When you have the right process, then, the end result normally will be good. And we have to have that process going on. And see, the selection process is such that that's where the whole problem starts. You need to, even if you find, say, about 75 players who are competing to be in the Ranji Trophy, give them a chance in trial games. Let them have a trial game. Let them play, all of them play at least 3, 4 matches. Let them, play against better competition. And see that, out of that, how many are going to come up with better performances and consistent performances. Those are the things which I think, will make much better. You need to expose them. Let it be anyone who has performed, to a level of, certain amount of consistency. Let him get a chance. You give him a chance and see that, only the performance will count. Ultimately, only the performance will count. Give him a chance and see that, how he's going to perform in different scenarios. And then pick the best from there. One process is that. The other process is that those who have been picked, put them in the academy and then, go through with them through a complete process with them also. Right from your physical fitness to your skill levels, everything you have to go through with them. And make them understand, today if you look at that, if you look at a player, skill-wise, he might be here. But mentally, he might be here. So how do you raise his mental bar? You have to raise his mental bar also. So that has to be worked out. So what we need to do is that it has to be an overall development of those players. And the remaining ones, they can compete again. They can go back to the basics and then, come up and perform really well for the next time. So there has to be a continuous process for this. And then if you have some talented players out after that 30 plays, form a different group. Form a different group and give them a different kind of, opportunity. Make them play, maybe you have got state B teams who can play. Expose them against them. So that, they also get an opportunity. They'll be ready for the next year. They'll be ready for, competing again with the best of the lot. So I think, if these processes corrected and done, I think we will definitely have some future for Hyderabad. And as Vijay said earlier, that, continuity has to be there. There has to be a continuity. If there is no continuity, then I don't think, every time the process will fail. And then, again, you're trying to, collect the things, which is not right. I think some things has to be in place and it has to continue. Look at, Karnataka, if you look at that. They have an academy going for such a long time, and now they have been producing cricketers all the time. So we need to have some kind of a base where, we have to produce those cricketers which are required for the state level as for the country. Once you have got a good players in the state level, automatically they will perform and they themselves will represent for the country. So we need to go through a really good process and robust process where, we don't, lean into influences. And then probably that is the time that, things will start looking really good for Hyderabad.
So Vijay, the onus is on you now. Good academy to produce good players.
Yeah, that's right. The onus is definitely on me right now. And I have to put my actions where my mouth is. Now I have to do that. But yes, I have taken over at a time when things are not very much organized. We are in a transition period, and with the help of the administration and their faith in me, I'm trying to implement a few things, which I think will happen eventually. But like Arshad said, and I said earlier, there has to be continuity. We can't be changing the gears when we have to be at top gear at the time when the competition is there. I have certain views. Those views may be debatable. They may be contrary to many other people. I think we should be discussing those and coming to some kind of thing. Arsha just mentioned Karnataka. I mentioned Bombay. And they follow a little different system from what we follow. Because we are fortunate enough that we start our season in the month of June. And in Bombay, they start the season in the month of September, October. You are aware of that, Vijay. So there is no cricket that happens before that. And then there is state competition. So what they follow is different from what we follow. So we have certain positives which we have to utilize in order to ensure that we get the best talent. But one thing that strikes me all the time is that the best months of cricket is October to March, actually. The best season is from October to March. What I have noticed over the years is, for various reasons, I'm not going to get into that, we actually finish our local cricket in the month of October, November. And then from November to March, it's only the state teams play. This game has to be enjoyed by the lowest level, that is the people who play for the club. The clubs are very, very important. If we are able to make the cricket in the clubs more enjoyable, more competitive, in the long run, we will be able to get better talent. What is happening is once the state teams are selected, then the interest in the clubs starts waning. And they don't, there have been times when I remember the clubs couldn't field 11, complete 11 after the season was, the state teams were selected. So we have to debate on how we are going to work on the academy, how we are going to work on our cricket as a whole. Because it's not that the academy is separate and the rest of the cricket is separate. It's not like that. It's all linked with each other. So we have to work on creating a system which will happen. It's not happened as yet, but I'm sure it will happen over a period of time.
So Hari, do you promise the Hyderabad cricket fans a good cricket squad to be picked on merit? And how tough are you going to be with the process? Because the biggest pressure comes on the selectors to push. All these clubs will push one of their players to play. So how will it be different this time?
So absolutely. I mean, we will be picking, and there will be absolutely no compromise on that. Primarily because, see, the purpose has to be very clear, that we have to pick up teams that have to win. And once we're clear about our purpose, that our teams have to win, very clearly it is about picking the best people in the fray. Right? So our purpose is very clear. The vision is to pick up teams to win, and we are looking to win. We're putting the past aside. We're only focusing on the future and the present. So the process automatically, the how of the process becomes clear to us because our purpose is there. Now when you talk about, so the next part also becomes evident that we need to build trust. Right now, I think the whole thing is about trust building right now. And if the teams are performing well or not performing well, I think it only reflects a lot on the administration. If administratively we are disorganized or maybe perhaps even dishonest, it will affect the way the team is. So the teams reflect.
Can we just check if he's... Huh?
He's left.
Oh, okay. Because I just wanted to ask Shiv, if he could say something on what he expects. And so finally, I'll have to ask you this question is, we have had a lot of players who have come and played for India from Hyderabad. So if you can say something about each of you on this new talent called Tilak Verma, who's supposed to be absolutely stunning as a cricketer. And all of them are talking about him in the long run. He'll play for cricket for long. So each of you, if you can just tell us a word about Tilak Verma and where do you place him in today's cricket?
Tilak is a great talent, actually. The way he is, specially, adapted in 2020, the way he has played in IPL, I think it was I could see the great change in him. Suddenly, he started being aggressive, and aggressive with a purpose. Not just, playing grass shot. He's playing with a purpose now. And that goes to show that the mental maturity what he has. And he has got a right balance of everything on his shoulders. I think how to win the matches. So these are the traits of a champion cricketer. So he has got it in him. I'm hoping that, in the future he'll make all those things work.
Vijay, if you can add to it.
Well, I agree with Arshad on Tilak Verma, whatever he said. I would also add Siraj to the same category because these are extraordinary, highly skilled, talented individuals who have, but most important, what you are seeing between these people is that their mental strength is very good. They're very, very strong mentally. So that's how they've been able to adapt themselves to different situations. And if you see the background from where they come, I think they've done extremely well, especially Siraj. He's really adapted himself extremely well. So if you were asking me what I would do at the academy is, any high performance athlete, a high performance player, I think 70% is mental strength. 30% would be the other things, ability. Once he reaches that level, he has to be mentally very strong. So what we are now, since I have taken over, we are working in the academy is, we do a program on mental strength at least once a week. We try and explain to the students what is actually required of them, and which I think is the way forward. You know, like I said, we all evolve over a period of time. We learn new things, and then what we learn and what we can impart to the next generation is very important. So this is how I think it is, and I can assure you all that what I have seen talent in the last 4 to 5 months at the academy, I can tell you that the new lot which will come in from the under 23 and the 19 is going to be excellent. So I see a good future for Hyderabad cricket, and we hope that we are able to consistently keep at it and be able to nurture them for a longer period of time.
Final word, Hari.
On Tilak Verma. Tilak and Siraj, both of course coming out of a place where the team hasn't done well, but they've done extremely well. So it indicates very clearly, of course, their mental strength. They're both learners. They both adapt. I think each game they try to learn more. So very humble, very aware of their strengths and weaknesses, good leadership thought. So extremely good, and both of them are doing extremely well, and I'm sure great futures ahead for both of them.
You want to say?
Yeah. With regard to Siraj, I was going to say that when Tony mentioned here, Siraj, when he started playing cricket for the leagues actually, and before that he used to play tennis ball cricket. He used to come from a background where, hardly people used to understand that he used to skip, when we selected him in the academy, he used to skip practice sessions. So when I called him and I asked him what's going on, he said, somebody told me that, he had to run the house and he gets 1,000 rupees a match to play that 2020 tennis ball matches, those, hardball matches he used to play. We brought him actually, at that point of time, we brought him right from there. We have put him in the selection process where he performed well and straight away played under 22 on that, and he performed in under 22. The same year, he got selected for Ranji Trophy. He played last match of the Ranji Trophy that year. But the next year was completely changeover. When Bharat took over, he completely changed over, got 48 wickets in the Ranji Trophy. Has done, he never looked back. So that kind of a mental ability he had. He came from a background, rough background, but he had that kind of a mental ability. He adapted so well, and he continued with that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. I hope Hyderabad cricket recovers its glory. They hope the right people listen to what you have told them. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for an insightful session on the legacy of cricket in Hyderabad. I now request Mr. Vijay Lokpalli to present our guests with a token of appreciation. Thank you all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a strong start to the day. Let's keep it going by discussing another important facet of sports, community building. To give us more perspective, there's no better person than the one who has experience in both aspects. C.V. Anand, former Hyderabad cricketer and Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad. A die-hard sportsman, Mr. Anand played cricket for Hyderabad at all age group levels. He even toured England with India under-19 team before joining the Indian Police Service. Anand has an experience of more than 13 years in metropolitan urban policing and as one of the brightest sports persons of his time. We look forward to his inputs on the topic at hand. Can we all put our hands together and welcome Mr. C.V. Anand? Requesting all of you to kindly settle down. Please be seated. Over to you, sir.
Is it a break, tea break? Maybe we should wait for 5 minutes or so. I'm extremely honored to be here today on the invitation of Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO, the Hindu Group, Mr. Ayon Sengupta, editor of Sportstar. Sportstar is a magazine which we have been reading right since our childhood, and the other friends of the Hindu group and the cricketing fraternity especially, whom I see here. The topic given to me is sports for community building. It's a very common sense type of topic. Everyone knows how important sports is for any community, any country, or any society. In fact, any resident welfare association also, if they have some type of sports activity, it becomes a much better place to live in. Now, I'll just start off with this quote by Margaret Wheatley, which says, "There is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about." So, sports is something which falls into that, and once a community realizes that sports is something which brings together everyone, fosters so many other outputs and results. As a nation, we move forward, and as a country, as a state, also we tend to be together. Now, sports as such, if we take the outer meaning, what is it? It is physical activity. It involves all the other specialist areas, the Olympic sports and all. But even activity like doing your yoga or doing your pranayama, these also would be part of that. And when I go for walks in the KBR Park, I see huge groups of them doing this yoga and also having that laughter pranayama where 100 of them, suddenly they go off and laugh. That's a type of yoga, they say, and gives them great enthusiasm. Now, those 100 people there, that's a community, and they're all together for a purpose. And the type of joy I see in their faces is something which, gives meaning to this topic, sports for community building. Now, what do we see in the present scenario? When we were young and there was not so much of TV or so much of screen time, there was not so much of WhatsApp and so many social media outlets. Now you see everyone getting stuck with their cell phones, just staring into it. We are having real problems in doing our bandobast. The younger batches, 2018, 20, most of the time we are having to warn the SIs who are of these batches and constables who are recruited newly. We post them on duty and they are busy watching their cell phones, letting the traffic go haywire, letting agitators get into buildings. You know, this is something which we all, as we are in a certain age group here, and this is a real challenge to this aspect of sports, to act as a community builder. This is what we have today. In those days, we had a lot of spare time. We had school, we came back, we played in school, we came back, we played in the colony. We had about 30 or 40 of us playing all sorts of games, seasonal games, you know, from cricket to I Spy to Lattu to Patang, flying kites for 2-3 months, I remember. And what joy. I mean, now if we take our children, I've tried with my sons to make them fly kites. They're just not interested. It doesn't interest them. Okay, they may have their own interests, but that is more to do with sitting down at one place and looking into things and playing those computer games. And I don't know if we can call that sport, because sport is something, I feel it has to be physical. And we need to move our limbs, we need to, because that activates so many other hormones and enzymes and other brain connected activities. It brings about cohesion, it brings about understanding of our own self and relationships with people. This may not happen when you sit individually and play a computer game. So with this scenario in the present times, and when students, it started in our time where this techno school started, Chaitanya, Narayana, young students in the class 6 to 8 to 9 were transported from these schools and put on those 16 to 18-hour schedules to pass their IITs, to pass their medicine entrance exams. And of course, they had success because they specialized in it, they cracked those exams, they got top ranks. I can cite the examples of many of my own classmates who, after 12th, who were excellent sportsmen, in fact, went into this, and they went to US, they made millions of dollars perhaps, but finally, that was just 1 or 2 of them. What happened to the remaining? What happens is, sports develops life skills, which perhaps it doesn't allow the other academics to develop in a certain person. Life skills are very necessary to lead our lives. We may be very good in our academics, we may pass these exams, we may get high-flying jobs through them, but finally when you enter and you want to manage that organization, you are interacting with several types of people. Just 2 human beings are enough to create controversy, as you know. Husband and wife also is enough. 2 friends are enough. And politics start when 2 humans stay together. So, when in such a complicated scenario, how do you manage all these people? How do I manage my 18,000 Hyderabad city police? How do I manage my 35,000 people when I was in CISF? That is the biggest challenge. How do I manage my organization when I am a leader? That is what sports teaches us if we are involved in that. That is the biggest contribution sports gives to any human being. That's what has been my experience. If anyone says, you are a very good police officer, you are different from others, I say, thank you cricket, thank you tennis, and thank you so many other games I played. Because I have seen how it feels to be dropped unfairly. I have seen how when you're a captain, you are on top and you can lead. I have seen how you have to be just a bowler or a batsman and you have to be part of the team. This handling of egos of several individuals is what is the most important thing which sports teaches us. Apart from this, the power of sports, what it does to nations. China, so many gold medals. And what do we feel about China? Such a powerful country. Okay, economics on one side, the biggest GDP turnover, America on the other side, first and second in the world parameters on economic growth. But on the other side, we also see them taking the maximum medals in the Olympics. And what is the image the nation gets from that? Such powerful nations. So, sports is not just for its own, it's for the image of a nation, it's for the image of a country. Now just see what 4 into 100, 400 runners have done to all of us. What Neeraj Chopra has done to all of us. We feel so proud. What are the names? Rajesh, Ajmal, Jacob, Anas. The way they ran the other day, have you seen that? 4 into 400. I've never seen anyone running like that. Why is that happening? Why is it that I used to be a runner. I used to have 11.2 timing in 100 meters. In those days when the national record was 10.8 in school and college. But we have never had any type of encouragement. What was the future? We played cricket at such a high level. What happened after that? There's no security for life. You know, you went home, you had to hide yourself, you had kit bags, you had to keep it outside on the compound wall, slip out without saying that I'm going to a friend, and then take your kit and go and play cricket. Those were the days when people at home never understood what it meant, because it never gave you a way of living your life. What? Em chestavara aadi. That was a sentence in Telugu. In Hyderabad, is like, kya bakwas kar raha. Even Siraj faced that, he told me. He was to earn 1,000 rupees every day to, run his family. His father's earnings through auto driving was not enough. So these were the conditions, and it's hats off to Siraj for coming out of that. Then things are changing slowly. Even today, parents expect children to put studies as a priority, but things are changing. This is happening because the government is thinking slightly differently. There are Khelo India games. There are, in several age groups, and slowly talent is coming out in several. We see medals being won in shooting, in wrestling. Then we have now runners. We saw in the last Olympics also, they're almost there. Perhaps in a few more years, we will see them winning some medals. And in every area, we see some sort of mobility on the aspects of sports. What it does to a nation of 140 crore people, it lifts our spirits. We feel great. Everyone is, when Sindhu wins a championship, the entire country is rooted and watches her. When Neeraj Chopra throws the javelin and wins the world championship, we feel so proud. So we need more moments like this to enjoy, to facilitate, to felicitate ourselves, to greet ourselves. So that's what it does to a community, to gives it impetus to do better. Apart from that, I have used sports for community building all along through my 32 years of police service. Every posting, everywhere, is the easiest way, especially for a public, interactive department like police, to just, get into the public, get accepted by them a little more, because our jobs are tough. Though people benefit from it, they need us 24/7, but in discharging those duties, sometimes mistakes are made. There are some bad apples, bad grapes who spoil the reputation. There are 95% good officers, but when some things go out of hand, it is this community which, if it is on our side, then we tend to overcome those crises. And the best way to do it is through sports. I've known sports, and I've used it to such a maximum extent in policing all through the every posting which I did, all over the state, the United State, and then in Telangana now, all the districts, the rural areas, we used to have these sports tournaments, and that's the best way to bring them. All games which were popular, right from kabaddi, volleyball, just organize them. The local inspector, SI were told to organize these games. And, once these games are organized, they tend to get into a type of cohesion with the police on one side and the government on the other side. When we faced the Naxalite issue right through the 90s, this was one of the biggest sports, this biggest channel through which we could reach out to the people who were scared of the police, because they didn't know what we were going to do the next moment. Were we going to cordon and search the village, bring them to the police station, beat them up? They just were not. So sports was the best way to get to them, organize whatever we could in those tough times, and still slowly you started feeling more and more comfortable. And finally, after 15 years of effort, you could see that sports was one of the methodologies, apart from several other measures like rehabilitation, rewards, encounters took place, and wiping out of the issue. Now you don't see any trace of Naxals, where every day there used to be some blasts or some other issue in the state. I think you all remember those days. So that being the power of sports and the power of sports in a community, what I would say is it also leads to inclusivity and diversity. And people of all walks of life, they tend to get included in those activities. IPL, the way it is celebrated. I remember earlier Test cricket, one-day cricket, where sports were types of tournaments liked by connoisseurs of cricket. Those who understand, who want to sit the whole day and can watch 10 overs of defense, how well he's defending. That is what Puritans like us do, But how many of the people would like to see that type of cricket? So in came T20. And you can see those on the borderline who heard about cricket, who said, okay, there's something exciting going on. They started watching, and you see how there's a total change in the way cricket is played, and the focus and the tournaments which are going on all over we cannot stop it. We have to adjust. We have to, in fact, T10 is something which is a true likelihood, and because people don't have patience even for 3 hours, they want it to be finished in 1.5 hours. So maybe that is the next thing which will happen. Another important thing for the community through sports is health. Now I talked about how health, the yoga and the practices in KBR Park. But just imagine our children, the youngsters, the types of diseases which are being reported now. Heart attacks, we see so many collapsing in a gym, collapsing here, collapsing there. Now why does this happen? Suddenly they want to exercise when they have not. This non-exposure to sports and building up of all these other diabetes and blood pressure at young ages. Our bodies are not designed like that. Human bodies are designed for very, very hard work actually. But if we don't give it that hard work, then it is going to go in other directions. We are going to develop all sorts of problems, neural problems, physical problems, and mental problems. If you see ecologically and historically, anthropologically, our bodies can take any type of work which we subject it to. So we need to stretch out, and the best way to do it is through sport. So this has to come in, and community development, which we talk about, will definitely happen. There will be better health parameters. There will be lesser people with diabetes, lesser people with blood pressure and heart attacks and all such things. So this is one more thing which we need to take forward. I have given 15 minutes. I don't know, Vivi, you have to tell me if over. So we can go on and on. It's such a, I mean, I'm just expressing what we all know actually, and it needs to be just put out and spoken about. Then strengthening of community bonds is something which sports really helps. This is the last point which I would like to speak about. What happens is sports brings people together. The entire nation feels happy when India wins the World Cup, and the entire nation feels sad when we get knocked out unreasonably. So as a nation, the only other time when we feel like that is in a war. Kargil war, okay. All of us felt great about it. Now if we lose something, then if it goes on for unreasonably long time, then we feel differently. Similarly, as I said earlier, it uplifts the nation and gives us good feelings and good feel about our own country. So in the end, I would like to quote Ellen Kohler, who said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." So I thank the Hindu group for inviting me today for this conclave which they are having. And I wish everyone all the best. I wish Hyderabad Cricket Association, as I saw them, to take us out of this depth, this shame which we have gone into, and get it back its past glory. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone.
So requesting you to kindly stay here on the stage, please. Thank you, Mr. Anand, for a thoroughly illuminating session. We look forward to seeing some of these ideas take shape in Hyderabad in the time to come. I now request Mr. Ayon Sen Gupta, editor Sportstar, to honor Mr. C.V. Anand with a memento as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you again for joining us today. Anyone following sports knows that we are all headed towards the Paris Olympics. Spearheaded by Olympic champion Neeraj Chopra, India, over the years, has seen a flourishing talent pool of athletes who are either making or looking to make a mark on the global stage. Our next panel focuses on this theme, gunning for Olympic glory. To moderate this panel, I invite the sports editor of The Hindu, Mr. K.C. Vijay Kumar. Over to you, sir.
It's Gagan Narang and Prabhula Kashyap, please, to the stage. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Gagan and Kashyap and I have a pretty onerous task because this is last session before lunch. So we got to keep you guys involved and hopefully also help all of you build a good appetite for the lunch. And of all that, make all of you fantasize about a lot of medals in the next Olympics in the Paris Games in 2024. Hope we tick all those three boxes, Gagan and Kashyap. But before we dive forward to 2024, I think we should just get back in time a little bit, because the two gentlemen to my right have a London connect. Going back to 2012, Gagan won the bronze in shooting, and Kashyap did such staggering achievement and went all the way to the quarterfinals, and that gave a boost to badminton in the country. So I want the two of you to just get a bit nostalgic about 2012 games and kind of recap your memories. Kashyap?
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. Actually, just not being part of the Olympics, but the whole qualification process was a very tough process.
Okay.
It lasts for a year, our qualification process. So it starts 1 year before the Olympics. And like you, I don't know if everyone knows, but ranking points have to be defended every year. So since 2011, I was in the top 10 of the world ranking. And once the qualification starts, I'll have to defend all my points from the previous year. So it always gets tough, even if you're in the top 10, because once the qualification period starts, you'll have to defend all your points. And actually, it was a very tough year for me. My sister passed away during the qualification period in July, and I almost didn't play an event for 3 months in between the qualification period. So it was a very tough time for me. But frankly, I was far ahead in the rankings as the number 1 from India. But my close compatriot, during those few months, played extraordinarily well. He was reaching quarterfinals and semifinals of events, and he caught up very close to me. And then it was a tough race from, say, October onwards. And we were so close because we both used to compete with each other from under 13 years. And then under 17 years, we fought for a place for the Asian Junior Championships. We fought for a place for the World Junior Championships. Then we were always 1 and 2 in the ranking in India. We just played the National Championships final. So we were very close to each other also. We would always share rooms together. And so this journey towards Olympics was, I think, one of the best experiences I had. I learned a lot from it, to be under pressure, to face challenges. And because I was in national camps from under 16 years, I was always away from the family. Because of this one incident, I got really close to my family. I could understand a lot more things than usual. Even though my Gachibowli was the academy and my house was in Meripatnam, I would probably go once in a week for a couple of hours and come back. I would prefer staying in the national camp and being in that zone all the time. But so I learned a lot of things because of that qualification period. Yeah, somehow I got lucky and I made it. I just made like few more points than my colleague and qualified for the Olympics. And the thing that changed in me was I knew it was a big responsibility. I'm representing India. My coach Gopi sir made sure that I realized that, and it just changed a lot of things in me. The way I trained, the way I approached training. Basically responsibility. Till then I was a little careless, I would say. I mean, I would just depend on the coach and depend on my parents and not think much about it. But somehow the qualifying for Olympics and being part of the Indian team and changed a lot of things in me. Got a lot of responsibility. I'm representing India. I have to do well. Everyone's looking at me. I need to prove myself. I need to prove that we are a competitive nation in badminton. Although we had the world beaters, already. We had a bronze medalist in Jwala and Ashwini. We had world number 1, world number top 3 in Saina Nehwal. We had a good mixed doubles pair in Jwala and Diju. So we had good players already. But it just felt that after a long time, men's singles is being represented. And at a top level, I was in the top 10 at that time. So I wanted to prove myself. And so those are the memories. I could beat a top 10 player. I was an underdog. I was ranked I was ranked 16 or 17. I was before the Olympics. So I had a tough draw, and I beat. In my draw, I had 3 players whom I had lost to in the last 4 months. So it was a tough draw, and I beat all of them and made it to the quarterfinals. And I did a good first game against Chongwei, but fell short in the second game. But it was a great experience. And after losing also, I remember Gopi sir telling me that, you belong here. Don't think you have achieved something very great. Quarterfinals, this is where you belong, in the top 8. And think of it as a thing which you will do quite often and think of how do you improve from here. Don't think it is a major achievement. And frankly, I didn't realize that, this was the first quarter-finalist from India, and I didn't even know all these details because I know that Gopi sir played the Olympics. I know a few more played the Olympics, but it was not in my mind. Only after I came back to India, I realized that, okay, this is a big achievement. And, then I remember even discussing with Gopi sir about it, and this is the first quarterfinalist. Then he was like, you know how he is, he says, so what, it's just a normal thing for you. You're doing well and you're reaching quarters and semis of every event. And so he kept me always grounded and made sure I kept improving. So I'm very blessed to have such a coach. It was a great experience. Great experience.
Sharpshooter Gagan, your memories.
So that was my third Olympics. I was not so lucky. I shot my first Olympics in Athens when I was 21. It was like going into a toy store and looking at, all the famous greats. You could see Mary Pierce, you could see Martina Navratilova. You walk into the dining hall, and there are these sporting greats sitting around, and you're walking in like, wow, where have I come? You're rubbing shoulders next to each other. So it was a kid in a toy store kind of a moment. Second Olympics, I was going into the Olympics, I was world number 1. I was touted to be the favorite to win a medal. Of course, things didn't go as planned. I finished 9th with the same score as the guy who was in the final. So there were 5 shooters who shot 595. Abhinav shot a 596, 1 point more than me. And there were 4 shooters who went into the final, and I was out of the final because they had a count-back system. So the last 10 shots, the highest score gets to go ahead of you. So I finished 9th on the same score as 595 and 4 others going into the final. So it was quite a heartbreak for me. I had sleepless nights. My mom was hospitalized because of the stress, and it was a difficult time. But 2 months later, because you have the ecosystem, Kashyap mentioned that, the support system is very important. So my support system sprung into action. You had friends, you had people who encouraged me in Hyderabad, out of Hyderabad, my coaches. So they said, don't worry, take it easy. Let's prepare for the next competition. The next competition was the World Cup final, where I shot a world record. I was the first Indian to shoot a world record. I shot a 600 out of 600. So that was a comeback. Going into London, it was my third Olympics. I had heard stories saying that, 70% of people win in their first Olympics. So going into your third, I'm not sure. I said maybe I'm the 30% that don't win an Olympics in their first Olympics, don't win a medal in their first Olympics. So at the back of my mind, it was a very difficult challenge where, I couldn't take another setback because my parents, so when you're going to the Olympics, you're not the only one playing. Your doodh wala, your paper wala, your maid, your cook at home, your parents, everyone is playing Olympics with you. Your whole support system is playing Olympics with you. Everyone in the media sees that there's only one athlete, but the whole ecosystem behind is actually rooting for you. They have sacrificed something or the other, not going to parties, not going to functions, not having their son on important house functions, no Diwali, no New Year, no birthday, nothing. So it's all, it's all done that way because that is the kind of dedication that going to the Olympics requires. So going to the Olympics, I had this interesting challenge. I had to tell my mother that, I'm not ready. I might not win. Don't worry about it. Because I couldn't afford another shock to her and lose her. So at home, I was telling that, don't worry, I'm not getting a medal. But inside, I had to tell myself, no, this is my last chance. I have to do it. So can you imagine the kind of personality that at that point of time, which was necessary? My first coach, Niranjan Reddy, sitting here, he knows everything. So at home you're balancing stuff out, but when you step out of home, you're in a total different zone. You have to give your best. You have to go out there and win a medal. So that ticker actually reminds me of the medal. So I'll dictate. Nobody knows about this story, so it's very interesting to hear. I hope we have the time left. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So it was my third time, and I was preparing like no one's business. And my coach that time was a Kazakh coach. His name was Stanislav Lapidus, and I had a mind trainer. And the entire team, we went to London. At the pre-Olympic London World Cup, we saw the range, we knew how it was, we went into the games. I told myself that, look, I'm not going to start my shooting unless I settle down. So you had a brief round of sighters when the match starts. So 9 o'clock my match started and slowly ticked away. So until 9:30, It's a 1 hour 45-minute match. So at 9:30, I actually shot my first record shot. So everybody back home was wondering what's happening. He's not started his match. How will he complete? I said, until I settle down, I will not shoot, because you have to calm your nerves down when it's. So I didn't want to take any chances. I didn't want to miss even a single shot. I mean, I had to control my heartbeat. I had to control my mind. Even, believe me, even your nail starts to sweat when you are at the Olympics. So it's absolutely a different experience. Of course, I started shooting. I shot 100 out of 100. Next series was another 100 out of 100. Next series was another 100 out of 100. Next series I shot, it was a 48th shot. And the 48th shot was probably the most difficult shot of my life. Because in Athens, I shot a 8.8 on my 48th shot. I missed the final. 592 I shot, 593 was in the final. In Beijing, 48th shot was an 8.8. I missed again the final. When I came to the 48th shot, my heart was completely beating like no one's business. It was like on maybe like 200 pulse rate or something. I was like, no, don't let this go. So 48th shot, I had to take a break 3 times. And then I shot a 10.7 on the 48th shot. I said, chalo, I have one monkey off my back now. So I said, okay, now next hurdle, now I have another 18 shots left. So suddenly I watched, the clock had 13 minutes on it. And I had 18 shots left. So slowly the clock ticked away. It's exactly 17 minutes, 47 seconds right now on this clock as well. So suddenly the clock started ticking and I'm like taking my time. I shot a 9. So I said, look, I've shot 597 out of 600 many times. If I have to win the Olympics, I have to be in the top 3 bracket. I have to shoot a 598. I am already 2 shots down, which means I am already on 598. I can't afford to shoot another 9. The difference between a 9 and a 10 is one hair's breadth here and there. Just to kind of give you an idea, it's 10 meters away where I am sitting, and the 10th ring is a dot put by a pen on my shirt, let's say, and you have to shoot it from 10 meters away. So that is the kind of stability it requires to shoot an Olympic 10-meter air rifle match. So from 10 meters away, you have to shoot a dot, which is 0.5 millimeters. So 9.9 means instead of, that 5 millimeters, you shot a 0.6 millimeter, slightly like half a millimeter here and there. Less than half a millimeter, actually. So then I came slowly, the clock started ticking. I said last shot is the most important shot because people make or break their events in the last shot. Because you don't let go until the last shot, right? So suddenly the clock started ticking. I had 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. It was a tick, tick. My pulse was beating. I was on and off the target. It was beating so much that it was going off the target, coming on the target. So I said, now how do I shoot? Because it's just going tick, 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 tick. And I'm like, what to do? I took a break. I said, okay. Then everybody's wondering, the clock is ticking. He has 1 minute, 1 shot left. How will he do? He took a break. Again, he has to pick up the rifle. So I picked up the rifle again. Again, I clock started ticking 57, 56, 55, 54. I took a break again because I was not ready because it was moving too much. So then I calmed myself down and suddenly the clock started ticking 13, 12, 11, 10 and 8 seconds, last 8 seconds are left when I shot the last shot, which was a 10.8. And I shot a 598. So after 598, I said, chalo, I have another monkey off my back. Now I can call myself an Olympic finalist, if not anything else. I saw the ranking, I was number 3. There was 599, 2 598s along with me, then 597, 597, 597. So I said, okay, it's going to be a tough fight because in the finals you have only 10 shots. And in those 10 shots, you have to, the fight is between them. And it's not like if you're a good shooter of your country, it doesn't mean, the other shooter is not good. So one shooter of each country is good enough to beat you. And I was the best standing shooter in my time in India. But it might not be that, the other guys also, if he shot a 598, he's also at the same level. At 597, 592, same level. So anything may happen in the final. So I had this Chinese guy next to me. I had a Italian and a Romanian next to me on the other side. The Chinese guy was a little short. So I was overlooking him and I could see what he was shooting. And so I tried to push. At one point of time, I was on number 1. Then I slipped to number 3. I said, yaar beta, thoda sa defensive ho ja. Offensive is not working right now. At least save a 3rd position. I said, theek hai. So I saw on the ranking, normally nobody sees the ranking because they're all focusing on themselves. So I said, no, this is a different kind of motivation I have to give myself. I have to challenge. So I started seeing the score. So when I saw the score, I saw the Chinese is kind of catching up to me. So I had only one target. I shifted to plan B because plan A was not working. When I was a bit offensive, I shot a few nines. If you see the Olympic final on YouTube, you'll know. So I shifted to plan B. I said, okay, now let me see what he's shooting, and then I'll shoot. So I picked up the rifle. I was waiting for him to shoot. He shot, okay, 10.2, take it. And I shot 10.4, okay, 2.2 more than him. Another shot, 10.6, okay, I shot at 10.7, 1.1 more than him. So in the last shot, he understood that I was seeing him. That he is waiting for me to shoot. So on the last shot, he picked up the rifle and he was slowly, you have 45 seconds to shoot a shot, basically. Or 1 minute, I don't remember now. So he picked up the rifle, he's waiting. You now want to play? No problem. I was 0.3 ahead of him. So I said, I have to shoot. If he shoots a 10, even if I shoot a 9.7, I'll still win. If he shoots a 10.3, I shoot a 10.0, I still win. So anyways, he was waiting. He wanted to run me out of time. So that, I don't have time to aim and shoot. So I picked up my rifle much ahead. I said, tu maar le, chala le. So I put my head, he said, okay, I'm shooting. He also shot. So I looked at the corner of the eye, said 10.0. I said, no problem. Patak, 10.7 I shot. मैंने कहा चलो यार, bronze medal जीत गए. अब चैन की सांस लेंगे. So the first thought was that, 3 Olympics and finally the monkey's off my back. So this is a short story I just explained to you in 8 minutes. But the effort is not 8 minutes, not 8 days, not 80 days. It is for more than 800 days. Because when an athlete wins its first medal in any competition, he wants to win the Olympic gold. So Olympics might come for everyone for every 4 years. But for us, Olympics is every day. Every day of our life is Olympics.
So Gagan and Kashyap, has India built on the incremental benefits, of 2012? And our medal tally is still in the single digits. Of course, you have the Neeraj Chopra effect right now. The whole country is thrilled with his exploits. But do you think as a sporting nation, we have built on the successes of the previous years?
Cheating nahi karna. So absolutely, I think we are in a much better space today. I feel that India is on the cusp of a sporting revolution. The amount of interest that is generated today for sport has been unprecedented. I would not like to go into nitty-gritties of what the state is doing, but if you see the overall scenario, I would like to say that yes, and you have to understand that a Neeraj Chopra or a PV Sindhu might be winning that medal, that gold medal, the silver medal in any competition. But the guy who is sweeping your floor in a sports facility also gets benefited. So the whole ecosystem is running now, and it's on the cusp of becoming a sports industry. Sports is now almost on the cusp of becoming an industry because you have so many people involved in the whole ecosystem right now. The system is so thirsty that no amount of manpower will quench its thirst, for sure. There's always need for more. There will always be need for more support. There will always be need for more sportsmen for the country. All that is going to be there. But the kind of influx and the interest that has been generated because of a Neeraj Chopra, PV Sindhu, a Mary Kom, or even in cricket, it's unbelievable, it's immense. And the way it's happening now, if we continue to keep going this way, I think the time will not come when India will be one of the most fierce competitors competing abroad in any competition.
Kashyap?
Yeah, I'm sure it has, what Gagan said is right. The interest generated is so much, so many people taking up the sport. Numbers are more, so more support is required, and we are getting there. I was the first batch of players in the national camp when the actual national camp started, where 6 months we were training together and Gopi sir started it, and I was the senior most in his batch when I was 17 years old. And from then on, if you see, we didn't have we had one coach. We had a team of 10-15 people traveling. We didn't have funding for playing 15 to 20 tournaments, which every other country was doing at that time, just to maintain rankings and get up rankings. So that changed. We were training together. The best in the country were training together. First, that used to not happen. The next thing, we had a physiotherapist with us who was taking care of us since 2009. The national camp started in 2007-06. So we didn't have a physio till then. And in London Olympics, the entire Indian contingent had one physio. The entire Indian contingent had one physio. We didn't have our physio. Our physio came, but he was staying in a hotel outside. And later, I stayed in that hotel, and me and the physio with the badminton team shared a room. And the physio of the badminton team was taking physio sessions with boxers, with wrestlers, with different other sports. There was one physio who came with the hockey Indian team, and then that's about it. So there was no one there. And imagine the Indian contingent had only one physio. So from then on, we have changed we've progressed a lot. Now, in badminton itself, we have 2 physios traveling. We have 4-5 coaches traveling. Just now, the World Championships concluded, and Prannoy won the bronze medal. I can flash back to my World Championships in 2013, where I was ranked 6th, and in my quarterfinals, I didn't have a coach. And that was like after Prakash sir, no one had won a bronze medal or any medal in men's singles. And quarterfinals were that match, and I lost that match leading match point. And I remember Saina was playing on the court next to me, and that was the televised court. Gopi sir was sitting there, and I didn't have a coach for me because obviously on a televised court, Gopi sir has to be there. I mean, and Saina was a favorite to win a medal, and I'm sure I was not the favorite to win a medal, but I was in a match where,
That's when she became your favorite, huh?
Yeah, so I didn't have a coach. So, and now I could see Prannoy having, my colleague before, Guru Saidat and Gopi sir sitting, and I can't imagine the effect it would have had if I had just a coach. My physio came and sat for me at the crucial stages of the match, but I just missed, in crucial points, I just missed the coach there. And it was a history-making match, and I missed it. So the same situation came in Commonwealth Games, and Gopi sir made sure that me and Sindhu were playing the semi-finals and together, and Gopi sir was switching from her court to my court to her court to my court, and he made sure this was happening because I told him the entire year that I missed the medal because of you. I made sure that he's not going to miss my match now, because I know the difference when a coach sits. And then when every World Championships is happening, my memory goes back to that day I was alone. There was no help, and I felt miserable. And so from then on, if you see from 2008, national camps, the physios, the trainers, every year we've been progressing. We are lucky that, we have someone like Gopi sir who was very dedicated to the sport and trying to improve the system over and over and over, working with the system, which is extremely tough. I would just say we are doing a good job, but we need more because the numbers are more. We just have to I just feel we have to beat other countries just with the numbers. That is our advantage, but the system and the support system has to only keep increasing. It is going steadily, it's on the rise, but something more needs to be done. We can't, I know Gagan also would feel, but when someone says that, we have so much population and we have 2 medals, 3 medals or 6 medals, it hurts. As a sports person, it hurts. And we want to be amongst the top nations. And it is possible for us. I don't see, sometimes I look at athletes from other countries, say, suppose we are always comparing to China, in badminton especially. And I feel the athletes from there and the athletes from here, I always discuss with coaches that our guys are so motivated. always willing to work hard and always like extremely thoughtful about the game, and they are quite relaxed because their systems are under place, and then these guys who come, they are not exceptional guys like this working extremely hard and extremely thinking about the game all the time, but they are very relaxed all the time and everything is working for them around, and then they keep producing champions. We are more stressed, I would say, because everyone is stressed about their support system. कि funding कहाँ से आएगा, मेरा ranking गिर गया तो what is going to happen to me, oh shit, my sponsor is going to be missed. And I have faced it in my career because I got injured multiple times, long-term injuries, 6 months, 8 months, and I lost sponsors, I lost funding. Luckily, I earned some bit of money to support myself, and I was making sure I could handle this, but it's not the same for every other sports person. So these kind of things, I don't know. I don't have correct answers in place right now, like exactly how it should run, but we need a better refined system. I'm sure we are working towards it, and hopefully we are doing better in the next Olympics. Yeah.
We do have a demographic dividend, but then the medals don't obviously match it. So what is the kind of wish list both of you have vis-a-vis the government, be the center, be the state level, and the corporates? What more can they do to ensure that this talent translates into medals?
I would say the seniors, especially the ones who are established right now, are getting enough support. Okay. I cannot say that they are not. They are taken care of properly. But when you're thinking of future and you're thinking of 2024, you're thinking of 2028, just keeping Olympics as a target, the next group of players need little more support, and constant support. Because I can see, say for the last 2 years, I can just talk about badminton. I don't know what is happening in the other sports, but in badminton, Japan, China, Indonesia, they are sending almost 20, 25 singles players for 20 tournaments in the year, constantly playing. The current world champion also, Kunlavat, I think he started when he was 16. He's playing international tournaments constantly. So, and everyone are working together and training together and competing with each other and being sent to tournaments and competing against the best in the world. And then eventually when their time is coming, they're already having enough experience. They're quite settled and they know what to do and how to, work their way up in the rankings and how to perform at big events. So that is a little missing here, I would say, especially in the last 3-4 years, that the top players are taken care of. And I sometimes believe that the top players they can take care of themselves. They have so much support, they can take care of themselves. The focus should be on the next batch of players, the next...
grassroots?
I wouldn't say the absolute grassroots. Now, absolute grassroots, I would say badminton has a lot of academies. The support system is quite good there. Everyone has to go through the grind, you just can't... It should not be like so easy for them. Everyone has to go through the grind. But I'm saying the next set of, say the juniors, the under 19, under 18s, under 16s, they need so much exposure. By the time they reach 20, 23, 24, they are having a lot of exposure. And this only happens with a lot of funding. And to develop a world-class coaching system as well. It only happens, this cycle has to keep running. I don't know how many sports, like say suppose, the next set of players, now the current generation, if we want to get into coaching, there is no particular, it's not running like Korea, China or, the other countries where immediately they are offered jobs as coaches with some kind of targets and, they are coming into the system. Here it is not like that. Like suppose if I quit in 2 years and I want to be into coaching, I'm not sure what I'm going to do or how I'm going to do. Either I have my own academy or I'm coming into the system, but when I'm coming into the system, there is no particular path where, I can go as a top 5 player in the world. And even the current batch of players, in 5 years, they will be retiring. What is their part towards helping the Indian team or helping the junior Indian team? Or there's no set rules and regulations or, there's a choice which they can make. But it is very clear in Korea, in Indonesia, in China, these people are offered, they want them to be part of the system, and then they are churning out good players and this cycle keeps running and the players keep coming. So I think this is where we have to work. I feel even one more thing is coaches have to be respected a lot more, have to be paid a lot more. such a tough job. Playing as an athlete, thinking selfishly for myself, it is the easiest thing to do. Coaches, they have such a big responsibility. They are responsible of the careers. Then they have to take care of their parents. Then they have to take care of so many kids like that. It is such a tough job, coaching, but it is not respected enough in India, I would say. Whenever we win, I'm sure we are given good cash awards and everything, but I just feel the coaches are not respected enough, and somewhere that is missing. And then it is not a great, no one's motivated enough to become a coach.
Okay.
You know, especially the top players who have achieved big things. They want to set up their own academies, and I've seen all my colleagues, my seniors, they've all set up their own academies, but no one is into the system working for the Indian team or the junior Indian team. They're just doing their own thing because it doesn't make sense financially for them. I'm not questioning their choice, but somehow the entire system has to become in such a way that first the top players in the country are pushed towards coaching and helping the Indian team, and that can be a good system. I'm not sure how it's going to work and how you have to make it work, but at least these choices have to be given to the top players so that they come into the system and it's making sense.
Gagan?
So firstly, I don't agree with this thought that, we are a country of 140 odd people and, we've not won medals for the country. And China is winning and US is winning. So I slightly want to change the thought process. There are other countries who have lesser GDP than us, who has lesser population than us, but are winning more medals than us. So this is not correlated. In fact, our strength, if you see, for example, a country like Kenya wins more medals than what India does. But in which sport? One or two sport. India has won medals in so many different sports. So, one, we have a diverse playground. And we have a lot of sports doing well. They just need to be tweaked to perform better. So, it's in corporate terminology, it's called operational excellence. So we have to derive operational excellence out of the current system. The system has produced some result, which is the basis of you saying, yes, we should invest in the system. It's produced result. Now is the time to optimize it. And second part of your question is what the corporate should do. You all can see the chandelier. Can you all see the chandelier? Just have a look. This is how the pyramid of the whole sporting ecosystem is. It has to be wider on the base and slowly comes down to becoming a champion. And you see those hooks. Yeah, first tier is academies, then you have state federations, you have national federations, you have athletes, you have physios, you have support staff, you have sports education colleges. Corporates are those hooks in between, wherein the funding to an academy, from an academy to a national federation to the Indian Olympic Association has to trickle down. And that is the role of the corporate today. Without their support, I think it's very difficult to move forward. If you see USA, it's a completely corporate funded program. Their entire USA sport is run from funds that they generate out of corporates. If you see China, it's completely government funded. In India, we have both. But it's time to do more because we are a more diverse country. We are performing in maybe 15 different sports, 15 different events across the board, and more needs to be done.
The last question. What are the challenges in the road ahead to Paris? And we have issues like politics in associations. There's a wrestling federation fiasco that's going on. Athletes in Manipur cannot train, right? There have been straight doping allegations across a few athletes. So how do you see all this pan out in the road towards Paris? I mean...
फंसा रहा है मेरे को सारे controversial question बोल रहे हैं पहले तुम बोलो फिर मैं बोलूँगा
Do you think all this will settle down and the road will be clear?
See, these are problems with any developing country or any developing system. When the system develops, we are like a train. We'll have to change the engine sometimes. We will have to change the bogie sometimes. We will need to mend. So this is a process. And this process has to be a continuous one. You have to start worrying when the process stops, when there's no change happening. But when things are being, when you have to push a huge train towards this destination, there are a lot of things that go into, starting the engine, say, trying to kind of generate that thrust and energy and momentum. So the momentum is definitely started. Now we'll have to kind of optimize, like I said. For Paris, I think we are geared up the way we think we should. Of course, there have been a few challenges, especially with the more popular topics that we read about in the newspaper without nitpicking. But these challenges will eventually get sorted out when you come closer to the games. Because everyone in the whole, believe me, I've been an athlete and now as an administrator, I'm seeing both sides of the coin. And believe me, there's not a person who doesn't want to do good for the sport, but in their own little way. If everyone looks at one direction, which is impossible because it's not possible even in a cricket team for everyone to see in the lone direction. But if we are looking at the bigger goal of winning medals for the country, no one in the ecosystem does not want that to happen. And that's the positive sign in Indian sport today.
To wind up, how many medals, hopefully? Any wild guesses?
That now Kashyap will answer.
I mean, I have to look back at every sport, but I can say from badminton at least 2 medals is a possibility, and I hope we score more medals. But out of my mind, I can say 10 medals.
Okay.
I hope we can get to a mark of 10 medals, which will be a record. Yes, and yes. So I hope we get there, and like he said, like the previous question, I think whatever challenges you're saying, that's a system, and exactly how he's pointed out. We have to be scared if it is stopping, but these things are happening everywhere. It's a system which has to run. But yeah, the number of medals, I think I would be really happy if we could make 10 medals. The last Olympics, the medal ceremony, and especially Neeraj Chopra's medal was unbelievable, and I hope we can have a few gold medals this time, and that'll be great. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Gagan. Thank you, Kashyap. Thank you so much.
That was an illuminating discussion with perspectives from the player's end and that of a coach. So crucial for a layperson's understanding of the effort that goes into prepping players and going through the motions of an Olympic cycle. Thank you, gentlemen. I request Mr. K.C. Vijaykumar to now honor our panelists with a token of our gratitude and appreciation. It's been a morning of conversations around sports that's given us quite a bit to think about. Why not do that over a hearty meal? It's time for us to break for lunch. We will convene again shortly and keep the conversations going. Once again, here's a small reminder to take these insights to your networks on social media. Share your takeaways from this event with the hashtag Sportstar Conclave. See you all shortly.
A little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा देने, महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों के हुनर को निखारने और हॉकी खेल के जरिए उन्हें विश्व चैंपियन बनाने के लिए इंडियन ऑयल की एक अनुकरणीय पहल। हॉकी में नया इतिहास रचने की तैयारी। अब नारी की बारी।
किचन में स्नेहा चिकन जब पेट करे टिंग टिंग तो खाए चिकन विंग विंग और करे सिंग 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 माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग किचन में स्नेहा चिकन किचन में स्नेहा चिकन।
thank you very much to Great Sports Tech and the entire team for giving us this beautiful running track.
Pain physician Dr. Sudhir Dara, who has changed the lives of many people suffering from chronic joint and knee pain and brought joy to their lives. Mr. Dara was born in 1971 in Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh and grew up in Telangana. He studied medical education with interest and he has graduated in anesthesia, but his empathy for chronic pain patients diverted him from anesthesia to research on pain. By using innovative techniques such as platelet-rich plasma therapy, he has successfully treated over 20,000 patients and trained over 5,000 clinicians, providing them with the skills necessary to address the diverse challenges posed by chronic pain. He has innovated non-surgical techniques and regenerative therapies to treat various sports injuries, bringing back them to their full capacity sport activities. Dr. Sudhir Dara's notable works have earned him wide recognition and prestigious awards. Introduction to Regenerative Therapy in India is one of the remarkable works of Dr. Sudhir Dara. Dr. Dara bagged many awards like the Best Pain Physician Award, the India Book of Records, the Rashtriya Gaurav Award, the Indian Ratna Award, the Humanitarian Excellence Award, the National Achievers Award, etc.
South India is a vibrant region with diverse landscapes and rich cultural heritage. Amidst all these, NTPC made its powerful presence with a series of power plants both in thermal and renewable energy. Besides powering nation's growth, NTPC played a critical role in balancing development and environment. Kudgi Super Thermal Power Station in Karnataka showcases NTPC's focus on advanced technology. Besides having supercritical technology-based 3 units of 800 megawatt at Kudgi, a hybrid power plant with both wind and solar renewable sources has also been set up as a pilot project. Simhadri Super Thermal Power Station in Andhra Pradesh is the first coastal coal-fired plant in NTPC and known for its water conservation initiative by sourcing over 85% of its water needs from the sea. The station's efforts in afforestation and support of conservation of olive ridley turtles are really noteworthy. NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company Limited, well known as NTECL Vallur, was incorporated as a joint venture in 2003. Besides sourcing its water needs from the sea, the JV plant features 4.2 km long pipe conveyor ensuring dust-free coal transportation and environmental protection over Ennore Creek. Broadening its portfolio, NTPC started its first coastal, fully liquid fuel-fired Rajiv Gandhi Combined Cycle Power Station in 2000 at Kayamkulam. With 100% allocation to Kerala, the 360 megawatt plant is capable of multi-fuel firing. Known as the beacon of South India, Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station in Telangana sets numerous benchmarks, including commissioning of all its 7 units ahead of the schedule. Its efforts in R&M, 100% ash utilization and increasing green presence in and around the plant are really praiseworthy. Further, Ramagundam is emerging as an energy hub with coming up of Telangana project, which is based on supercritical technology and inbuilt FGD system. While thermal power is soaring, renewable energy is taking momentum for a perfect environmental balance. Ground-mounted solar plants in southern region strengthened NTPC's renewable energy portfolio with running of 5 megawatt solar PV in Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar, 10 megawatt Ramagundam solar PV in Telangana, 250 megawatt Anantapuramu solar power project in Andhra Pradesh, and 230 megawatt Ettayapuram solar PV in Tamil Nadu. Further, moving ahead as an innovative company, NTPC has made a significant stride in floating solar with running of 100 megawatt Ramagundam floating solar PV in Telangana, 92 megawatt Kayamkulam floating solar PV in Kerala, and 25 megawatt Simhadri floating solar PV in Andhra Pradesh. With all these proactive initiatives, NTPC is not only committed to environment-friendly power generation, but also promises a bright and sustainable future for generations to come.
A little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. A little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा देने, महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों के हुनर को निखारने और हॉकी खेल के जरिए उन्हें विश्व चैंपियन बनाने के लिए इंडियन ऑयल की एक अनुकरणीय पहल। हॉकी में नया इतिहास रचने की तैयारी, अब नारी की बारी।
किचन में स्नेहा चिकन। जब पेट करे टिंग टिंग तो खाए चिकन विंग विंग और करे सिंग सिंग सिंग। माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग, माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग। किचन में स्नेहा चिकन, किचन में स्नेहा चिकन।
Thank you very much to Rain Sports Tech and the entire team for giving us this beautiful running track.
Pain physician Dr. Sudhir Tara, who has changed the lives of many people suffering from chronic joint and knee pain and brought joy to their lives. Mr. Dara was born in 1971 in Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh and grew up in Telangana. He studied medical education with interest and he has graduated in anesthesia. But his empathy for chronic pain patients diverted him from anesthesia to research on pain by using innovative techniques such as platelet-rich plasma therapy. He has successfully treated over 20,000 patients and trained over 5,000 clinicians, providing them with the skills necessary to address the diverse challenges posed by chronic pain. He has innovated non-surgical techniques and regenerative therapies to treat various sports injuries, bringing back them to their full capacity sport activities. Dr. Sudhir Dara's notable works have earned him wide recognition and prestigious awards. Introduction to Regenerative Therapy in India is one of the remarkable works of Dr. Sudhir Dara. Dr. Dara bagged many awards like the Best Pain Physician Award, the India Book of Records, the Rashtriya Gaurav Award, the Indian Ratna Award, the Humanitarian Excellence Award, the National Achievers Award, etc.
South India is a vibrant region with diverse landscapes and rich cultural heritage. Amidst all these, NTPC made its powerful presence with a series of power plants both in thermal and renewable energy. Besides powering nation's growth, NTPC played a critical role in balancing development and environment. Kudgi Super Thermal Power Station in Karnataka showcases NTPC's focus on advanced technology. Besides having supercritical technology-based 3 units of 800 megawatt at Kudgi, a hybrid power plant with both wind and solar renewable sources has also been set up as a pilot project. Simhadri Super Thermal Power Station in Andhra Pradesh is the first coastal coal-fired plant in NTPC and known for its water conservation initiative by sourcing over 85% of its water needs from the sea. The station's efforts in afforestation and support of conservation of olive ridley turtles are really noteworthy. NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company Limited, well known as NTECL Vallur, was incorporated as a joint venture in 2003. Besides sourcing its water needs from the sea, the JV plant features 4.2 km long pipe conveyor ensuring dust-free coal transportation and environmental protection over Ennore Creek. Broadening its portfolio, NTPC started its first coastal, fully liquid fuel-fired Rajiv Gandhi combined cycle power station in 2000 at Kayamkulam. With 100% allocation to Kerala, the 360 megawatt plant is capable of multi-fuel firing. Known as the beacon of South India, Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station in Telangana sets numerous benchmarks, including commissioning of all its 7 units ahead of the schedule. Its efforts in R&M, 100% ash utilization and increasing green presence in and around the plant are really praiseworthy. Further, Ramagundam is emerging as an energy hub with coming up of Telangana project which is based on supercritical technology and inbuilt FGD system. While thermal power is soaring, renewable energy is taking momentum for a perfect environmental balance. Ground-mounted solar plants in southern region strengthened NTPC's renewable energy portfolio with running of 5 megawatt solar PV in Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar, 10 megawatt Ramagundam solar PV in Telangana, 250 megawatt Anantapuramu solar power project in Andhra Pradesh, and 230 megawatt Ettayapuram solar PV in Tamil Nadu. Further, moving ahead as an innovative company, NTPC has made a significant stride in floating solar with running of 100 megawatt Ramagundam floating solar PV in Telangana, 92 megawatt Kayamkulam floating solar PV in Kerala, and 25 megawatt Simhadri floating solar PV in Andhra Pradesh. With all these proactive initiatives, NTPC is not only committed to environment-friendly power generation, but also promises a bright and sustainable future for generations to come.
little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. A little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा देने, महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों के हुनर को निखारने और हॉकी खेल के जरिए उन्हें विश्व चैंपियन बनाने के लिए इंडियन ऑयल की एक अनुकरणीय पहल। हॉकी में नया इतिहास रचने की तैयारी। अब नारी की बारी।
किचन में स्नेहा चिकन। जब पेट करे टिंग टिंग तो खाए चिकन विंग विंग और करे सिंग सिंग सिंग। माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग, माय टेस्ट बड इज टिंगलिंग। किचन में स्नेहा चिकन किचन में स्नेहा चिकन
Thank you very much to Rain Sports Tech and the entire team for giving us this beautiful running track.
Pain physician Dr. Sudhir Tara, who has changed the lives of many people suffering from chronic joint and knee pain and brought joy to their lives. Mr. Dara was born in 1971 in Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh and grew up in Telangana. He studied medical education with interest and he has graduated in anesthesia. But his empathy for chronic pain patients diverted him from anesthesia to research on pain by using innovative techniques such as platelet-rich plasma therapy. He has successfully treated over 20,000 patients and trained over 5,000 clinicians, providing them with the skills necessary to address the diverse challenges posed by chronic pain. He has innovated.
South India is a vibrant region with diverse landscapes and rich cultural heritage. Amidst all these, NTPC made its powerful presence with a series of power plants both in thermal and renewable energy. Besides powering nation's growth, NTPC played a critical role in balancing development and environment. Kurgi Super Thermal Power Station in Karnataka showcases NTPC's focus on advanced technology. Besides having supercritical technology-based 3 units of 800 megawatt at Kurgi, a hybrid power plant with both wind and solar renewable sources has also been set up as a pilot project. Simhadri Super Thermal Power Station in Andhra Pradesh is the first coastal coal-fired plant in NTPC and known for its water conservation initiative by sourcing over 85% of its water needs from the sea. The station's efforts in afforestation and support of conservation of olive ridley turtles are really noteworthy. NTPC Tamil Nadu Energy Company Limited, well known as NTECL Vallur, was incorporated as a joint venture in 2003. Besides sourcing its water needs from the sea, the JV plant features 4.2 km long pipe conveyor ensuring dust-free coal transportation and environmental protection over Ennore Creek. Broadening its portfolio, NTPC started its first coastal, fully liquid fuel-fired Rajiv Gandhi combined cycle power station in 2000 at Kayamkulam. With 100% allocation to Kerala, the 360 megawatt plant is capable of multi-fuel firing. Known as the beacon of South India, Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station in Telangana sets numerous benchmarks, including commissioning of all its 7 units ahead of the schedule. Its efforts in R&M, 100% ash utilization and increasing green presence in and around the plant are really praiseworthy. Further, Ramagundam is emerging as an energy hub with coming up of Telangana project, which is based on supercritical technology and inbuilt FGD system.
Santosh?
While thermal power is soaring, renewable energy is taking momentum for a perfect environmental balance. Ground-mounted solar plants in southern region strengthened NTPC's renewable energy portfolio with running of 5 megawatt solar PV in Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar, 10 megawatt Ramagundam solar PV in Telangana, 250 megawatt Anantapuramu solar power project in Andhra Pradesh, and 230 megawatt Ettayapuram solar PV in Tamil Nadu. Further, moving ahead as an innovative company, NTPC has made a significant stride in floating solar with running of 100 megawatt Ramagundam floating solar PV in Telangana, 92 megawatt Kayamkulam floating solar PV in Kerala, and 25 megawatt Simhadri floating solar PV in Andhra Pradesh. With all these proactive initiatives, NTPC is not only committed to environment-friendly power generation, but also promises a bright and sustainable future for generations to come.
A little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. A little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे, वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं, चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा देने, महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों के हुनर को निखारने और हॉकी खेल के जरिए उन्हें विश्व चैंपियन बनाने के लिए इंडियन ऑयल की एक अनुकरणीय पहल। हॉकी में नया इतिहास रचने की तैयारी। अब नारी की बारी।
check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly settle down. Please be seated as we are about to convene the program in next 2 minutes. again requesting you all to kindly settle down. Please be seated as we are ready to get started. Welcome back to the Focus Telangana Sportstar Sports Conclave. This morning, we traced the development of cricket and Olympic sports with focused attention on Telangana. Our first session post-lunch revisits India's favorite game, cricket, specifically the women's ecosystem. To moderate this fireside chat on bringing women's cricket to the forefront, I invite veteran journalist Vijay Lokpalli and Lavanya Lakshmi Narayanan, senior sub-editor Sportstar.
Thank you so much. I hope you all had a good lunch because we have quite a heavy session coming up. With us for this panel, we have two very illustrious members in the Indian women's cricket fraternity. Oh, look. All right. Our second guest for this panel is Nosheen Al-Qadir. She's a former India cricketer turned coach who has an enormously great coaching victory record. She recently led India to successful campaigns in the Under-19 World Cup and the Under-23 Emerging Asia Cup. She stepped in to be India's interim coach during their recently concluded Bangladesh series as well. She's been the face of the kind of dominance the Railways has had, and she's also the coach of the Gujarat Giants team in the Women's Premier League. So we've got a lot to learn from you too today. Nosheen, please join us on stage. All right, shall we begin? Okay, so the first thing when we met in the boardroom at the back was Mithali said, both of you are going to sit on either side and grill me, which is probably what the arrangement also looks like. But we have so much to ask you. You are one of the faces of Hyderabad cricket that's come out and sort of really taken the international world by storm. So in that sense, can you just take us back, both of you, can you take us back to your beginnings in cricket in the state and just what your systems were, the frameworks were when you started cricket early on?
Well, I started playing in 90s and way back we were not in BCCI, under BCCI fold. So we had APWCA, Andhra Pradesh Women's Cricket Association, and even then the bifurcation didn't happen about the state. So that was the association that I've played for the under 16, under 19, even the senior level. And to begin with, the academies weren't very favorable in terms of taking the girls into for training for cricket. So we had these very few camps which would enroll girls, and it was an exclusive, like only girls you get to see. And we did have league matches. Late Mr. T.N. Pillai did organize some league matches for us, and maybe a couple of college, Railways as an institution, and some I would say some personal camps who would form a team and then enroll. So that was the setup we had to choose the players playing for the state. But as we came, as we got along through the years, I think that league has somewhere couldn't really carry it forward into the other era, and we had to let go those. And today there is an open trials, which I personally feel shouldn't be there. There should be more matches for the girls, for the selectors to pick quality players for representing the state. And also the fact that many of us did train on matting wickets. Those were the facilities that was available for us. Turf wicket was only for the privileged men cricketers. Only just before international games that we would get to train maybe for a week or so and then get into the series. But the facilities were very meager sometimes, and the sponsorship was a huge deal. A lot of us did empty our parents' pocket to get us the equipments, the best bats and everything, so that we could do well. In those years, I think the scholarship that we got under the government scheme, like if you represent your state and if you're in the top 3, you apply for a scholarship. That was something that all of us depended on. You know, that was, in some way helped for us to get going, whatever meager it would be. So these were some of the things in those years, but the quality of cricket was very good, I should say that, because when you're access to limited facility, then you become creative. You want to know how well you can sort of use that facility to develop your standard. And that really helped me during COVID and the bio bubble that I was in. I had to go back to all those years of training in that small room. I was able to still keep up to it because I went through that, those training way back.
Right. Nosheen, I'm sure experiences are very similar, especially when you started out, but I'd like to know, was it similar for you when you started your coaching career as well? Were the challenges the same, or what was the framework like for you to get in and begin?
Look, there was a lot of changes, what I see over a period of time. I had a stint of about 5 years for the HCA cricket. So when I left, when I decided to quit, the first thing I got an offer was from HCA as a coach. So at that point of time, we had an under-16 team and an under-19 team and a senior team. And I still remember way back the kind of development at that point of time where I have traveled to various districts alone, trying to figure out a lot of talent, because as a coach, if you want to really build, and like I totally agree to what Mithali said, we need to touch the grassroots level. And sometimes I feel that when your state is blessed with a lot of districts, you're going to get some raw talent out there. So I still remember my days as a coach. Initially, I have traveled to Adilabad, I've traveled to Kamam, Warangal, just to get about that one girl who could make the difference to HCA cricket. And we did have a couple of players who were representing the under-19. So this kind of struggle is going to be quite evident. Things changed after 2017 World Cup. Obviously, the Indian team's performance was highlighted. There was central contract, and similarly, at that point of time, we see a change in the state growth as well. So automatically, things are lined up. There were times where we have conducted a lot of inter-school competition. So as a coach, I've felt that it's not all the time that you're blessed with turf wickets, but there's a lot of groundwork which you need to do and touch these small areas which are quite important, because look, we are not looking at 100 best girls. We're looking at that one girl who can make a difference to the sport. Because if you see, the number of girls now has, over a period of time, I still remember in COVID, it was when we had this analysis, we had around 700 to 800 girls who have been registered with the BCCI. But today, the numbers have gone double, so it's 1,800 girls registered. So there's a difference which, these India players, what they project there. And at the same time, the state also needs to do that. So out of 20 girls, you're just going to get one match winner. But as a coach, are you able to identify that match winner? Or are you looking at a match winner just in Hyderabad, for instance? Or are you looking at a match winner who comes from Adilabad and wins a game for Hyderabad? So that's how I feel that as a coach, you need to have an eye on that. And if we start doing that, that's going to make a lot of difference.
Fair enough. I'm glad you brought up the 2017 World Cup, because that sort of started this big push that we had for women's cricket. And from there till when you retired, we had so many changes come about. There was so much clamoring for that Women's Premier League to just start off. There was like 3-4 years of people constantly asking for domestic league cricket here. Besides that, we also had equal pay, at least in the match fee that came up for women. Now, what I'd like to ask you is, you've obviously been the face of the national team for a very long time. Have you seen some of that success or some of that recognition that you all got trickle down to the grassroots? You were recently in Srinagar as well, and you managed to see some cricket happening there also. Are you seeing any of that trickling down to like the most basal of units of cricket?
Well, definitely yes, but a lot more work needs to be done when it comes to that level. Yes, there are many parents now who are very optimistic and positive to put their girls into the sport, looking at what the sport can fetch them. Because that was a huge question mark way back in the 90s that, okay, the girl is played for India, but what is she getting back in return? There was no recognition, there was no glory, there was no financial help. Even if you play for India in those years, you wouldn't earn anything back. But today, you play for India, you're a contracted player, you get match fees, your access to different leagues, through which you again get your revenue. So there are a lot more scope and avenue for players who, if they don't make it to the Indian team, they still have other platforms where they can outshine and show their talent. And that is the reason why I think the parents now are even more open to putting their girls into the sport. And when it comes to the grassroots level, yes, there are districts who are keen. There are some of the coaches who are keen to develop that one player who can come from the district and make a huge name for them. Like we have in our own women's cricket team, we have so many girls who come from the interiors. And when they get back after playing for India, they are celebrated in that small place. So that works well for both, for the family, for the players, and for overall in that area. Like look at, you have an example, you have a role model. So in today's time, the more visible you are to people, I think it works very well. And the state associations are also working in creating that structure for the girls. But yes, we need to have more facilities in the districts, because now you see a lot more girls migrate from the districts to come to the cities in search of the facility and get into the state side. If we can give them more access to these facilities in district, then they will have it closer to home, and they probably will invest a lot more time in training than thinking about where is a better facilities and where are more opportunities.
Right, fair enough. I'm glad you brought up facilities, because there was a time when I think you keep going for international tours and then you come back and train in a school ground here or an academy ground here. So in that sense, as coach, as player, or even just as people looking to identify talent, right? What facilities do you think, maybe academy grounds or just local structures like this where you all can maybe conduct a scouting camp or check out what talents are like? What basic infrastructure should be there? Is there anything that maybe Hyderabad particularly can improve on?
It's been 20 years since I'm staying in Hyderabad. So the only difference I see, I've visited a lot of places, but Hyderabad is one place which is blessed to have grounds which are in the heart of the city. So if those grounds can be hired or leased, and there will be facilities like for cricket, you know, as of now the demand says that at least you need to have at least 2 turf wickets, 1 cement wicket, 2 AstroTurf wickets, and a ground which is accessible enough, a center wicket where they can play some games. And I think we have the facilities in the heart of the city. Okay, so if this is kind of provided, you know, it's going to be I would say it's like a player is going to be blessed to have such, because we have seen the struggle. We've seen a lot of struggle happening and traveling. The travel was a major part for us. So now at least, like Mithali mentioned, there are a lot of parents who are quite encouraging, because my mom still feels that I should have been a CA. Okay, in spite of playing for India, coaching India, so she still feels that I should have been sitting in an office which is an AC office in spite of this. But now the parents themselves are taking the initiative of coming out. I've seen a lot of parents who spend 2 hours. How do they spend those 2 hours watching their kids play? My dad has never seen me in a blue jersey. So that's the difference. Okay, now the parents are quite vocal about providing the best facilities, providing the best kit, which is important. Okay, they are ready to spend, obviously, because of the system has changed, the structure has changed. We were not blessed. But if we can get these facilities in each ground which is available at the heart of the city, I don't think why a game should not improve. Definitely, because that's what a player looks at, you know. So I think these are the things which we can cover up.
Fair enough. You all are also part of a very big domestic giant, which is the railways. Sort of takes all of the wins, all of the records, all of the victories, trophies, everything away. You've had a great season as coach for the last couple of years. What can you maybe take from those systems, how successful those systems are, and bring those down to like the grassroots, maybe at the school level or the district level? I'm sure the levels are very different, but any takeaways that you might have for local cricket in the city?
I think one of the best structured way of handling this is just monitoring performances of players over a period of time. That's what, as railways, we do it. There's a system placed, especially like when I talk about railways, we have an inter-railway which happens where, these different railways of all over India, we meet and we play a T20 tournament. From there, the Super Leagues are the 50 overs game. And then we select the best 25. And they have to undergo a grind of about, I would say, 3 months of practice, like with breaks, and which includes a lot of fitness tests. Then it boils down to their skill testing and then playing matches, and that's how we get our 15. So the cream of railways is the Indian Railways team. And before getting to any domestic tournament, at least I know that my team plays about minimum of 30 games. So you see a different Indian Railways when they're playing the domestic, they are dominant. So basically a player is looking at a growth, and there's a process in that. Like, in a point of view of a coach, if you're looking at, I'm going to put a player into a grind of a fitness level and then a skill level and then take it forward from there. So that's how it is. And if you want any state to develop, I think this is the mantra.
Right. From your end, Mithali?
Well, as she said, just adding to it, if you have a pool of players that a state can pick, because you have under 16, you have under 19, sometimes there's 23, sometimes there's no consistency in that, and then the senior level. If you want to pick the quality players and form a team, then you probably have to have matches. You have to put them through the grind, as she rightly said. That's what we do in Indian Railways. And then you filter them. That's where you get the best. But if you're going to have open trials, you cannot really pick a quality player in nets batting for just 5 minutes. Because a player is seen in the match. Temperament, technique, building of innings, and that is possible only when you watch them match after match, whether they have the endurance to perform that way match after match. So it's just not about training, but also helping them go through that process in itself will develop patience in the players, because in today's time I feel everybody wants everything too soon, but quality doesn't come that way.
Fair enough. When we talk to you all at the international level, one of the things we ask you about is would you have liked to, or would you like to play more red ball cricket? So now how does that conversation happen in age group cricket? Because everyone's just having leagues. We want to pick out people for white ball formats because they're faster, they're easier to conduct. How do we prioritize red ball cricket then at maybe fledgling level of cricket for girls?
Well, you don't really have a red ball tournament right now, even for the seniors. So it would be highly unlikely to sort of get that into the levels. But yes, one thing that the coaches can do is to train them with the red ball, because there is a very different concept to facing a red ball and the white ball. There's a lot more movement in the red ball, and it helps you when you're a young cricketer, budding cricketer. It helps you to negate the swing, which we all try to do it at the higher level. So this is something one of the coaches told me, that before going into playing at England, you might as well train with the red ball first. Even if it's a white ball that you're going and playing, you train with the red ball, because then you know how you're going to fare in the England conditions. Yeah. So if you want the young girls to develop their technique, maybe at that level, a lot more of training in the red ball, in the camps, in the training sessions, and that probably will help them to have a far more stronger technique to, jump from one format to the other. I am not a big fan of introducing a T20 format in the levels for the under 16 and 19, but if that is the format or the vehicle that is used by boards and the ICC to promote the sport, then probably this way you can actually get young girls to better their technique.
Fair enough. Coach?
Right, likely what she said, I totally agree to it, because what has happened is when we started off our career, we had a lot of under 19 games which were days games, and we played a lot of red ball. So obviously for a player to enhance their particular performance, it's about just repetition of what you're doing. And that will only happen if you want to put them in a match situation that has to be a 90-over game. And we played a lot of that. So ideally, I felt that my cricket got better as a bowler because I kept bowling overs and overs. In a day, I used to bowl about 25 overs. So given a choice to me, I would always say that test cricket is something which is going to make any cricketer excel. See, ultimately what happens when you're playing white ball cricket, I'm sure that, a player who's walking in for practice wants to bat 1 hour. And what's that? That's test game. So ultimately somebody who wants to build their temperament is again getting back to red ball cricket. So I would say that even, you can have league matches where the under 16 and 19 is involved, because now the under 19 World Cup is around again. So if we can start building on temperament and having that, it's okay if the ICC doesn't have it or the BCCI is not having too many, but at state level, it's in your hands, it's in your control. So under 16 and under 19 are the levels we're looking at, where you start building their temperaments to become better cricketers, because your decision making comes there, which is the most important as a player. So if you can start off at the grassroots level of that tender age, you're going to have wonderful cricketers up.
Fair enough. Talking about tender cricketers, we've got a lot of coaches here in our midst here who've coached players. Gopichand sir is going to join us. We've got Tilak Verma's coach sitting in the audience with us. Coaches are so important to get talents out as well, right? So when it comes to maybe city level cricket or just state level cricket, how important is it to groom good coaches as well? Because we're talking about matches, wickets, players, tournaments, all of that. What happens? How do you maybe nurture better coaches for the girls in the city? From your own experiences, maybe, of the coaches you might have had.
Probably I would say that, sometimes you start working, because as a coach, I have learned a lot by working with different people, irrelevant of whether that coach is a level A coach or a B coach or a C coach, because every coach has got a different point of view, and every coach has that one thing that the player needs to improve. So they have different ways of doing it, different methodologies of doing it. So there is no harm. I still remember that when I was in Hyderabad, Vijay Anand, and at that point of time, Dilip was just catching up with his coaching. They used to conduct a lot of level O's. So if we can get that culture and system where, every year we have these classes which are conducted at the state level only just for, a brush up, a refresher course, or a course where the coaches come together, they have a workshop happening, which used to happen, is going to help a lot of upcoming coaches to take up that. And that's how we have grown as coaches. I still attend workshops, because that's something which I'm looking at, that one particular thing which is going to make a difference. So the learning is always there. Learning is only going to end when you're getting into the grave. It's not going to end before that. So every person you meet in your life is going to teach you something, and that's going to help. And plus, as coaches, you can conduct different, you can go to different camps. Probably have a culture in the sense that if a state coach is there, he can always attend a camp for a workshop for 2 days, So that way, that particular camp coach is going to have, as a consultant, he can go. So, the cricket is improving in the camp. This way, there are a lot of ways you can reach out and have this educationing happen in Hyderabad. So that's something which is not that tough to travel, but, at least we're building a culture.
Fair enough. Mithali, as a player, what would you want coaches to have, or what would you want to see maybe in the coaching structure of the state and the city?
See, It's very different when you're coaching a young raw talent, maybe a 11-year-old, 12-year-old, to coaching an international player. There is a vast difference in the way you approach coaching for these two players. I personally feel in today's time, the coaches also should have the human relation side of it, just not the technique and preparing a player for a tournament, but the players go through a range of emotions and the mental setup that they require, and it is never the same every series. So if the coach is able to get beyond the technique. Of course, technique is important. You nurture a talent, you show them how to play. But the other side of it is that everybody say you have to be mentally strong. But what is mentally strong for a 12-year-old? How are you going to teach them to be mentally strong? How are you going to teach them to find that composure in chaos? Because a lot of them fear stage. Like competition period, they're very good in the nets, especially the young talent. But when you put them into a tournament, there is those nerves. How do you tell them to absorb that, accept that it's going to be part of your throughout the career till you play? It's a very common thing. But these are things that young talent needs to be taught. This is what they need to be taught. Technique will come because, as she said, repetition. Even today, after years of it, if you tell me wake up in the midnight and play a stroke, I would, because that's how my body is conditioned after so many years of training. But if you talk about my mental side, I might not be there. I might not be ready to play that shot. Mentally, I'm not there. So that requires, again, training. So the mental aspect of it, I feel that the earlier coaches probably were more into that aspect. They would understand, say a talent comes from districts. They are not exposed to the city life. How are you going to teach them? How are you going to get them into, the discipline and the other aspects of training? They are coming from a place where they have not seen this life. They might be having other troubles at home, because these are very common factors that every athlete has. As a coach, you have to be the confidant, because I think that is what a young talent or raw talent look up to, because someone who's teaching you, you should be able to allow them to speak freely, express freely what their vulnerabilities are. Today, I don't feel that, because the term professionalism is everywhere. Even the coaches, they've done level 1, level 2, but if you ask them, how do I deal with my emotional stuff? Probably they don't have an answer to it. So as a player, I feel that is one of the factors or one of the aspects that the coaches also need to be learned.
I think what she mentioned was right, because as a coach, my career started off with under 16, and I was a part of the under 19 and then the senior team. And the biggest challenge you face is how are you going to handle a player mentally? It's not about technique, because sometimes a player possesses everything. So as a coach, that was the biggest challenge. And I think if you want to rate yourself as the most successful coach, the mantra is that, can you get 15 different heads under one roof thinking the same thing? And if you're able to do that, you can be the best coach.
Right, fair enough. We've dealt with one end of the spectrum. Now the topic itself that we have is putting women's cricket to the forefront. So a lot of that also involves visibility of matches, watching your national cricketers play in front of you, watching cricket happen in front of you. We've seen that happening with Lucknow. Lucknow has become a very preferred venue when it comes to maybe teams touring India when ODIs happen, T20Is happen. Do you think maybe Hyderabad or Telangana can step up there in terms of hosting games, in terms of having international matches happen here, just getting local crowds to come and watch women's international cricket happening here? Will that benefit?
Well, I'm sure it will benefit. One of the peeves that I had before retirement was I didn't get to play a match here in the Uppal Stadium, didn't get to at least play in front of my own people. I think Lakshman was very lucky to get that. I think, yes, definitely, because Hyderabad is also a hub for a lot of people who love sport love cricket, and we do have so many athletes coming from this part of country. So why not have a lot many tournaments, especially women's tournament, I would say, to have it conducted in the stadium, because that is one place that I've not been that often. I would love to now, since you've asked me that question. I would love to see a lot more matches being happening in that stadium, international game, because if you want to promote women's cricket, ideally it should be conducted in every state of the country where there is international stadium. Get family, get young children, school-going children to come and watch them play, because that's how we are going to promote the sport. You know, as I said, visibility, but it's just not on television or the branding of it, but this way you will generate that interest in young girls, because at one point they would also dream of seeing themselves play in this huge stadium that they've come to watch. So yes, why not have a lot more games?
Fair enough. And as franchisees, because now we have the Women's Premier League, we know that teams are scouting, they're going around, they're testing players from different kinds of spaces, different states. So in that sense, how do you think maybe franchisee cricket can play a role in, you know, getting matches to a particular place, or just coming down, checking out talent, having scouting camps, having exercises in different regions? Is that something that can help sort of bring a robust nature to the system here?
Well, franchises, I'm sure they have their own scouting thing and everything in place. Yes, we are with the Gujarat Giants, so we recently had a scouting program for 3 days where we had the entire South Zone, you know, the best of every state come and, you know, showcase that why should we prefer them. Similarly, we are going to do for the rest of the states in our country. But every franchisee has their own home ground, home state. So likewise, we are trying to build a fan base in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. I'm sure like whenever a franchisee from Hyderabad will come up at some point, then we will have the Uppal Stadium as a home stadium for them very soon. But yes, as far as the franchisees are concerned, I'm sure they do have everything in place to identify, pick talents so that they can nurture them for coming seasons and invest in them. Yeah.
Right. So if I could just, you know, summarize this entire thing, if you had maybe a 3-point or a 4-point wish list for women's cricket, particularly in this state or in this region of the country, what would that be? Maybe things that you just want to see improve in the next couple of years.
For Telangana, I would say definitely something like a league concept, because you have for the men's, you have so many clubs, maybe encourage clubs to have women's team and have that culture also for women's cricket here in Telangana, and pick your best, you know, best state side from that. And also probably now with every state having their own leagues for the girls, someone can also come up with a league of our own here, because how long can you have academies day in day out? Yes, we are playing for what? To perform in the matches. So this is, you're giving them a platform to perform, so you can have a league system there so that the young girls who tomorrow go on to play these franchise leagues are exposed to that sort of an environment at this level, and they are not getting overawed by getting selected in one of the franchises, because that we've seen in the recently the first season of WPL, where few state players were overwhelmed with the stage and they didn't end up performing the way they should. So of course later on they were disappointed, but it's not their fault because they've never really been on a stage like that. So to cut that out, you can have a small league of your own within the state, where you also have girls from the districts, giving them an opportunity to come and play. So in a way you're giving them matches, you also are identifying talent, you're scouting, so everything happens in that tournament. So I think these couple of things is what I look for the state. Yeah.
Nosheen, we've got schools here who will then come and talk to us about what they can do to nurture sports. As a coach, since you're always on the hunt for talent and for people to groom into teams, what would your wish list for these schools maybe be?
I think the schools here do have a lot of space. So I'm sure they can, likewise, if you can accommodate a wicket, especially for cricket, and have a school team. So, you know, you can take it forward from there, because that's how we talk about a lot of grassroots level, but the grassroots level will start from schools. It's going to start from districts. It's not going to start from academies, because academies are places where, you out of 100 kids, you're going to find 10 girls and 90 boys. But in a school, you're going to get those 15 girls. And in that 15, I'm sure there will be one talent which can be taken ahead for the state, for that particular. And probably, you can have an inter-school, and that's how you're going to get that talent up. But definitely, if you have the resources at the school level, a 22-yard is not that tough to create. I'm sure in Keysai school, initial days, I actually started off where I used to roll the wicket, get 2 wickets done there, ask the Keysai school girls to come over, and they will, I still remember going at 6 in the morning, trying to get at least a pool of 5 players who could go and represent the state level of under 16 and under 19. It's not tough. And at the same time, you're just not nurturing the kids, but you're also getting a coach developed there. Because when you start at the grassroots level, you really know. I started my career as a grassroots level. I have taken, the first win of mine was under 16. So there is no harm, there is no tag just because you have been an India player, you should not be coaching under 16. I think that is one level which you actually should start off with. And likewise, I said, I did the school, I've done travel to districts, traveled like, I still remember 7-8 days I used to travel continuously to find the talent. It's not tough, but then trust me, it reaps a lot because you're coming across different minds, you're coming across their habits, you're coming across how a player thinks, and you're just not allowing the player to grow, but you're growing as a coach as well. So it's a two-way benefit, and I'm sure that we can accommodate. I've seen Hyderabad, I've gone around, there's a lot of space. 22 yards is not less.
Fair enough.
Well, just to add to what she said, even if you don't happen to get 15 girls, because usually it's a little tough to get even 11 players to form a team. I would say develop a culture where you have girls and boys forming a team. Because that's what I saw in England, in Australia, when you speak to those young girls there, they're part of the school team where they have boys and girls playing for the school. So why not we develop that sort of a culture here? Why do we have girls and boys team separately? If you are not able to form a girls team, you probably push them to get into the boys side. And that way you're also changing the mindset. Like girls and boys separate. Why do we need to have that? If the girl is good enough to get into the boys team, even if it is under 14, get a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old girl play the boys side. So they eventually will learn a lot more things playing along with the boys than playing in a group of girls team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want both of you to answer this. In terms of competition, how much has women's cricket how much evolution it has seen in terms of athleticism, endurance, muscle power? Because a lot of people say, "Ladkiyan bhagti to hai nahi. They don't run fast, they don't bowl fast, or they don't hit hard." So, I want you to say, are they wrong?
Well, I would say definitely they are wrong because they are looking at comparing a men's athletic behavior to the women's athleticism. I would definitely say that the women's game has improved, in fact, by leaps and bounds with the T20 and with the leagues everywhere. WBBL, of course, is a pro in that it's been like 7 to 8 years that WBBL has come into inception. So with that, every cricketer understands what is required in today's time is the power game, and that you can develop when you are physically strong, and that's why they hit the gym every day. I mean, there are players who even skip training, but they regularly go for gym sessions, and they work on their power shots. And from 120 in today's time, the T20 format, where the women are scoring about 170, 180. So that is because they're able to score a lot more sixes and boundaries. We did see in the WBBL, in Premier League, how the matches have been. They were very closely fought and they were pretty much high scoring games. So I think if they are very good, if they are putting up a good standard, good batting display, good fielding display. I'm sure there are many people have turned up to the ground. There been so many viewers also watching it. So if the standard is not so good, we probably wouldn't be a success. Because the girls have done well, I think that, the WPL has been a success, and people should not look at women's cricket in search of comparing with the men's cricket, because both the sports are very different. Yes, it's cricket, the rules, everything is the same, but the journey of both the sports are very different, and people should watch sport for what it is rather than for comparing, because then you lose out the very essence of enjoying a sport.
And what is the most striking feature of women's cricket? I mean, what is the most attractive part? Why would you want me to come and watch women's cricket?
Well, I wouldn't want you to come and watch the WPL or an international game, but I would always want you to come and watch an under 15 NCA camp which I conducted in Alur, and I was shocked as a coach that I saw a 13-year-old kid hitting 70 meters. She was from Haryana, Adya Gupta is her name, and it was very surprising for me. And she could do it every time you asked her to do it. So my only thing is that if a Deepti Sharma can turn a ball and a Chahal can turn the ball in the same degree, what is the difference? It is the same. If a Smriti Mandana can play a cover drive and a Virat Kohli can play a cover drive, what is the difference? It's just about the par. अब वो तो हमारे हाथ में नहीं है, वो भगवान ने ऐसे बना दिया. But otherwise, the degree of turn, the grace of cover drive is the same. A Harmanpreet Kaur can also hit a 6.
Thank you, I agree.
Thank you so much, Mithali. Thank you, Noshin, for joining us today. It was always fun talking to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and valuable insights. With the kind of talent emerging from various parts of the world, there's no better time than now for women's cricket to take center stage and for India to be in the thick of it all. I request Mr. Vijay Lokpalli to present a token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone. At every edition of the Sportstar Conclave, recognizing sporting talent, young and experienced, has been a key tradition of the exercise. This time too, we have two important personalities we wish to honor at this Focus Telangana Sportstar Sports Conclave. And I request you all to join me in celebrating their achievements and contributions to their respective sporting disciplines. These two awards are presented by Hero Motorcorp. Our first award is the Hero Unsung Champion. It is my privilege to honor legendary badminton coach S.M. Arif. Affectionately known as Arif Sahab by his pupils, he laid the foundation for India to develop into a badminton powerhouse. Starting in 1978 with just 3 shuttles at his disposal, he built a feeder line of players at the Fateh Maidan Indoor Stadium in Hyderabad. Mr. Arif was conferred with the Dronacharya Award in 2000. The very next year, another pupil of his, Pulela Gopichand, became the second Indian to win the All England Open. His efforts sprung up more international stars like Saina Nehwal and Jwala Gutta. In 2012, he was awarded the Padma Shri, India's fourth highest civilian honor. For this, more than 4 decades of contribution to badminton, SM Arif is Sportstar's hero unsung champion. A huge round of applause for SM Arif. I request Mithali to honor Mr. Arif with a check and a token of our appreciation. Legendary coach and mentor, a huge round of applause for his invaluable contribution to Indian badminton and sports. Mr. Arif, requesting you to share a few words.
I'm happy that right in the beginning she told me to have only a few words, and I'm sure I'm not going to bore you much. First of all, I want to thank the Sportstar organization. They have thought over to honor me with this award. It means you are not forgetting the old people. I'm very much thankful to that. I still remember I want to dedicate this award to my wife, because she had been all through my life been standing behind me like a pillar. But one thing she has kept over there at a very prominent place in my drawing room. It reads, "Behind every successful man, there is a woman standing and saying, 'You are wrong.'" I don't know whether that has inspired me to work harder to prove that I am right. But what I have gone through as coach, I was so very happy to listening to a wonderful conversation between the cricketers, and many of the things have been brought up. But let me tell you that when I have started coaching at that time, I was a coach, I was a doctor, I was a physiotherapist, I was a psychologist, and all in one. I'm happy that change had come when the specialists had come into the field now, and they are trying to help us, our sportsmen. And that has, I think that brought up a lot of change in the atmosphere, and our top sportsmen are giving the performances. And a lot of change had come where Indian flags are flying high at the international level, even at the Olympics. That's great. I'm very happy about that. I still remember after finishing the course at Patiala in 1972, I thought the hunger for the coaching has become a little more, because what I have learnt over there was, what is coaching? It is something like that in case you are doing your graduation with subject as science, you are not called a scientist. You have got a subject which you are studying. It means I have learned what coach means and what could be. Rather, I will tell you one thing about that. When I became a coach, I joined as coach. When I went, after joining as coach, I have joined Sports Authority of India. When I went back home, my mother asked me, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm a coach." "What is a coach?" I said, "I teach game." She said, "गेम भी कोई सिखाने की चीज है?" I couldn't explain how what it is. But as I said, the hunger has become more. I wanted to get some books on training methods from all over the world. But let me tell you, from nowhere I could get the book. It means at that particular time, there was no research work done in badminton coaching. So I was totally at a loss what to do, how to train the youngsters. Because the game has tremendously improved all over the world. One thing was sure was, as one of the old sportsmen had said, the badminton player, once he had said, if you name any other thing for badminton, the other name can be stamina. Stamina is a a word which doesn't explain all the factors which is required. All the motor abilities have got to be improved in case a badminton player has got to give a top performance. In every game which has come now, for instance, just now as in the cricket discussion, they were saying that the T20 has brought a lot of change. Earlier the game was played in the test matches. The fitness was not that much required as it is now in the T20 and all. And every player has got to have developed all the factors which is required for the game. Likewise, badminton is badminton definitely, skill is definitely required. Technique is a lot. The tactics have got to be improved, but along with that, the very important factor is the amount of endurance, especially the endurance has got to be developed. Recently, we have seen some matches where because of the endurance of our players, in my opinion, that's my personal opinion, people might be having some different opinion, but an amount of endurance required to finish 3 games, it's a superhuman effort you have got to put into. And that's where the training part becomes a very, very important thing. And also, I would say the coach's responsibilities right from the beginning, how they are developing a player is very, very important, because we are dealing with a live stock. It's not that we are dealing with the people who don't have any feelings. When we are developing, we have got to see all their backgrounds, what is their intention. Even nowadays, I found the parents are coming, they have got a very small this thing at times. They say only if he is playing for the state, if he is playing for the university, if he can get a job or something, that will not be good. But a little change had come now when the parents are putting the players into the academies or something with the aim that they should be able to go something for the country, and they can earn something out of the game also. It means the professionalism has definitely increased. But are we really putting our efforts to the maximum? No, it's not there. What I have found, for instance, one of my oldest students who has worked with me, Manoj Kumar, is here. He was the first one who has played in All England from my starting over there in my career over there at Hyderabad. All the way these people have worked, I'm sure many of the children at present, many of these national players are not putting that much of effort. Once they are putting it, they are showing the performance at the international top level also. They have got a firm faith that the amount of talent what we have got in our country, we can do wonderfully well. I have got a firm faith. Once one of the boys had come, the one thing which is actually putting us behind is, this small thing will tell you what it is. One of the boys who had come from outside in my coaching, he once asked me, "Sir, sincerely I want to know whether I can become a good player. Can I give the top performance?" I said, "Yes, you have got a choice. You leave this gadget, that is your mobile phone, or you want to become a champion." He has chosen the mobile for himself. You can well imagine, because the amount of time it is taken, the amount of brain, forget about others, I'll tell about myself. At one time, when this was not there, I remembered at least 30, 40, 50 numbers of my friends, of my relatives or something. But from the time this had come, I don't even remember my wife's number, sorry to say. That is so sad, because we are dependent on some gadgets where we are not using our own brains. And in case brain, everybody has got the brain. The Almighty has given the brain to everybody. Now why we are not able to use? Only because we are dependent on these things. Our brain is being taken up so much of time by these gadgets that we are not able to put our whole heart and the brain for the work what we want to do. And that's one of the reasons the focusing of the children has reduced a lot, I would say, a lot. Unless and until you will see that I was happy to see that when Sindhu had won the World Championship, before that one message from her father, from her mother had come, but that for 6 months he has taken up the mobile from her. And I think that's one of the very important factors that in case the children has got to improve, in case they want to really put their heart and soul into the practice, they have got to have that focusing, and focusing can improve provided they are really focusing on this thing instead of just going through the computers and their mobile phones and all that. Yeah, they should have the time to enjoy also, but the enjoyment of the game, the thing which we have, the focus, the thing which you have fixed up for yourself, the goal what you have fixed up for yourself, I think is very, very important. I firmly believe that with the amount of talent what we have got in our country, we can, not only we are definitely doing well, we can do wonderfully well, and our country can be right at the top of the whole world. I have got a firm faith on that, with the amount of talent what we have got. The coaching nowadays has become a very, very common thing. I believe more than 400 academies over here in Hyderabad now. But one feeling, what I feel is, in case the coaches are not doing justice, then we are playing with the future of our country, with the future of the players' lives, and I firmly believe that's not a good thing at all. And anybody who wants to become a good coach, they have got to study. What is the latest things going on? It is a very sad factor that many of the places, they are just watching the videos on the mobiles and the computers, and they are training without realizing that how much is the load factor. What training you are giving, whether it suits to the particular individual or the particular age group or not. For instance, simply I'll tell you, plyometric exercise, one of the toughest exercises has got. Can it be administered to a 9-year or 8-year-old child? Only we can be spoiling their life. But just to get a result earlier, they are being administered at a very, very tender ages. We can spoil their joints and their bones also, and their muscles also, which is not good. So I firmly believe we have got the talent. And in the discussions, they had a very good discussion in which it had come in case the coaches have got the refreshers courses also. It can be of great help to put all our youngsters, the budding talent into practice, and they can be world-class players, I firmly believe. In the end, I just want to make a suggestion. The Sportstar, they are doing a wonderful job right from the beginning. I still remember that as a child, for the first time when my name had come in the paper, I was a loser in the first match, I still remember. But that cutting might be still with me. Out of my over 30,000 cuttings what you have got, still that cutting might be with me because it had come. So I firmly believe your magazines, your sports pages can play a lot of big role in the lives of the sportsmen, because it can be a big moral boosting for them. So one suggestion I want to make, in case in every paper what you are getting the magazine I'm especially speaking about, in case when you are taking the interviews of the top players, you can inquire about their training at the particular time when you are having the maximum of their training, a schedule for about a week's time or something. I firmly believe that whatever game the sports person is from, whichever game he is playing for, if he or a children comes to know this is what a top player does, definitely he'll get an idea what is required to come at the top of the level. That will be, I think, that will be very good. That will be very good for the children who are coming up, and we have got a goal to give the best performance. If they have got some goal in front of them, and how much it is required, and what are the top players doing to come up to that level, they will get an idea, and they can start striving to get up to that level and become good players also. With this, I wish to congratulate all the people who are here, and I want to, from my bottom of my heart, I want to thank the Sportstar and the organization that they have honored me at this particular time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Time to get back to business. Our next panel looks at the system that brings talents from Telangana out into the mainstream. In this next segment, we will look at the role of schools and academies in the promotion of sports. To moderate this panel, I invite LV Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, to carry this discussion forward. Over to you, Mr. Navneet.
सात mics.
Mr. Abhijit Rao, CEO of Srinidhi Educational Group. Dr. Sudhir Dara, founder and director of Ipion Center. Dr. A.R. Khan, accomplished educationist, academician, scholar and motivator. And finally, the very talented and recently crowned mixed team world champion in the 10-meter air pistol, Isha Singh. Mr. Gowd is on the way. He'll join us when he can. So the topic for today is the role of schools and academies in promoting sports. I thought I'll get each panelist to speak in brief. And we've had a lovely audience since morning. After everybody makes introductory comments, we'll open up the questions to the audience. We'll start. We have some people who run academies, some people who work in educational institutes. Some are athletes, some work in sports medicine. So please speak about the topic from your perspective. What I'd like us to hear is, if you're running an academy, how do you integrate education into the academy? If you're running an educational institute, how do you integrate sports into that? If you're running policy, how do you integrate both education and sports? What's an athlete's expectation from an educational institute and sports? And what is the message non-surgical intervention like yours wants to communicate to both institutes and academies? So I will not interrupt any of you. We'll go in order. Once everybody is done, we'll open up the questions to our audience, if that's fine. So we'll start with you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. I think at Srinidhi, So I'm representing two entities here. One is Srinidhi Deccan Football Club, which is essentially an academy as well as a professional football club. And Srinidhi Sports Academy, which is actually a sports school, which we started around 2 years back. So at Srinidhi, definitely we think the definition of holistic education cannot be completed without the inclusion of sports. I think there is an elemental link between education, health, and sports. I also think the parents' mindset has changed a lot. I think it is definitely not just viewed as a hobby anymore, especially not at Srinidhi. We encourage all our students to participate in some kind of sport or the other, and the sports school essentially is an extension of that vision. We have selected around 5 sports as of now: football, tennis, squash, swimming, and of course cricket to focus in, and we want to produce professional athletes in these 5 sports. And there are a lot of things we believe that can be taught through sports and experientially learned rather than being done in a classroom, be it team building, leadership, discipline. These are things which we can really never teach students in theory. It's always better learned when they actually experience it while playing a sport. So that's something which is very important for us, and we put this into practice. I think a huge inspiration, even though it is not an academy essentially, but a huge inspiration for us has been JSW with the development of their Inspire Institute, which they've done in Bangalore. I think the kind of facilities and infrastructure they have, that is what we strive and aspire to develop, because that's one of the key things that we actually pinpointed and noticed that, lack of infrastructure. So that is something that we wanted to address. And your sports technology partner, I think Mr. Anil is also here. He's helped us develop a wonderful facility for football, and we are going to take up the other sports as well gradually. So I think that's one area where we really wanted to contribute. And what I wanted to just point out is that we don't just restrict our facility to our school students or our academy students. We have partnered up with an NGO. It's called KMR Foundation. It is under the aegis of our Srinidhi Educational Group. We are located in Moinabad village. So a lot of the government school children use our facilities, and they come down. Our coaches take sessions for them. So that is something that we are doing as a school and an academy to promote sports for the wider community and not only for our school students. So that is something that we are striving to do. Thank you.
Mr. Praveen Raju, from your perspective, you run an international school, you offer integrated education. Help us understand how integrated sports and education is. Also talk to us about how you mentor and you're a guide to Sindhu who trains at your academy.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for having me on the panel. As you said, we are both a school. We started the school first and then we started an academy. So the journey has been that, me and my brother both are sports persons. So, when we started the school, we wanted to have sports as one of the most important, very important things. And for a child to develop, the mind, the body and the soul all have to be integrated well. You cannot say, I don't want sport, or I don't want music, I don't want art, right? For an individual to grow well, it is essential that all the 3 elements come in. So we have to integrate all these 3 into the curriculum. In terms of beyond that, for a day school, it becomes very difficult to do. So then we were building a multi-purpose hall, and then we thought, why not, since we are badminton players, why not we start a badminton academy? So we started in 2016 November, and my daughter was playing, my brother's daughter were playing, that was the inspiration. So we started with 4 athletes, 2 of our kids and 2 more. And we had 7 support staff, meaning we had coaches, we had 1 Indonesian coach at that point, we had 2 trainers, 2 more coaches and 1 physio. we had about 6 or 7 people in total for 4 athletes, because we believed that even in how I explained about the mind, body and soul, also in badminton also you have to have all the pieces together. So top end physical fitness used to happen only in cricket, but in other sports we were very behind. So that's what we brought to badminton. We started in 2016 November, and Sindhu came to us in June of 2017, within 6 months of us starting the academy for her physical fitness. It's about 46 days before her World Championship. She played that epic, one of the greatest matches ever played by any Indian sports person, and she lost by 1 point. But she found value in what we are doing, so that's why she thought that we should train with us. I mean, she should train with us. So we started with this training itself, then we were doing some corrections and some strategy, and of course recovery. Recovery is a very overlooked thing in sport, right? In my view, recovery is more important than training itself. So then her father is very, very, as you all know, he's solidly into this sport. He's one of the people who I have know more about badminton than the badminton specialists themselves. So we would sit together with her before every match, during matches, during tournaments, and after the matches. We brought in a slightly different dimension compared to what was happening. So our journey has been going strong, and now she is her coach also is from our academy. We have a former All England champion who's come in from Malaysia, Hafiz, coach. So now up to Olympics, I'm really hoping whatever we can do best, we'll be happy if we can bring a medal to India, gold medal in Olympics. So this apart, we have helped Nikat Zareen for boxing before her first World Championship, the fitness training she's done with us. We helped 1 or 2 IPL athletes. We've helped also some people who played junior Wimbledon, now some sailors who just got selected for the Asian Games as well. So we're proud to be part of the journey of such great people, and we're blessed to have somebody like that training with us. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. I had a follow-up question, but I'll go to Mr. Khan with that. Dr. Sudhir, I'll come back to you later. Dr. Khan, you're an educationist, an academician, a scholar, a motivator, and so he was speaking about working with different people. So the question I have is, in the education system, how does one motivate people, whether it's for education or for sports? Is it easier to motivate somebody who's beginning to find their groove in a sport? And is it difficult to keep somebody who's achieved the top of their game motivated enough to stay in the game for longer term? Your views on role of motivation in education and in sports, both from an institution and academy point of view.
Thank you, Navneet, first of all, for having me here and then asking this question. I am giving a disclaimer. I have been hearing all those people who are insiders. They have known sports firsthand. And my only exposure to sports is in 1982, I was working as usher in Asiad 82. So that's my only exposure to sports. So I was there for about 2 months as a young boy, working as usher in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. But I have an outsider view, and I think that's also having one perspective to look at things, maybe an external view. I find that what coaches normally teach is to succeed. I mean, that's what I understand. But you get success, you look at a sports career, and probably in so many hundreds of occasions, thousands of occasions, they would have 10 times they would have got success. But there is a thing which I always call it as fear of failure. Attachiphobia is the English word for that. We should also train people how to face failure. Because we fear failure, we hate failure. And the only vaccine I know which works against failure is to fail. If you fail more number of times, you are preparing not to fail again. It's like a vaccine, that a live virus that you put inside. So coaches, I suppose, as an outsider I can possibly say, not only teach them how to pass, how to succeed, but how to deal with the failure which they have to encounter every single day. And if they're good at dealing with the failure, I'm sure one thing the last would have is the failure. There will be no failure left for them. If I may add a point or two here, beyond this, is we have probably the largest number of graduates in the country. I mean, that's largely because we have so many academies and institutions. Just out of curiosity, I was checking for the figures, and I find that we have about 44,000 plus colleges in the country, 10,000 standalone colleges. I mean, that's a huge number. So we have so many graduates. I was, out of curiosity, I was also checking up the figures for how many sports colleges we have in the country. We have 106, 107 different sources. And out of this, 80 of them are private. So if you don't have colleges, you don't have institutions, where would you have the sports person? We know that we have talent, we have good number. We have Caravan. We have to polish them to become diamond. And we need institutions, we need people like you, we need everybody to make them diamond one day. So this is what, as an outsider's view, I was trying to share with you.
Thank you. And one of the objectives of these conclaves is, the reason we do these conclaves, it's a good intersection of policymakers, academicians, research, corporates, and people who understand sports. And out of this conclave, we craft a white paper. Ion said he skipped mentioning that in his opening address. So we create a white paper, this time in consultation with KPMG, and that is presented to the Chief Minister and the Sports Minister of the state. We did 4 of these last year, and we have reason to believe that the information that comes out of conclaves like this goes into policy making and impacts sports policy of the state itself from point of view of multiple stakeholders. So thanks for that. Dr. Sudhir, I'll come to you. Please talk us through what you do and what is the message you would like to communicate to athletes and people who run sports academies and coaches who are involved in sports.
Thank you, Navneet. I'm Dr. Sudhir Dara. I'm founder of EPION. It's a pain management center with regenerative therapies. So basically, we see a lot of entrepreneurs here, owners of the schools and academics. So the basic problem in sports is, if you have a talented guy, talented kid pursuing sports, want to become a champion, national champion, the major point is the injuries. So how to cope up with the injuries? So right now, what is happening in the world? What is the latest research? This is where we should look into. You see, the research says if any sports person, the elite sports person, high performance sports person gets a surgery done for an injury to come back to the sports again, the failure rate is 65%. That means 165, they'll drop back to again to the non-sports lifestyle. So this is the thing which is happening in the sports. Now, the kids, they become champions when they are in the schools. So in the school itself, if the patient has got, if the kid has got any injury, then the injury can be catastrophic. So how to deal with the sports injuries in a different manner? Right now, Hardik Pandya has got a severe spine problem, he got operated. So discectomy was being done. And in contrary, Sachin Tendulkar has got a tennis elbow. He was out of cricket for 6 months, came back again to the same level of performance with some non-surgical therapy. Okay, in the same way Tiger Woods. And another interesting story is with the Rafael Nadal. Rafael Nadal story is, Rafael Nadal, in between Grand Slams, he used to stop the match and go back because of the knee pain. The major issue is, he's got a navicular bone, a bone in the foot has got a congenital abnormality. For that, Nike shoe company has created a special shoe for him. With this, his knee has got completely damaged. So again, he took some treatment. But the people who, the players who have come back into the sports with a full performance, they never undergone surgery. So now the non-surgical therapy for sports injuries is coming up in a big way, so that the 65% of the failure can be lessened. The failure can be lessened, so that all the sports kids, when they are in childhood and adolescence, when they get injuries, if they get this non-surgical therapy, they can come back with the same viability, same performance. And so we are specialists in this. So basically we do regenerative therapies. What we do is, if some athlete is having some shoulder pain, so we, with the special scans what we have, we find out what is that structure which has gone wrong. So what is the mechanism? What is the amount of the damage that is happening? And we regenerate that particular ligament or the structure. It can be a ligament, it can be a muscle, it can be, a small bone also. So we kind of regenerate things. This is the thing which is coming up in a big way. In Ipion, we do a lot of this sports injury, management without any surgery. Because surgery is the one thing that will take away the performance, and also in future, if there is a knee surgery done for any sports person, in future, they will set up the osteoarthritis very early, maybe 35 or 40, they'll set up, they'll go into more regeneration, and they might need a replacement surgery. So we in Ipion, we do a lot of these non-surgical therapies for sports injuries, but after doing this regenerative therapy, proper follow, proper physiotherapy, proper strengthening of that particular muscles, and also the ligaments has to be done. We are specialists in that, and everyone, the school owners and also the academic owners, they should think about it, and they should bring this type of therapies into this, so that we can produce more number of high performance athletes or sports person in this country.
Thanks, Dr. Sudhir. Isha, sorry to keep you waiting, but we wanted to save the best for last. Congrats on the World Championship.
Thank you.
So please talk to us about your journey from whenever you started to where you have reached, and also speak about the role of your educational institutes and the role of the academies you have been part of it in shaping you into the athlete you are today.
So I think my journey started before me. My dad is a sportsman, so I've grown up watching him win a lot of trophies in rally. So I've always been in a way to beat him. I always wanted to beat all those trophies. I used to tell him, even I'll get into a sport and I'll earn more than you. So I picked up various sports. My school had this tennis thing during summer, where even other kids from different schools could come in. It was like a summer camp. So I did that for a few years, because that time Sania Mirza was in hype. So everybody was putting their kids into tennis. So yeah, I did tennis for a few years, and then I didn't like it at all, because I did not like the sun. I didn't like endurance sports. So then I went to badminton, I tried skating. All of this was lasting only for a couple of years. And on a Sunday morning, I was 9 years old, no school, and I saw my dad heading somewhere. I asked him, "Where are you going?" And I want to come with you. So he was going to Gachibowli Stadium, where that time, I think 2015, that was the only place where shooting was happening. Like we have a huge range even now. So his friend is a shotgun shooter, my uncle, and we went to watch. And that's when I got to know that shooting is a sport. Like you can actually take it up as a sport. And I was thrilled. I mean, I really liked the sport. No running around. It was an indoor sport. You have to just stand and shoot. That was my kind of mindset towards it. Didn't know you have so much of mental training going on once you take it up. So I tried shotgun, rifle. Nothing worked out. I couldn't lift it because I was very small. I was falling back. And the only thing I could lift was a pistol, an air pistol. And I started up, I went to Pune, I went to Gagan Narang's Academy in Gun for Glory. I became very strong in my basics. And yeah, that's how my journey started. I played district, I think I played inter-school, district, state, and that's how I went up. So I say from my point of view, I would ask the schools to encourage the students to take up sports and have sports, some or the other sport in your school, because how long will somebody sit in a class? You will really get bored, because you need to have breaks, you need to have a sport, because sports, they release certain chemicals in your brain, the feel-good chemicals, which are actually good in developing a kid. And that's the age where we are actually growing up. We need to have a good physique, we need to have a good body, and it helps the mental health. And I would say that having really good academies actually established in the school, not just opening up a small shooting range or having a small tennis court, that won't do it. You should have certain professionals actually leading up particular students to somewhere, because they will have questions like, okay, I'm playing this summer, what will I do after this? What if they actually get interested into that tennis? What if they really like that sport and they think, okay, I want to do tennis, but they don't have a certain path, they don't know where to go after that school. So I feel having really good academies, even like Gun for Glory, or having our sportsmen open their academies not only out in the outskirts but also in schools, because that's where you will find talent, that's where you will find kids and young people who can actually take up sports. And I feel we should have certain classes in schools where they tell that even sport is a career. Because now I have many friends, because now they're already in 12th or first year in college, now they can't go into sport because they're so serious into studying. And they're like, I wish even I took up a sport, because they didn't know. My dad was a sportsman, he knew sports as a career. It's not just you become an engineer or a doctor, that's not the only thing. You can do other things in life. Sport is also a way you can go. So I feel creating an awareness about sports, what is sport? It's not just a hobby, it's not just something you need to be fit for. You can take it up as a sport. So I feel doing these small things will lead to big changes.
Fantastic. And I have a follow-up question only for you, then we'll go to the audience.
Okay.
When you said Gachibowli 2015, you were 8 years old, I can guess how old you are now. And success seems to sit fairly well on you and able to handle it. But the question I wanted to ask you is, how do you deal with setbacks?
Okay.
And does our education system prepare us in general to deal with setbacks in life, in career, sporting or otherwise?
Sadly, I feel it's a no, because we are always, even the teachers, we have very few teachers who we actually remember, some which are actually in our brains, like we remember, oh, she had told us a story. But it's more of just, I feel now everything has become so competitive. Not only sports, even academics, everybody has to do well. It's like a pressure on everybody. And I feel it's not just, you need to tell that person how to deal with the pressure, not just saying, no, you have to do well in this exam, no, you have to win the competition. But how? You can't just say, win it, or good luck. You need to teach, you need to give wisdom to that person for them to succeed and excel in that. So I usually take setbacks or a bad match as a teacher. So I take a lot of learnings from it. I sit back, analyze what went wrong with that match, and instead of getting upset, the upset feeling lasts for a little long, and that's good. That means you cared about the match, you tried your best. So I feel, I just sit back, I sit and analyze, and I think what went wrong. And I feel those are the matches which brought me here. Because if those things never happened and it actually happened in an important match, I wouldn't know how to deal with those. So I feel now I am in a state where I know my performance because of such matches.
Fantastic. There's always so much to learn from people far younger. Youngest on the stage, but so much wisdom. Thanks for that. We'll take a couple of audience questions. So if anybody has a question for any of the panelists, please raise your hand and we'll get a mic over to you. There's somebody there. Yeah. We'll take your question next.
Yeah, please. Yeah, hi. This is Anil from Great Sports Tech. This question is to Abhijit and to Praveen. This in two parts. One is what inspires you to come up with the vision to have like, a very top of the line sports academy or infrastructure? And the second part, how do you justify, putting in the investment and knowing that, the ROI really may or may not be there, you really can't recover that through the fees and, so much other, the running costs and everything else attributing, to running a good institution. So what, maybe we'd like to hear from both of you in terms of how you came up with this and how you sustain this and, just share your thoughts.
You can decide who goes first.
I think it's a combination of passion and potential. We have a huge population in the country, and I think, as Sir was saying, there's only 106 sports universities or colleges in the country. There is huge scope, maybe not right now, but in the future. But I think the key aspect is having things ready, having the infrastructure ready in place for when that boom does happen. In terms of ROI, I think we are still working towards it. I think that's something that the sports school is, of course, a service to the community, to Hyderabad, to Telangana, but it's also a way for us to have a self-sustaining model. And also in terms of the club, the football club, that also has to be self-sustaining after a point. There's only so much that we can pump in from our other businesses. So I think the idea to be able to have a sports school where it is residential, wherein we're focusing on 5 or 6 sports, and then we want to get the students joining in young. There's no point of us admitting a student who is in 10th grade and working on them, because that's not going to make them a professional athlete. So that is something that we are focusing towards, and I think it's more a long-term plan. When we are working in this area of sports, we cannot expect to get a ROI immediately, but we do see a bright future. Maybe 10, 15 years down the line, we'll definitely reap the rewards of having the investment done right now.
Very similar to what he said. There's hardly any ROI. Unfortunately, a large percentage of our athletes are not in a position to pay. So we give very deep discounts to free. We train a lot of athletes. So it becomes very difficult for us to sustain that way. But we look at it like what he said, it's service that to back to the sport that we will be giving. So that's why we are okay like for other businesses to support that. And like he said, maybe 10-15 years, maybe a shorter period probably. And as I told you earlier, it's completely not an accident, but it's like you don't plan to be like that, but you know that these are the pieces that are needed for athletes. You start to build those pieces, then success will come. So that's how our plan has been.
Maybe get the mic. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. So I had a couple of questions, but Anil asked one of my questions, so I'll not continue with that. This is again for both Abhijit and Praveen. So I just wanted to understand what kind of grassroots development activities, the sports activities, as a school, as an academy, you are planning for, and what is the result you are looking forward for?
Okay. So one thing I can tell you is that school infrastructure is the biggest wasteful and underutilized infrastructure in the country. We have, tens of thousands of schools, right? We work for only 200 days, for 6 hours a day. The rest of the time we have grounds, we have so much infrastructure, it's all running waste. So I had taken this up with the Telangana government that you should enable us to kind of do all these things. So we are running an academy, you all are saying it's very good, but we don't have a mechanism by law that allows us to do these things, right? So but the government said, we are planning something, but it didn't come through. Then the Secretary Sports at that time, Mr. Radhesham Julania, had come down to see us to understand what we are doing. So I asked him the same thing. So they've come up with something called a Fit India 5-star rating. I would encourage Hindu and Sportstar to write more about it. So if you apply for that 5-star rating and you have a 5-star rating, you can give your facilities to the community at a reasonable cost. So he said that we're coming out with this, and it's going to be, it will enable you, you don't have to go to anybody. So that's kind of a route that we have gone through. But unfortunately, I can tell only so many people, right? But I would encourage you to, write something to enable more massive infrastructure to come into the system.
You're welcome to write for us. I think you should.
I think in terms of grassroots development, we're taking it sport by sport. We're focusing largely on football right now. And I think a way we do that is, of course, have sessions run in our academy, but at the same time, we are going to communities. And if there are facilities there, we are running grassroots programs for children there. So one of the facilities that we go to is My Home Avatar, which is close to our academy. So we go there and then use their facilities, and our coaches from our academy go there. And we have a lot of children enroll in football, for instance. So gradually in that way, we want to focus on each sport and develop it further in that way. But I think, as Sir has mentioned, I think support from the government is also needed for us to take it, on a much larger scale.
Yeah, thanks. And to wrap up, whether an institution or whether it's an academy, whether it's sports or it's education, discipline is important. I thank this panel for keeping to time discipline. We are 2 minutes on the clock, but we'll call it a wrap. Thank you very much.
This was an important discussion on the importance of nurturing sports at the very basic blocks in society, that is the schools and academies. We hope to see some of these recommendations implemented in Telangana's educational ecosystems. I request Mr. Navneet to please present our guests with tokens of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panels for the day, we have a special talent to recognize. Our second award for the day honors an emerging hero from the region for the promise he has shown and the achievements he has logged in his area of expertise. Arjun Erigasi is one among a bunch of Indian teenagers taking the world of chess by storm. He began picking up international laurels from 2015, starting with a silver medal in the Asian Youth Championship in Korea. Ranked 20th in the world, he is the first Grand Master from Telangana state, a title he earned in 2018 when he was just 14 years old. A skilled chess player, particularly in the rapid version, Arjun has a growing list of accolades. He was crowned national champion in 2022. He had a successful chess Olympiad campaign, finishing with a silver medal individual on the third board. He was part of the bronze medal winning India B team. Arjun recently ended a promising FIDE Chess World Cup campaign with a quarter-final finish and won bronze at the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. He has a 2,700 plus ELO rating, making him one of the most promising talents. Arjun could not be with us today as his love and obsession with chess has kept him in Europe. I request Indian badminton star PV Sindhu to honor Arjun's mother E. Jyoti to collect this check and a token of appreciation on Arjun's behalf. Together, everyone. Sindhu requesting you to kindly stay back. Sindhu has a special connection with this gathering as her first coach, Mr. S.M. Arif, is here with us. We request Arif sir to join Sindhu on stage for a special felicitation. Congratulations to both our winners. Telangana sports has changed forever. Thanks to your strides in your disciplines. We wish you both luck for everything you go on to do. Thank you so much, sir. We request Sindhu to say a few words on Arif sir as her and about her association with the legend.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected dignitaries. Firstly, it's my pleasure and honor to be here, and I think, I have no words for Arif sir because I've trained under him and he has taught me a lot in my life. When I started playing, I was a very little girl and I used to go and take coaching under him, and until now, obviously, I keep seeing sir a lot of times. So sir keeps giving me advices how to play and what to play because he sees my matches. So I think, sir, it's my honor and pleasure that I think, this day, giving you an award, I will never forget this day because you have seen me play since a very young age. And yes, so I wish, with your blessings, I wish I would get many more medals for the country. And I wish you all the very best for the future. And also, please take care of your health. And may you live many more years. And once again, I would like to thank Sportstar Sports Conclave for giving me this opportunity for honoring Arif sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Sindhu. Our next panel for the day is dedicated to the future of sports in Telangana. And for this discussion, we have some important figures in the sporting ecosystem of the state, both in public and private spaces. I invite Mr. Prashant S. Partner, KPMG, to moderate this discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I think we are almost kind of before tea, or I don't know, so we give some time for settling. But just to introduce myself, I head sports as a sector for KPMG. So many people will be wondering what is KPMG doing in sports when everybody knows us as chartered accountants and auditors. So we have a huge practice in about 50 countries. So that's what I also play football regularly. So I have a great passion for the game, and that's why we took it as a sector as well. So we have an esteemed panel. So I'm going to invite the panel here. We have Ramesh. Ramesh is the athletics coach. I think he needs no introduction, but he's athletics coach. He has gone to Olympics and represented us there. So welcome Ramesh to the stage. Thank you. We have Norman Isaac, who is the Secretary of Telangana Basketball Association. So welcome Norman to the stage. We have well-known footballer Victor Amalraj here. He has captained India. He has played in all the Bengal clubs. So welcome Victor Amalraj. He was here actually, so yeah. Yeah. Next we have Varun, who is the co-owner for Hyderabad FC, another well-known figure in Hyderabad. In fact, he made Hyderabad the champions in 21-22. So welcome to the panel, Varun. And I think we have Prasad Mangapudi. He is a veteran of the sports industry. And Prasad. So Prasad actually started the Premier Badminton League in India. So tremendous experience with respect to starting off a league, and he has a wide coverage on that side, so which will be covered as well. So with this esteemed panelists, I think thanks everyone for joining. So I just wanted to put the context that I think India is in a different league in sports right now with the recent 4x400 relay that we saw. Plus, we won the javelin. So that kind of catapulted with many things happening around hockey. We won the recent one. Football, we won against Qatar. So quite a bit of things happening in the sports side. And Telangana, I think, always has been associated with sports in a big way. So I'm from Bangalore. When I look at here, I see badminton taking in a big way, Hyderabad FC winning it. Cricket, and good thing that we don't have any cricketers here, so we can do a bit of cricket bashing as well here. So I think from that perspective, it is building up, but I just wanted to know that Telangana, there are significant investments done from other states in the sports side. If you look at Haryana, Orissa, Kerala, so some of them are doing significant. What can we do here is one area that we want to discuss from high performance. The second area that we want to discuss is, in India, only about 5% of people play active sports and fitness. And that is almost 20 to 25% in US, UK and other geographies. So how do we bring that culture of sports in the grassroots level? So that is one more area that we can broadly discuss and give some thought to it. So we have all the disciplines, I think pretty much athletics, we have basketball, football, two of them, and then badminton as well. So I think we have a wide coverage. So I'll start with Ramesh sir. Ramesh, I think if you can give a perspective on the athletics side. This is athletics and field and track at an overall level. This is one area probably we have not done very well as a country. Maybe we skip medals. How do you see this going forward? This 4x400 was a kind of welcome thing for all of us. But how do you see this and from an India perspective, and you can give the Telangana perspective as well?
Yeah, so good to be here. So first of all, as you said, grassroots level for in Telangana, right? So one thing I would like to share is that it's a game-to-game challenge and demands are different, and state-to-state, though even in India, state-to-state demand and challenges, and according to the game challenges and demands are entirely different. So whenever you are dealing with the sport, so you have to see the geographical conditions, economical status, and talent available, right? As far track and field is concerned, if you speak about Telangana, we have a 3.8 crores population. Out of that, 60% population stays in rural, 45 lakhs is under 6 years, and 70 lakhs children are in the schools. So you should know the data, what younger population, what is the school population available to use, right? So according to that, you have to plan, because we have a 1 crore younger generation in Telangana. So to develop any state, you should have a strategy that 1 crore young people has to be engaged in the sport, so that out of some excel, then rest 2.8 crores of adults and senior citizens should be have a active for life. Okay. So this is how we have to plan when it comes back to the athletics, right? Because this is one sport in the world, 206 countries plays. Okay. And many sports you see, they don't play so many countries. Okay. So we have to see how much population is playing, right? So, but luckily, after long 30-40 years of effort, straight away Neeraj Chopra has got into the gold and 4x400. And 4x400, we have been women for 5 consecutive times. We were in Asian Games, 2002, 2006, 10, 14, right? 18. Fortunately, 5 times I was the coaching staff member in India. Okay. So this is how we have to plan for any state and all. And the thing is that, right, India or anywhere, so after becoming a champion, everything will be given. So to become a champion, we are not giving anything. Okay. So we have to change our strategy. Okay. To champion बनने के बाद में champion बनने के लिए कुछ देना है. So that is what India's, and low cost infrastructure has to be provided, especially track and field. So I hope this is a small yes. And most thing is that every child should be given a choice to play, not by chance. Okay. So much population we say, how many are into the active life? Okay. That counts a lot.
That also. Thank you very much, Ramesh. I think I'll just move to Norman. Basketball, not a very, very popular game from an India perspective. I think people watch NBA as an if they have to watch. How is the scene in basketball and what is being done both from an India and Telangana? Is there a catchment? Is there a league? Something that you can throw light on?
Yeah, basketball has really picked up in Telangana for the last 5-6 years. Being a new state, after the bifurcation of Andhra and Telangana, we have lost sizable talent to Andhra also. So it has taken about 2-3 years for us to really come into the forefront. And Telangana team, I would like to say, our women team has been doing exceedingly well. We have been the national runner-up twice, losing to Railways, which of course is the best team because they have players picked up from different parts of the country. And at the 36 national games last year at Bhavnagar, Telangana team won 2 gold medals, which is a very rare thing because the support what we are getting should be much more. Okay. Like I was a product of the AP Sports Hostel in the 80s, and the glorious era what we had during the 80s and 90s. We had Mohammad Rizwan, who's right here. We had Hari Krishna Prasad. About 25 players from Andhra Pradesh represented the country. Telangana also has been doing well. 4 of our players have recently played for the country, and a boy by name Aryan Sharma has just been a winner of the gold medal yesterday evening when they won the Sabah qualifiers, and the team has qualified for the FIBA Asia Cup. We have been doing well, but the problem what we face is lack of coaches in the districts. Okay. Basketball is basically centered around the twin cities of Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and with the international schools and the gated communities which are now providing more facilities in the form of infrastructure, The need of the hour is we need to have qualified coaches. Teaching at the grassroots level is something different. Making a player, refine them, and make them fit for competitive level is where we are lacking. And hopefully, we are planning to have coaching, a trainer's course, calling in coaches from outside. And also we have a trainer by name Mr. Matic, who is the coach for the Indian team. So we look forward to giving more opportunities to coaches to enhance their skills and be able to produce players and teach the players where exactly they lack and how they should better their performances.
Okay. So we'll have to get Michael Jordan at some point to India, I suppose.
Yes, sure, why not?
Okay, good. So I just moving on to Victor. Victor, I think you have captained Indian football team. He has captained all the Bengal football clubs as well. So, and he has a complete view of how things have transformed over. I think I play football and I can see tremendous talent in India in football. But are we putting up the best of thing in the world to go to that? So your views on how can football compete with cricket in India, as good as cricket? Because people watch it, but do we feature in the top 10 teams or whatever? We are 90 now or something like that, 100 I think. So maybe get your views.
First of all, I thank Sportstar for inviting me. With regards to cricket and football in India, you cannot compare football. Cricket is very high here, and what you called, if you see whole world, football is more popular than cricket. So with regards to Indian, you was telling about Indian teams. Those days we had what you called football academies we had in cantonment areas, in Hyderabad, whole cities, and a lot of football culture was there. And for your information, in 50s, 60s, from Hyderabad, 9 footballers represented Olympics. Okay, so India participated in Olympics, 48 London Olympics, 52 Helsinki, 56 Melbourne, 60 Rome Olympics. In 56, we stood fourth place in Olympics. So those days the culture was there. Lots of what you call local leagues were there. Then grassroots football tournaments were in localities in different cantonment areas. The football culture was there. Now it's not there. Just now I met Telangana Football Secretary, Mr. Paul Guna was telling me, a lot of problem here, they don't have infrastructure, there is no sponsor. So football is not much popular in Telangana. But as a whole, if you go in Bengal or in Northeast, even if I go to any schools or college, you ask any boys, they'll tell, they're very fond of Messi, they are telling about Ronaldo, the Kylian Mbappe, Neymar, only they're just what you call in their mind. So football is a popular game, a very unfortunate year. No, football is not that popular, particularly in Telangana. Earlier we had a football culture, we have football tournaments, the football representatives in Olympics, in internationals were there. Now it's totally vanished, I can tell that. There's no football culture. And now my humble request to all the, especially the international schools, if they conduct any school tournaments, or any, then the football culture will be
bringing back the culture. Actually, I remember going for the World Cup and through Kerala. Kerala has a tremendous culture of football because everywhere you can see Messi, Ronaldo, and in fact more than Qatar you can see the spirit in Kerala and some Goa maybe, that's one thing. So I'll pick up with Varun because one way of bringing football up is through the ISL, which is almost now 10 years into it formation, and you made Hyderabad the champions in 21-22. Is ISL the way forward with respect to football? And do you see what else can be done as well? How do you enhance this league? Because a lot of leagues, so just get your views on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think ISL is one of the medium. I wouldn't say that's the sort of only medium to which football will grow in India. While ISL could be like sort of a platform to put sort of existing footballers on the global map, I think there's got to be a heavy focus at the grassroots level. And I think all the existing clubs in the league, along with the All India Football Federation, even the league owners through Reliance Foundation, etc., have put in that emphasis at the grassroots level. And I think that's going to be the key because I think we discussed, even Victor sir was just mentioning that the players like Neymar, Messi, these are the names who the younger generation actually talks about. But we need a platform, and we need to ensure that some of the Indian players become a household name. And I think right now there is, of course, Sunil Chetri is there, who represents Bengaluru FC. But I think we need more of Chetris. We just have one name who sort of a lot of Indian football fans associated with. But I think there's still a lot more to be done. And I think grassroots focus there is going to be the key, and that will take the effort of all the stakeholders involved.
Okay. Thank you, Arun. And moving on to Prasad. Prasad, there are two things. I think Gopichand has also joined. One is if you can give a perspective on the badminton scene. I think this is, you always relate Hyderabad and Telangana a lot with badminton, with what's happening here. If you can give that from a perspective. The second thing is PBL as a league, which was started and you had some experience there. So are leagues the way to bring forward games and sports as a general level? So maybe if you can cover both of those angles, it will be good. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Is it audible? Yeah, I think amongst all of the panelists, I'm the luckiest one because I'm in the sport which is like, you just had Mr. Arif Khan before me, and you had a Sindhu here, and you have Gopichand here, you have Prannoy here. So that shows the domination of the sport, at least in this city. And I think we are to be not bragging, but I think if you talk about the Indian badminton story, it is largely a Telangana story. I think almost Indian national team, almost 80%. I think come from this city. So I think in the sense, I think if you have to talk from the Telangana point of view, I think Telangana will have tough time to maintain this dominance because now all other states will want to chip away to get their players. I think Gopi is here. I think he will know like almost every day he'll have at least 2-3 parents landing up. He's my child. He won district level last year. Please take him. So in that sense, he's in a good space. But I think, and also the Prannoy is here today. Indian men are the world champs.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, like, in which other sport, mass sport, I think we are the world champs. Yeah. So in the sense, we are really the best right now. But how do we, I think, sustain from here and stay at the top and create, I think, one more thing I was discussing the fact, I think, this sport, I think, brought about 40 medals so far. Out of this 36 came from this state. I'm talking about the Olympics, World Championship, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, World Tour titles, all those things. So that's, and coming to second point, the PBL is leagues like Varun will explain, I think, it's the gateway to lead to the national teams because the talent can come through, they get experience of the competition. I can tell you the experience of my own PBL. I think many Indian players actually got a chance to play what they told me is fearlessly. In a tournament, if you lose, you go away. But here, I think, you get 6 games to play. Yeah, okay. I think maybe next when you speak to Prannoy, probably he can explain that, I think. Plus, it gives them the financial security, except for the top 3 who really get endorsements. For other players, I think, I remember someone saying, I think, by Jan 31st, we have some money in the account, so we are comfortable right now. So leagues, I think, leagues bring the heroes closer to you. Otherwise, you see them playing only abroad. But here, when you see them playing live, when you see Sindhu playing Marine, that's when you see heroes live, I think you get inspired. Like I remember just one night, I think in Chennai, one match got over at midnight, 11:45. There were almost 200 children waiting for Sindhu's autograph at midnight. Okay. So I think that's why I think, you need to really have your heroes play at home and experience their excitement. That's what the badminton could do through PBL.
Thank you, Prasad. So I've been requested to probably shorten the duration of the panel. So I just wanted to come back quickly for each of you, and maybe the audience can also learn. How do you get into sports in the first place? What motivated you? How did you come into sports? Each of us are in the sports business, so it will be good to get a quick storyline from each of you.
Want to say as a sportsman or your coach?
No, as a sportsman.
because I hails from Hanamkonda, which is a remote place, right? Because I didn't know about my family also don't have much sporting background, but my brothers and all, they used to play kabaddi and all.
Okay.
So when I was in 10th, my seniors from my street, they used to go for running and all. So just I used to follow them. After some time, they took me to the JNS stadium. So from there, I picked up. Then I could play junior nationals and universities and all. So that's how I come.
You got into.
And my father used to encourage, because my area was more of fighting and all, because my father was very happy. He's there, he's not
Less
involved in
of
this. Yeah. So that's why I'm into the sport much.
Maybe you want to admit.
Yeah, it's been a long journey for me. Actually, I started playing with the Municipal Corporation of Hyderabad summer coaching camps, and it was way back in 1977 when we went to the YMCA. There was a legendary figure by name Mr. G.M. Sampath Kumar, who has really touched the lives of every basketball player, not only in Hyderabad, but also throughout the country, and he was known as the Ostad of basketball. So, having played under him, and along with my other coach, Mr. Gordej Irani, and seniors, along with Rizwan and all, it was really a pleasure and a passion to continue the game, and that has taken me forward here.
Thank you.
My whole family, my dad, my late brother John is international footballer, my late brother Harry, we all football family. And the area where we used to stay, we had everywhere football culture was there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't play the sport, but yeah, I've always been passionate about sports, and I used to follow a lot of the English and the European football clubs, and I always wanted to start a small football club in India. I never thought I'll own an ISL team, but yeah, it's been I think every non-cricket sort of league or sport is tough. And but I think we've sort of come a long way as a franchise and done fairly well in the short tenure. And yeah, and hope we sort of win some more titles in the ISL.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in my case, I think the sport, I think the culprit for it is the organizers. As I mentioned to you, like I used to handle the advertising for Sportstar between 1993. That's when we actually got into sport. We used to visit the Hindu office every week and meet some of the sport. In fact, I met the entire Indian cricket team in '92 for a Sportstar with a posters autograph at the Park Sheraton.
Okay.
So, and then then I got lucky to be involved with the golf project in Delhi, the JP Greens. I was the marketing head for that. And I was involved for about 5 years with the ATP tournament in Chennai.
Okay.
So in 2013, I think when I said, okay, let's take the plunge and do something on ourselves.
Yeah.
Luckily, we got a funding, and then the PBL was, came our way. So
I think Prasad's case studies, he was doing extremely well in the corporate side, and he said, let me plunge into sports. So that's the way it happened for him. Even for me, Sportstar has been an inspiration. I always used to walk almost 3 kilometers to buy Sportstar in my school days, and the center spread. Specifically, I still have Gavaskar and Kapil Dev and some of the center spreads now, actually. So I think we'll wind up with one final question to each of you. If you were to build Telangana sports to the next level, both at high performance and to bring the culture of sports at grassroots level, grassroots will yield the high performance automatically. What would be? Would it be infra? Would be any thought as the number one priority that you think should be brought up? So maybe.
I said this sport to sport challenge and demands are different, right? So as per athletics is concerned, because 99% children come from rural and poor background, so you need to have a different strategy for that. Right now here I say that previously people used to speak public and private sector. Now I say people, public and private sector, right? Because we have been running with Gopichand's help, because there are some NGOs and all, they came forward to support. So in the rural areas, because a lot of talent is there in rural areas, because we farmer sportsmen, we started giving 15,000 or 20,000. Just we want them to just go and morning, evening you train. So that's how we, Bhupalpalli, Bhadrachalam and all. You believe it or not, out of that one Rajita girl we have brought, now she used to just cut the wood and to sell in the village. So we got that girl from that center, and with the support, now she became 4x400 junior world 4th place. So the real talent lies in the villages. So now people, public privates, this is the way we have to go, and every child should be given a choice, not but a chance, because big volume down the line, if you have a big volume, from there the talent will come out. Just we are searching the talent in the cities, because real pearl and diamonds are lying in the deep in the sea and forest and jungles. So we started doing this with Gopichand and all. Really 1,200 children around Telangana, Andhra, and more than 50 unemployed coaches are doing. I hope within 3 years we can change the scene of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Already from our project, Y Jyoti, you might have seen World University and Asian Track and Field Gold, and 2 children have gone to the World Universities, and because of Gopichand support, Dutichand, she stayed here more than 6 years. Now, Nandini from our own Telangana, she's been to the Asian Games, and 2 para athletes, Deepthi and Sham, they are into the Asian Games. In the coming days, I think you can see, and I appeal to everybody that you don't need to see the foreign or European systems, because what works for our country system, because Gopichand has proved. So better take good points from it and just modify it to your game and just apply. I think we can success. That's what.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to have a proper sports policy in place, improve the infrastructure, get quality coaches. Since the IQ level of the players is very high nowadays, it is here we have to cash on, and every stakeholder, that is the sports administrators, the government, the coaches, the school administration, all these play a very vital role. So unless we have a unified and a combined approach in a positive way and take the game forward, definitely we should see a brighter future for Telangana in future.
I think it includes sports psychology, science, all of this coming together. Thank you very much.
With regards to sponsor, government should support and sponsors, then only we can move forward.
Okay. So government support.
Yes, must.
Yeah, because in India, sports is a state subject from a way it is defined. So I think the local support. Yeah, thank you.
I think from football point of view, I think the ecosystem has to improve. Like in Hyderabad, what I've seen in the last couple of years since we've started HFC is that there is good infrastructure. Some of the schools have some really, really good turfs, and which aren't there in many other cities. And there are pockets where there are some good academies, but I think they're all doing things individually. But I think the entire ecosystem has to sort of improve where there's also competition, because if you've got some good academies, there's no competition for them. And even for some of our youth teams, we usually send them to Bangalore or other cities where they can get some games. So I think everyone's sort of operating in silos. I think it'll be important, everyone get together so that the ecosystem improves. And I also think some of the states which are doing well have very competitive state leagues or district leagues, and I think that competition is really helping players come through.
Thank you. Prasad?
Yeah, Prashad, I think talking about the future sport in Telangana, I think there are 2 aspects. One is like, if you're talking about the medal winning, they can have a little more very sharp focus, short-term approach, where I think you choose 3 or 4 sports where you can, for example, apart from the badminton now, if you have boxing, you have Nikhil Zareen, maybe you take up the sport, get the coaches, and work, I think. That will create a core group for that. Beyond that, if you want to create a sports culture in the state, I think, become an enabler. Just give example, I think sometime back I worked on a project called Mohalla Sports Academies. So I believe there are 565 sports grounds in the city alone, this city. So there was a proposal to convert them into sports academies. So I think here if the government come with a clear-cut policy and work at a clear, very focused, I think, PP model where they can bring in the corporates, neighborhood people, schools, everybody together and make them, I think, let the local community own those academies. So let these children play a sport on a serious basis regularly. This over a period of time by themselves bring the dividends. In the short term, yes, you can choose 3 or 4 sports like maybe a chess, badminton, boxing, maybe tennis because you are Sania Mirza here. And go with a complete, in a whole hog on that sport.
Good points, actually. I think many countries do this analysis of where does Olympic medal come from. and do the discipline analysis and come back and say, and then you go state-wise or where the talent lies. So something like that is not. Now with that, I think, thanks everyone for the wonderful insight. In fact, when this topic was given, I went to ChatGPT and asked the question, what should Telangana be doing? It gave me a set of things, but we have better experts than ChatGPT here to explain everything. Really appreciate all of your inputs and valuable inputs. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sportstar, as well. Thank you.
From federation representation to stakeholders in the private sporting spaces and franchisee systems, based in or representing Telangana, we have a holistic perspective on what the future can and should look like for the state. A thank you to all our guests for their insights in this panel. I request Mr. Prashant to hand over mementos as a token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. It's now time for the final panel of the day, and this one features two important figures in the Indian badminton scene coming together to discuss the merits and the fruits of their perseverance. For this panel, I invite Sportstar editor Mr. Ayan Sen Gupta to take the proceedings further. Mr. Sen Gupta, requesting you to kindly take over.
Hello everyone. It's nice to see all of you here after a very long day of discussions on sports. I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as I have. We have saved the best for the last. We have two of icons of Indian sports with us today who needs no introduction. First, I would like to call upon the Chief National Coach of Indian Badminton, Pulela Gopichand. He won the All England Open in 2001. Was conferred the Arjuna Award in 1999 and the Padma Shri in 2005. As I said, he doesn't need any introduction. We also have with us H.S. Prannoy. A big round of applause for him for winning a bronze medal for us at the World Championship. He has also reached a career best ranking of number 6 and many more laurels to come from him. Thank you both for being here today. Prannoy, I'm going to start with you. You were the Youth Olympic silver medalist in 2010. 13 years later, you are very close to your first Senior Olympics now. And hopefully with the same or better result. I mean, you did wonderfully well in the Youth Olympic. What has the journey been like for you?
I think the journey has been pretty topsy-turvy, I would say, because the initial years were not easy, especially post the Youth Olympics. I would say the first 3 to 4 years where we got into the senior circuit, I think it was really tough, because that's where you realize that this game is a serious sport out there, and it's not easy to get in the rankings. And that time, I think I remember, had a lot of injuries. I think that transition period was tough. But I think the last few years, I would say, all those experience eventually kind of gave me that right, or say the correct story behind how to work and how to be brilliant off court to actually manage the body. And I've understood that at the end of the day, managing the body is the key, say, key thing out there. And yeah, so the last 3-4 years has been much better than the starting few years, and I'm glad that things are working well right now.
Gopi, what he said in terms of the transition from the youth to the senior level, I mean, you have been coaching for a very, very long time. A lot of athletes have come out from your stable. How difficult is the transition? And how do you help your players to actually move that threshold from a junior level to the senior?
Well, it's one of the toughest things. About 90% of them don't make it. So as a stat and also in reality, I think it's really tough. People who are able to adapt are the ones who are able to make it. And at the junior level, you might have a weakness and get away with it. But at the highest level in the seniors, if you have any weakness, you surely are not going anywhere, because it's exposed very quickly and people capitalize on it very quickly. So it's very important that you're there. And as Prannoy rightly said, I think it's physically very challenging. It's a brutal sport, and it's important that you kind of stick there, learn your lessons quickly, and then strengthen and move forward.
So you have seen, obviously, Prannoy, I mean, you have stayed with Gopi and the academy for a very, very long time. I mean, what you have seen him play over the last couple of years, is this the best that you have seen him play?
Well, as of now, yes. But I'm sure, I think the way he is actually, to be fair, I think the way he has fought through the physical pain and the kind of disappointments which he's had has been phenomenal. I think it's a great story. I only wish people can read my feelings and write about it, or actually see what he's done. Because I'm sitting in a match there and I'm like wondering, wow, this is like painful. And I've gone and sat in enough matches and I've seen, oh come on, it's like even if he gives up, I'm happy, it's okay, because he's going through pain and then he's fighting it day after day, and that's phenomenal. I haven't, at least I haven't seen an athlete go through this amount of pain and take that load and get the results which is. So I think it's amazing. I think it's just another level of grit which I see, and I'm so happy, and I hope this continues for a long time.
Prannoy, I mean, what strikes out for you is your longevity. I mean, you are probably one player who beat Tawfiq Hidayat, who was the Olympic gold medalist in 2004. And now you have also beaten Victor Axelsen, who won the gold in 2020. So would you say that this longevity is a very, very underrated part of your career? People haven't really acknowledged that, us media as well as the fans in the country?
I don't know, to be honest. But I would say yes, probably, I think when I was 23, 24, that's when I kind of got into that circuit and had good wins, especially against Lindan, Lee Chongwei, Tawfiq. Then probably 8 years later, or say 10 years later down the line, still you are able to be in that top 10s, consistently. And probably in the last 7-8 months, I've been consistently being in the top 10s. I feel that that longevity part has something to be credited for. But I remember, I think when I was in 2014, I guess, had a lot of injury issues, and That's when I had a chat with Bhaiya, and he said, keep good 3 to 4 years of your career aside for injuries, and the rest is your career. And I think that kind of hit hard that point, but that's the reality, to be honest. And if you want to play at the highest level, you have to go through that tough training, and you might get injured. But unless and until you hit that threshold, you're not going to improve. And that's what I realized post 2014, 2015, saying that unless and until you push that, the results are also not going to come.
I mean, you've recently joined the World Medal Winners Club, but even before that, you had reached more consecutive quarterfinal stages of the World Championships than any Indian male player. So how would you rate this period of world badminton? I mean, you had a 13-year-long career. How do you think badminton and Indian badminton has progressed in the 13 years that you have been?
I think the last 1 decade has been just amazing, to be honest. Back to back, we have been able to produce big results. A lot of World Championship medals out there, a lot of Olympic medals out there. And I think, especially looking at the graph, in the last 5 years especially, it has always gone up. And I think the standards have been really high right now. I think unless and until you win a tournament, or unless you win a Super 500 or 750, it's not a news anymore. And I think that's the standard which the badminton players have kept out there. So it's very challenging, but I think it's very pleasing also to the fact saying that everybody is able to contribute. Before it was women singles, now I think men doubles out there. Chirag Satvik has been really playing at I think one of those levels. I would say it's been just world class, and I think now as men singles players, I'm also able to push that level up. So I think I'm really happy with the way things have changed in the last 1 decade. And I think the Thomas Cup victory was something which was huge for all of us, not just for the players, I think for the entire country, because we didn't expect that coming, especially last year. And but I think it's the work of 10 years, almost 10 years, from all the coaches out there, including Bhaiya, where we could eventually get a team which was worthy of a world champion. So I think the work has been incredible in the last almost a decade or so, and so that's why the results are coming now.
But as you mentioned, the Thomas Cup, it was an incredible achievement, and I think the whole country was proud of what happened. Do you think now, when you guys, when you are going into something like Asian Games or Olympics next year, is there added pressure on the team that you guys are Thomas Cup winners?
Maybe yes, little bit yes, but I think more than the pressure, I think we all loved playing that event so much, the Thomas Cup. The atmosphere was just incredible, and for the first time we felt that we all were playing for the teammates, and I think that made a huge difference. And to be honest, we are so eager to go to Asian Games and play the team event, because we have almost the exact same team of the Thomas Cup squad. So I think it's going to be a good event as such, and it's going to be fun playing again for a team event.
Gopi, badminton is intrinsically a individual sport. I mean, how do you, as a coach, build camaraderie and a spirit of oneness and a team spirit in a sport which is so very individual in nature?
I think it's amazing to have people like Prannoy, Satvik, Chirag in the Thomas Cup team, and Srikanth, because some of these senior players are the ones who've anchored the team along. I think you need one person, whether it's a coach, whether it's a team member, I think to be saying this is our team and everybody respects that. I think that kind of feeling is important, and it was great that the players actually took that leadership role, and everybody together as a unit have really performed very well. I think great. I think Prannoy is a great team person. Srikanth acted as a leader, which was very, very good. And Satvik and Chirag are phenomenal in anchoring the entire, or rallying the doubles troops as well. And you have young talents like Laksh, who've performed so well, and that performance. And people have lifted either because of the way they've interacted or they've played on court in the sense. And I think that's something which is fantastic. And as a team, Team India, whenever we've prepared well, and if you look at, just to put things in perspective about badminton, I probably am saying this the third or the fourth time, but I think it's relevant, so I'll say this again. 1994, Indian team was not sent to Commonwealth Games because we didn't figure in the top 6 of the Commonwealth Games in any category. So that is this journey. The last 30 years journey has been this one. A journey of not being part of Commonwealth to becoming the world champions in the sport is what Indians badminton has been. So whether we, in the sense 1999 and 1989 were the 2 times when India qualified to the Thomas Cup finals, which was a 16-member team. So that's the only 2 times we qualified to be in the top 16 of the world. And then you talk about today winning, and then if you come to the finals, then it is reported as India has not performed well kind of a thing. So I think from that perspective, we've done phenomenally well. And yeah, whether it's the All England, my All England, or whether it's Saina's first pre-quarter in Commonwealth Games, in the Olympics of 2008, or whether it's the 2010 Commonwealth Games where we won multiple gold medals, or 2012 the first bronze, or the 2014 where we have got the men's singles and the bronze, or the 2016 Rio, or the 2018 World Championships and the Commonwealth team gold, or the 2022 bronze medal, and the 2024 or 2022 Thomas Cup. I think this is really the journey of Indian badminton, which has actually been phenomenal. And I've seen this through when the team wasn't sent to badminton being delegated to a priority B sport. We've been told that Indians can never be champions in this sport. We've been told that Indians can't be good coaches. And I've heard these bureaucrats and these politicians and the press people continuously tell this. And I can't find those people around to tell them that you really have been bullshitting.
Do you see any one of them in this room today?
I think that's the challenge which we have, in the sense, and that spirit which the team has brought in is what New India is about. I've also gone to an Olympics where 90% of the team has gone there thinking we are happy to collect memorabilia and take photographs, to the games at Rio where although we won only 2 medals, 90% of the team went there for performance. And that is what the young India is. It is looking for performance. It's not happy just to travel. And I think that's also definitely badminton's biggest plus.
Prannoy, I mean, you have multiple times said that you are able to understand instructions coming from the back of the court and put it into action a lot faster this year. Is it simply your equation with Gopi and as well as Guru coming into your team, and you've played with Guru earlier as well? Tell us a bit about your relationship with both Gopi and Guru and how both of them together on the court side has helped you or your game in crunch matches.
Yeah, Gopi sir, I think with Gopi sir it's been almost 14 odd years, 15 years with him, and he knows me in and out as a person, as a player, as a person, and I think it's very, very important when somebody whom you know for 15 years is sitting behind for your match, and kind of changes the whole perspective, because he knows what I am thinking right there on the court, what kind of situations I am afraid of, what kind of situations I am kind of comfortable of. I think he knows it very well, more than probably me. So to have him over there, especially, I think it's been a while since he traveled, since 2018, so there was a short break, and now again to have him back in that coaching stand kinds of give immense confidence, to be honest, because he's somebody who gives you that confidence to try a lot of things. And he keeps saying that it's fine if it doesn't work, but I want you to try. And that's what I also need at times where you're short of confidence to try a certain shot. And so I think that's what made huge difference, especially in Australia where I played finals, and again in the World Championship. I remember in Australia he was asking me to do a particular shot in a crunch situation. I was just telling him, saying that, "Bhai, I'm not able to do it. I'm just not able to do it." And post coming back, we had probably 5 days to train, and he made me do that shot for that next 5 days. And eventually, one shot came in World Championship at 19 all in the pre-quarter finals, and I had the guts to do that. And so that kind of small tweaks in the game is what I think kind of changes the entire equation of you standing in a podium or you losing out in a pre-quarter finals or a second round. So, and I think sport is all about risk. You need somebody who gives you that confidence to take risk. So I hope that he keeps continuing to travel, and especially for the bigger events, I'm sure that he's going to be out there and helping me. And I think with Guru, I think we both had played for a very long time. He was opponent for a very long time, and now I think he's somebody who is able to give me that kind of instructions from behind. And he's somebody whom I can open up a little bit more from a friend's point of view also on what I'm feeling personally, what I'm feeling mentally. So that gives a whole different perspective on working well. And I think it's been really well working with Bhaiya and Guru again. And I can feel that we have that connect to especially get those big wins in big events.
Gopi, again, I go back to the badminton being such an individual sport, and where when you're there on the court, you're there on your own. So as a coach, when you are seeing your player going wrong in terms of their mentality and all that, I mean, how do you, what's the role of a coach? I mean, how do you try to move them to a track where you think that it would benefit the way they're playing? It's not an easy task.
In a match or?
Yeah, during a match.
I think people would just watch it on television or watching in the stands, and then they're saying, okay, this guy's, how come this mistake is happening? And the point is, the guy's heart is pounding at 170 or 180. When you're under that kind of heart rate, to make the right decision is not easy. So you have to understand that it's human, and it's human to go by the emotion or to let go, because that's what it is. But I think most victories come because you're doing what is needed, and the discipline to do what is needed, not what you're used to. And that is what is important. And I think many of the times I would go and say, come on, just do this. And the guy is saying, I'm not used to doing it. Or it's not my game. It doesn't matter if it's your game or not. Today, to win, this is the game you have to play. And if you have the discipline to play it, you will win. If you don't have the discipline to play it, you will lose. But it's okay to lose, because you will come back again tomorrow. So for me, I think as a coach, I would really I've never, I think, very few times in my career as a coach, I would be strict about people losing, or I would shout at people losing. That's the least. I said, don't even bother if you've lost. My problem is if they're not disciplined in the preparation. And if you're messing the preparation, I'm really serious. But if you've lost a match, it's okay. It's okay. You can come back and try again, it's okay. But I think to have the discipline to do what is needed and not what you're used to is what will eventually make you a champion.
Prannoy, I mean, as we were saying earlier, I mean, you have beaten Hidayat, you have beaten Axelson. over the years in many tournaments, you have had this reputation of taking out the big names. You often was referred as the giant killer. Now that you have got this World Championship medal in your bag, do you think now from a giant killer Indian media, all of us will start calling you a giant of Indian badminton?
Yeah, high time, I guess. I think it's high time. I think initially I would have loved to have that name, and I kind of loved being a giant killer because you were ranked 30, 35 when Lee Chongwei, Linda and Tawfiq, all these guys were in the top 10. So at that point, yes, to beat somebody who is in the top 10s and who is Olympic medalist, World Championship medalist, I think always gives that feeling that, okay, you are somebody who can beat higher ranked player. But I think in the recent times, whenever somebody says that I'm a giant killer, I keep saying that, no, I am the giant here. So please, let's not talk about the giant killing stuff.
So giant killing days are behind you now.
Yeah, much earlier, I would say. I think 3-4 years back itself. I think now everybody is kind of aware of the fact, saying that I'm not somebody who can beat only certain players. I'm somebody who can beat anybody on a particular day, and now that consistency has gone up. So it's now like it's tough to beat this guy on a particular day. So I think I've been trying hard to change that perspective of people, but I think now I'm slowly getting to that right perspective.
I mean, you're achieving some of the best results of your career and still improving at a time when many players are struggling to maintain their level. I mean, do you think you were a late bloomer, or it's just a matter of things coming together over the last few years? I mean, are you fitter now than at a point of your career? I mean, what would be the reason for this sudden resurgence over the last 3-4 years? Obviously, you had your injuries and all of that, and you were coming back from that. But is there any particular reason you would want to say has been the reason behind this resurgence over the last couple of years?
I would say I used to get injured and had a lot of health issues when I was from 22 to 27. I would say luckily that is helping me right now. All those issues came I would say at the right point of my career when I think back now, because that made me a much better sports person now, and I know what all things work really well for me and what doesn't work for me. So in that way, I think I figured the right people to work with, and that has made huge changes in my body and in my physicality as such, and I'm able to sustain longer matches, especially in big tournaments where if you have to win a tournament, you have to be 100% for 6 days back to back, and that's a little cruel at times. If you drop down 20%, then you're out in a semi-final or out in a quarter-final. So I think that ratio has gone really high, and I think especially in the last couple of years with Bhaiya, we have been able to do very calculated training, especially on the fact saying that how much we can load to the body and how much we should set back whenever we need to take that off day. So I think we have been very brilliant in doing that in the last few years, where we have been kind of appreciating what the body can do. And so it's been very systematic in the last few years. So that's why we've been able to push through a lot of longer matches, a lot of tournaments, to be honest, because our calendar is packed. So you have to be really brilliant in managing your body.
Is there anything in his game that you have noticed over the last couple of years which has been the reason behind this success?
Well, as I said, I think to do what needs to be done and to have the discipline to stick to what you're not used to doing, I think is what has been the biggest plus for him. I think you can give inputs to a lot of people, but I think how many of them are ready to kind of have the discipline to do it, I think is phenomenal. Apart from that, as Prannoy rightly said, I think he's been a great person for the team. I think he's rallied his team along in that sense to be in that happy, positive space, which is important. And today we are actually, he's also not giving credit to his wife here. He got married, so I think my mom was always saying, I think you should have got married earlier. She's the one who's getting the luck. But on a serious note, I think he's in a, he appreciates, and sometimes as a young kid, you're not appreciating and what you have, and to have the opportunity to play at the highest level and to actually go through this discipline in a happy mode, I think is very important. And I think I'm very, very happy to see him, because for me, I think his doing what he's doing is a great example and a role model for a lot of people coming down. And I think it's a phenomenal story.
Absolutely. I mean, we were just discussing before we came on the stage that because this being the Olympic qualifying year, there are a lot of tournaments that most Indian players have to play. The schedule till the Olympics is packed. I mean, you have competition till December, and then even in January you have the Malaysia Open, then you have the India Open, and then I think in February you have the Continental Championship. So in terms of how important is, I mean, while you would want to qualify for the Olympics and play as many tournaments, in sports, we always talk about peaking at the right moment. So how important is that to manage the workload and the tournaments so that players are peaking at the right moment, which obviously this year and the year forward, the goal would be to peak at the Paris Games. So how important is that, and how do you plan to manage that getting into the Olympics?
I think it's very tough to peak in our sport, and I think we keep discussing about the same fact, saying that it's kind of tough to know that when we can peak, but I think it's important to make sure that you are training on a very regular basis, more than the tournament and the results. I think it's important to understand that the training process is which is going to make it to the Olympics. And I think we'll have probably 20 or 25 odd tournaments for the whole year. But I think it's important to see which tournaments you are actually trying to score maximum number of points and kind of focus on that, and then try to cut down or say try to load on a particular tournament, so that you think that this tournament is not going to be so important, you just try to load on that particular tournament. So this is how we are trying to do. But unfortunately, the peaking point is very tough. Probably for an Olympics we can do. Post the qualification ends, we'll have a good 2-3 months to do a periodic transition for that. But until then, I think it's just going to be focus training. Yeah.
As Prannoy said, we played last week, we're leaving tomorrow, and we have Asian Games, and before that we have 2 more tournaments. So and after Asian Games we've got 3 more tournaments. So basically there's hardly any time. But as far as the peaking is concerned, we've been fantastic in peaking. In the last, every big event we've peaked. So I don't think we as a team will have a problem with that. I think to getting there, get that good window of rest and training, I think we'll surely peak. I think I'm very confident about that.
And as you said, the number of tournaments we were also discussing about, especially for a sports like badminton where you're playing in China and other places, the travel is insane. I mean, you were saying that you guys are going for the China Open from here to Delhi, from Delhi to Singapore, and then Singapore to China. I mean, how do you guys handle that? I mean, it seems impossible for a normal, ordinary human to. They'll take probably a couple of days to recover and start work, and you guys are landing there and start playing and winning tournaments. I mean, how do you handle that?
I think it's part and parcel of the game, and the one thing which you'll have to be very cautious about is how well you're eating and how well you're sleeping in this particular period, because that's the only thing which is under your control, and a lot of other things are not under your control. So we're trying our maximum to be fresh, but I think sometimes you'll have to play with 60%, 70% and still grind that win especially in the first initial round. So I think that's what I have learned in the last few years, saying that you cannot be always 100% to win the matches. If you have to grind those matches and win, even though you're 60 or 70% fit.
When you were talking about food, I mean, you also have a very interesting food habit where no mushrooms, no milk. I mean, can you tell the audience about your dietary regime? It's very, very strict, I hear.
Not really now, but I think back in 2018 when I was diagnosed with GERD and had extreme acid reflux, so then I had to get rid of a lot of food, which was mushrooms, milk, and all those things which I used to love, bacon and all these things. So it took almost 1.5 to 2 years to actually get back to the same old routine. But now still I try to be in a healthy eating habit, so that because we are on the tour for maximum number of days, and it's important to really be healthy, and because otherwise towards the end of the year it's just going to be really tough for the body. So yeah.
Are there any cheat days?
Yes, I think after tournament there is a cheat day, and yeah, I think it's definitely needed. 1 or 2 days, I would say.
Your wife probably should know what is his cheat meal. What does he eat? What does he like to eat the most? Do you have a cheat meal? I mean, which
I love burgers. I love burgers and ice cream. So I think we had a lot of ice creams the other week. So in Denmark. So
we were celebrating his quarter-final win, and before the semi-final. So all of us are actually sitting and eating ice cream, and since we didn't get a chance, and like 5 of us, and Prannoy is like, "You shameless guys." At least don't eat in front of me.
Did you have at least one spoon of ice cream after the semi-final?
Yeah, we had good 2 days in Copenhagen. So then we had good, not just 1, 2. We had good 2 full ice creams in the next 2 days. Yeah.
I think, is there any question from the audience? We can probably take a few questions. If go, Can we take a few questions, Gopi? Maybe 1 or 2. 2 questions, if anyone has. Yeah, the mic to the gentleman there.
Hi. This is regarding the physical literacy days. So I was part of it, and we had some great time in promoting the sports at that point of time. So I just wanted to know from you if any chance the physical literacy days would be starting again, and there is any chance we can make it a bigger event where more and more children and more community is coming and building up. I know it is off the badminton question, but yeah, this is my curiosity because I was part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I really am happy that you enjoyed it. In fact, 2 days back, I was there with Jayesh Ranjan, and he was mentioning about how physical literacy needs to come back, and we need to have those days again. I'm sure, I think post Asian Games, once I have a small window, I'll work on it and try and see how best we can start it off again. Yeah. And I'm very happy that you liked it. Thank you.
One more question and we'll wrap it. Yeah.
I run the Yacht Club of Hyderabad. My name is Suheem Sheikh, and I've dealt with about 1,000 athletes so far. I just wanted to share an opinion that, and I want to verify whether this is my feeling is true, and that the single most, you have hard work, you have talent, you have practice, you have money, whatever you have, but the single most attribute of a good athlete who makes it to the world stage is grit. Do you concur with this opinion?
I think it's important. The other things are also important. I think I would be honest to say that I've seen a lot of hardworking people with a lot of grit not make it. I have to say that, because you don't want the wrong notion to come up that everybody who's won and a champion is the most hardworking people of the globe. We've been lucky. We've been gifted by God. We are in a place where there's so much of God's grace that we are here. But I also have seen a lot of people with a lot of hard work and grit fail. So people who have failed in sport, and the only reason I'm saying it, people who have failed in sport to reach a certain level should not be seen by society and us, as in coaches, parents, as failures because of lack of grit. And that's why I want to make this point up. So I think a lot of things are important, and grit is one of them. But to actually think of it, 99% of sports persons fail. And out of the 1,000 who actually take up sport, maybe 5 people are making it. The rest all don't make it. And all of them are looked at as failures. Whereas you go to an engineering college or a medical college, they're like, all of them are looked at as successes. And here, if you're lost in the quarterfinals, you're like, you lost in the quarterfinals. Boss, this is top 8 in the world. If you like, seriously put it in perspective, how many doctors would call themselves top 8 in the world? How many lawyers would say that? How many bureaucrats would say that, or politicians would say that? We have been insanely critical about sport. I think to be in the top 100, 200, 300 of the world in any profession, to be the best 150, 200 in the world, you need to be celebrated. And I think we need to celebrate ourselves a lot more. I think we're just being too critical and like failure. Boss, this is like serious stuff. And you're talking about that cream layer. I think the only thing is, as Suhaim said, I think he runs a great program, and I'm aware of that. I would say grit is important and very important, but I think people who have failed are not necessarily the ones who have not been gritty. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopi. So we'll wrap it up. Thank you so much, both Gopi and Prannoy, to be here. We wish you the best for the rest of the year, to the Asian Games and the other championships which are coming. All the best. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much, Gopi sir and Prannoy, for an illuminating session on the value of perseverance in sports. The talents nurtured by you, Gopi sir, and your redemption arc, Prannoy, have endeared many to the sheer drama and marvel of sports over the years. I request Mr. Sen Gupta to present our guest speakers with a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, gentlemen. We have come to the end of proceedings at the Focus Telangana Sportstar Sports Conclave. We hope you all found the conversations and suggestions that emerged from here fruitful. We are eager to see Telangana sports growing from strength to strength and hope this conclave has proven to be a stepping stone for the same. I now invite Mr. Satish Mendon, National Sales Head Events and Magazine, The Hindu Group, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, friends. I think it was a long day of session. To start with, I would say this was the first sports conclave from the Hindu group. Anything first is always special to all of us. And we are happy that from the Hindu group, Sportstar magazine could do this in Telangana. We had 20 plus speakers for this fabulous day-long session. On the planning on this session, there are a lot of key core members from the Hindu group editorial side who made this possible. To start with, from the Sportstar magazine, Ion and his vibrant team sitting over there, trying to update the minute detail of this particular session from day long to all the readers across India. Fabulous guys, you guys have done a great job. Also from the Sportstar, from the Hindu sports team, KC Vijay Kumar and team, I guess they have also been doing a great job on this sports conclave. Our sports consultant, Vijay Lokpalli sir, and from the Hindu editorial team sports, Subbu, who's been fabulous in terms of getting all the speakers for this particular event. A day-long event at a 5-star property definitely need a lot of support on sponsorship, and this was possible because of my ad sales colleague. We had a vibrant team here in Telangana led by Shrikant. Shrikant, you guys did a fabulous job. Thank you so much for lining up so many sponsors. I mean, we have a huge team here supporting this day-long event. The events team, Sagar, great job. Our events team, we also have Amit and Antesh from Delhi. They've done a fabulous job. But big thank you to all the sponsors who you are finding it here. And this event was possible because of the sponsors. To start with our social cause partner, Hero We Care from the Hero Group. Second, we have the associate sponsor, Indian Oil, KSG Group, Carrera Eye Care. We have the regional partners, NTPC and ISBC. We also have 6 partners, as you can see. We have the knowledge partner, KPMG. Prashant, thank you so much for believing in us on this particular concept note. We also have healthcare partners, Spirit Diagnostic. We have protein partners, Neha Fresh Chicken. We have sports technology partner, Great Sports Tech. I saw Anil here. Anil, thank you again, once again, for believing on this concept. Pain management partner, Ipon. The New Sex partner, New Sex. And this fabulous event was hosted, organized, well said by the event teams, which is the area and team sitting over there. The area, great show. Thank you so much. And the fabulous host we had, who was anchoring this event, Diksha from the events team. Thank you, all of you guys, and the fabulous audience for supporting this event. Continue reading Sportstar magazine. All the best.
A little step that makes children more aware. A little step that makes butterflies happy. A little step that makes our planet smile. A little step that makes birds find new homes. Taking little steps that celebrate the environment every day. Because at Hero, we care.
जो हवाओं का रुख मोड़ दे वो तूफान है तू। जो लोहे को पिघला दे वो आग है तू। जो चुनौतियों को मात दे वो हौसला है तू। जो वक्त की चाल बदल दे वो जीत का जज्बा है तू। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं सिर्फ नारी नहीं चिंगारी है तू। महिलाओं के इसी जज्बे को इंडियन ऑयल सलाम करता है और उन्हें दे रहा है दुनिया में अपनी खुद की पहचान बनाने का मौका। हॉकी की हुनरमंद और जीत की जिद्दी महिला खिलाड़ियों को करियर का सुनहरा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रदान करने और हॉकी खेल को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर कॉर्पोरेट जगत में पहली बार इंडियन ऑयल कर रहा है पहली महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों की नियुक्ति और टीम का गठन। जहां महिला हॉकी खिलाड़ियों को मिलेगा हॉकी खेलने के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने और आगे बढ़ने का मौका। महिला सशक्तिकरण को बढ़ावा दे